pop on an infrared lens and all bets are off. Suddenly you should see globe curvature where it really should be because you don't have refraction, and nobody does. I'm still waiting for Globers to come out with their infrared converted Nikon P900s to show us that globe edge horizon in all of its glory, and nobody's ever done that. We've got the opposite. We've got hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I had that, GE Platypus, professional fairy tale globe believer, yeah, telling me, like pretending like he doesn't understand that a counterexample disproves a rule. I mean, I just don't understand how people who seem to be fairly educated and intelligent just can't even understand like the most basic concept when it comes to the globe. They can understand it possibly in other applications, but for some reason their emotional religious attachment to the globe keeps them from understanding just fundamental concepts of logic. If it has to do with the globe. I mean, he's sitting here telling me, oh yeah, you see Chicago sometimes, but you don't always see it. So we're still on a globe. I mean, come on, guy, like, it's embarrassing. I just don't even get it.
I know what you mean. Like in the course of a conversation, you can ascertain that these individuals have the maturity and capacity to entertain ideas that are countervailing to their own in other areas of life. I mean, we're all adults here. We know how to have these kinds of conversations, but you go to the globe versus flat Earth thing, and people lose their freaking minds. I don't get it either. I don't know. I remember being there. I remember being in their shoes and not behaving this way.
Another thing I don't get is why. So you have two apparent things, right? Apparent as in we see it, right? So we have the apparent flatness of the surface upon which objects are navigating, right? Then you have the apparent bottom-up obstruction of view of an object on the surface, right? So one's being considered an illusion and one's being considered an actual thing, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that the actual thing that's being, like the thing that's being considered as actual is the bottom-up obstruction and not the flatness of the surface? Why isn't it the other way round?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like refraction always benefits it for the glober, right? When you see too far over a low and narrow angle of view and a very clear and high fidelity image, it's got to be due to the distortion of images and the destruction of information from the light that carries it. But suddenly, the opposite happens, and it's got to be freaking the globe. It's got to be perfect, high def globe curvature. It's never the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, there's some phenomenon. I mean, I guess it's not Speculation Sunday yet, so, but there's got to be some phenomenon where these people are just incapable of thinking outside their programming because, there's some kind of disconnect there. But yeah, I mean, when you were talking about you heard that guy last night who kept chanting that sporadic, you heard he kept chanting that latitude and longitude are derived from the globe. You heard that chanter guy?
Yeah, that neural divergent guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was correct in how he was portraying the mathematics, although I didn't think that he had the background to really get into it. You can't take, if you have a spherical coordinate reference system that you're using to plot distances on a Cartesian plane, you're going to have distortion, bar none. And so
they're going to have to what? What was the word you said right before bar none?
You're going to have distortion. You're going to
distortion. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You won't be able to cleanly map, I should say project, without distortion, a spherical coordinate reference system like the celestial sphere, which has two poles, and so two sources of projected distortion against a nice, clean checkerboard flat Earth underneath. And so early sailors, right, they figured this out. And before the Haversine formula that, Euclidean geometry man is posting in chat, well before the Haversine came out in the 1830s, sailors were using logarithms as early as the 1600s. There was, I think, a guy named John Dalton or something who invented the logarithm just for that purpose. And then before that, they were using sine and cosine tables in order to project a celestial sphere to a terrestrial sphere and retain the geometry. And one thing I challenge is the very notion of whether or not the stars should even be considered a spherical coordinate reference system in the first place.
Yeah, you're welcome to question it. I mean,
Yeah.
question everything at this point.
Show me why that's rational. And so what they'll do is they'll point to, well, you got the 60 nautical miles to 1 degree rule. And therefore, this ensures that the geometry of the sky, which is curved, matches the ground that's curved, because your 60 nautical miles are arc lengths, essentially, that are translated from degree lengths in the sky. And I say, okay, well, show me how that applies in all instances, because really, you can interpret, it's a choice. You can interpret the sky in different ways. For example, this is something Indio talks about in Hat Tip to Him. If you wake up at the same time every night and look at the star field, let's say you're on the equator and you're looking east and it's nighttime, you wake up. And with each successive night that you wake up and look at the stars, to the left of the celestial equator, well, what's the celestial equator? Well, that's where the sun is ideally positioned on the equinox. So it draws basically a great circle route from east to west directly above your head. So you're on the equator looking 90 degrees east, the celestial equator. There are going to be stars to the left of the celestial equator and to the right of the celestial equator, and that's called declination. So you have stars in their declination. And with every night that you wake up at the same time in the morning, let's say you wake up at night, let's say you sleep during the day and wake up at night. You get up, you look out at the stars, and every successive time you look at the stars to the left of the celestial equator will move to the north incrementally, very slightly. And the stars to the right of the celestial equator will move to the right with each successive night. When you wake up at the same time and look at them. And then after 6 months, the stars at the same time will start to migrate back. And then they go back the other way, and then they go back. And I mean, this happens. So what's really happening, you don't have a neat spherical rotation. The stars actually do spirals. Even Polaris does this. It's not measurable, really. But if you were to extrapolate the logic, I mean, if all stars do this, Polaris is off by about, half a degree. It's doing the same thing. They're all like spiraling in and out, like they're breathing over the course of a year. So, ancient Greek philosophers, when they first looked at the stars, and they envisioned a sphere because they thought, well, ideally, the most perfect form is a sphere. So maybe the celestials are a sphere. They looked at the sky and thought that. But over the decades, over the centuries, the stars did not quite behave that way. And so they started coming up with ad hoc rationalizations to explain why it still could be a sphere, but we're going to start adding all these different variables to it. At one point, a Greek philosopher introduced 27 different spheres to the heavens in order to maintain the spherical notion of the sky. And today, I mean, in modern cosmology, we have something like 11 to 14 different vectors of different reference frames of wobbling and tilting and this and that and the other to explain these crazy little motions these stars go through. So there really isn't a nice and neat celestial sphere to begin with. But the Nautical Almanac, kind of snaps everything to it and says, there you go, you're going to use it as a sphere. And if you use the celestial sphere as a sphere, as your coordinate reference grid, well, I mean, you got to kind of use the terrain as such too for it to map right. If you don't, you're going to get issues like triangulation errors. You're going to get triangulated distances where the triangles don't connect to their points, or you have to bend and curve them, and you don't have the nice, neat, flat baselines that you actually measure with your sextant. So who's to say that's happening in reality? Well, that's why I challenge it. Yeah, I challenge the 60 nautical mile to 1 degree of elevation change rule. I challenge that happening everywhere within the heavens. So,
That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that really expressed like that before. But it makes sense to me that, yeah, their little weird obsession with spheres, and then they also projected that into the sky. I mean, that is what all of their so-called astrophysics and all of their stuff is about, just like trying to make the math that they think it should be like fit what they
yeah,
actually see, and then becoming like extremely convoluted in the process, and then coming up, I mean, yeah, well, I don't want to go too far down the road of dark matter, but that was the thing like years ago that first made me realize, wow, these guys are just full of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like all their stuff's off, so they're just kind of like, oh yeah, so there's this other thing called dark matter that explains why all our stuff is off. You know what I mean? It's like
I know
they
what you
just never
mean.
stop. They never stop.
Dandelion, I remember when the first image of Pluto came out. I was young. And I remember thinking before I even saw that image, the first like colorized, whatever, like clear image of Pluto, I thought, man, if I see Pluto on this, it's over. And then they showed me this yellow planet and a spot on it that looked like Pluto the dog from Disney. I'm like, no freaking way. They put Pluto on Pluto and they want me to buy this. I was already pretty much over a lot of this at that point. I mean, my dad was like a NASA skeptic, you could say. I mean, he always pointed out that all the images that NASA put out would have captions. The captions underneath were honest and called them digital renders, artist renditions and this, that, and the other. He was very keen to point this out to me. I really thank my father for that. And so with that in mind, I was already kind of thinking, okay, they're making a big deal out of the first image of Pluto. Here it is. Oh, there's the dog from Disney. This is so stupid. And it got worse after that in the decades to come. So it's crazy. I'm like, am I taking crazy pills? What is this place? What is this world? I don't know.
That's cool that your dad realized that, though. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, he was good. I was telling others here earlier today during the bicentennial of the discovery of America from Columbus, 1492. This then was 1992. We were in Columbus, Ohio, and they opened up this massive like science and technology exposition. I think it was called COSI, COSI. And they had a big Foucault pendulum when you walked into this brand new facility, boom, and it wasn't working. And my dad pointed it out to me, and he's like he said, this thing is basically a trick. And I'm like, why? And he told, like, this is in 1992. He's like, because you have to put work in it in order to get work out of it. So, and I didn't quite realize what he was saying back then, but over time I did. I mean, we used to talk about it too, but basically the idea is that the Foucault pendulum, you have to start it. You have to start swinging it in order to see the precession. But without that, there's no evidence of an accelerative reference frame underneath. So if there's no evidence of work being done when everything is at rest, why would you assume that either reference frame is accelerating relative to one?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasonable people like your father. I mean, my father and his friends were very reasonable like that. I mean, that's part of the reason I ended up the way I did, was just listening to their conversations. I think there's just reasonable people all over the world. It's just like they're also like practical, where,
Hmm.
they're not necessarily going to like spend a lot of time challenging the status quo, because it's kind of like, well, what advantage is there in actually doing that? I mean, I think that's just a common attitude, but I know there's lots of people in the world who would love to see common sense return to the world.
Yeah, those older generations, I think, had a lot of it. I mean, my dad grew up in farms out in the Midwest. I mean, you don't see a lot of that anymore. That down to earth sensibility, and and so we hope to bring it back. We hope to share some of this ancient wisdom with people, how to see the world with your senses and not through mental constructs that have been imposed on you. There's another point I was going to get into, but I forgot. It was kind of related to all this. Um, yeah. Oh well.
Oh, I don't know. Back to, I mean, we got off from what we were talking about the celestial sphere. Did you have something else you wanted to say about that?
Mm, it might have been related. Um, I mean, maybe there's a thought that I was thinking of at that time is if you remove the dual origins, which are the poles, the celestial poles, and you remove the idea, the concepts of latitude and longitude, you remove all of this and begin with a blank slate. And if you were to look at the stars as a field, you could still use flat Earth elevation angles to them, and without that imposed coordinate reference grid, we're talking like free range. You could successfully triangulate distances and calculate distances and get position fixes without distortion. It's the spherical coordinate grid with the dual origins that imposes the distortions in the first place. So I was thinking about, okay, where in history did they ever do that? Like before the latitude and longitude? And well, we've got examples. Portolano charts that like the Portuguese and Spaniards used. Those had rhumb lines, straight line distances from port to port, traversing underneath the geographical position of stars directly overhead. Straight line distances. And the distances don't match what we know today as a globe. In fact, the distances are much further. So I did a calculation. I used modern celestial navigation mathematics to do a distance calculation from Tokyo to Santiago, clear across the water without any stops, straight line, or I should say on the globe, a great circle distance. And it was about 10,770 something miles. And then I did it by altering the math and assuming a straight line distance on a flat Earth with elevation angles to the same stars. And it was not 10,700 miles, it was over 15,000. And this is going across the tropics, crossing the celestial equator. That's a big discrepancy, but who's to say who is right? How would you verify that? I mean, ancient sailors would toss a rope with knots over the side of the hull and then use a clock on a rocking boat to try and time how far the knots would go from the front of the boat to the end of the boat. And then they would extrapolate their speed or velocity from that. That was the best they had back then. Today, how do you how do you do an external critique of that? By external critique, I mean, don't use latitude and longitude to see if your latitude and longitude distances work. Come up with a method
Well, we've got
outside of
apparent
latitude and
undersea
longitude.
cables now,
Yeah,
don't we?
yeah, exactly. Undersea cables would show it. Yes, sir. Do an external critique. It's like, with the astrogeodetic surveys. What's that? Well, modern surveying techniques, beginning with a guy named Friedrich Hassler, who was actually commissioned by Thomas Jefferson. He was a Swiss-American immigrant. He was commissioned by Thomas Jefferson to survey the East Coast. He was one of the first people to decide to combine celestial navigation with planar surveying, because obviously Earth is a globe.
And that's where your geodesy comes from, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's kind of the, yep. I mean, that was in the 1806 or so. And it took a while for it to get off the ground. What they found since then, over time, is the stars overhead are not quite matching where you think they should be at the particular point in time, if Earth is a globe. So this is in all the literature, like this is legitimate. This is geodesy 101. You got to correct for that. How do you correct for that? You got to assume that the gravitational field of Earth must have a massive dense lump underneath you, which is distorting the starlight with gravity, causing it to curve, and also causing it to shift or displace underneath your feet, so that if you were to imagine a plumb line strung from that star overhead, dangling all the way down to your feet, that not only is the plumb line curving due to gravity, but the bulb at the bottom of that plumb line, the weight is shifted off from where it should be. That's what they say is happening. That's the choice of interpretation. But really, when you look up at that star, it's not really where it should be. Well, maybe there's something in the sky causing it, and it's not something on the ground.
So much for reciprocal zenith angles?
So much for that. So much for that. So much for the 60 nautical mile to 1 degree ratio for all the stars. So much for a lot. Have you seen that, the geoid model of Earth? It's not WGS84, that smooth, ellipsoid. It's a little pumpy in the middle. EGM 96.
The lumpy potato?
The lumpy potato Earth. Yeah, that's a gravimetric model. That's supposed to be a description and a reason for why that plumb line is curving and deflected, because of all the uneven distribution of mass. Well, what if, call me crazy, what if you were to reinterpret that lumpy geoid as not the surface below your feet, but lumpy sky terrain where the stars are? It would be geometrically the same. It would be describing the inaccuracies, the inconsistencies of the motions of the heavens. Different interpretation, same data. Just change your perspective.
Well, they're all about things being relative, right?
Yeah, Einstein said it best, right? Not a single reference frame is in an absolute position. So why are all these people arguing that flat earthers are incorrect if reference frames are all relative and valid? And if geodesic curves due to space-time warping cannot be experienced by those within the reference frame of the curving, warping space-time itself, why would you expect to see curvature in the first place, Globers? Einstein equivalence principle makes everything unfalsifiable. Yeah, here we are, 2025. Flat earthers are still there. We're not going away. Yeah, I mean, these are the things that kind of keep me up at night. And other people are thinking about sports and politics on TV and crap like that. Here we are thinking like reference frames and geoids and reference ellipsoids and surveying and celestial net. Like, it's not that there's something wrong with us. We're just interested about the place we live in. Can't fault us for that.
Man, if I was so much younger and not without responsibility, right, I would be out there, bro. I'd be grabbing you. I'd be coming to find you, man. I'd be saying, "Come on, bro. We're going out into the field
Yeah,
and do some shit." Yeah.
I hear you, man. I'm trying to retire early in my second career. I've got too much on the line to go nuts with this stuff. But yep, if I was like 22 years old and I had all of this, I'd be out there setting up information kiosks and bullhorning people in the street. Like,
I'd just be out on a boat. That's where I would be.
okay, yeah.
Ship.
Maybe that's the right answer. Come on, let's let the plasma barbecue apocalypse of the end times happen. Let's just, come on, God, let's get it done. Gotta wonder, I mean, if we've been here before, like civilization maybe prior to the flood figured it out. And then, boom, reset. Here we go again.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that'd be the place to go, even just what you were talking about, observing the stars and so on, and, just, sail down to the southern realm, see what's happening with the stars down there, go back up to the north, Just think and it also help you just kind of empty your mind of all the nonsense. Sail around for a few years, see what comes to mind.
Yeah, that'd be great. I went on a Caribbean trip some years back, and we were on a boat, and there was a French family pulled into port. They had a French flag on their catamaran. It was huge, massive. I mean, it's like, man, what do they do for a living? I mean, a whole family. It was like June or something, and a French flag boat. Probably, maybe it came across the Atlantic all the way. They're just, maybe they're homeschooled, maybe they're having a grand old time, kids jumping off of it, diving into the water, and really wholesome fun. I'm like, that is really freaking cool. I wish I could do that.
You better know how to fish if you're talking end times. Like,
Yeah,
you're talking
you
about,
better know
like,
how to
end
bake
times?
bread too, paraplegic.
You better have some nets so you ain't fishing, so that you're actually catching. And you better have I don't know, some serious knowledge.
Paraplegic, I live near the Chesapeake. You know what that means.
Yeah, boy.
I can crab. I know how to crab, man. I love crabbing. I just need some Old Bay. How do you make Old
crab
Bay?
with the old man. You'd have to make
Yeah.
Old Bay from scratch. But like Joe's. Some people like Joe's better.
You ever
Yeah,
been to the
man.
Rusty Scupper there?
Oh my gosh, that's funny. We used to get a place called the Golden Plow. Do you remember the Golden Plow?
Yeah, I've been there, but yeah, I know it. I know that.
Geo Pepe's. You ever heard of that? Back in the day?
Geo Pappies?
Anyway. Geo Pepe's. There's I used to go crabbing since I was, since I could walk. I can't
Yeah, it's what you do
get
down
in
there.
the Y. We get in the Y River.
You learned with like kite
Draws.
string and spent chicken wings and in a nut.
Now you need a license to breathe.
Yeah.
Right. Dude, you could only have, technically you're supposed to only have like 8 hand lines out when you have like a rowboat or something, man.
Yeah.
I remember me and my buddies had like 16 lines. We caught like a bushel of crabs in like 2 hours on hand.
Well, nobody'd come and
ridiculous.
ask you questions, would they, back then?
No.
Yeah, well, no. Like what? You got 16 lines. Dude, you're hand lining. You're not freaking killing it like like
You don't look
with
like
a
your
trout
commercials.
line or yeah. I mean, dude, like we were
There's so
pulling
many
up the
crabs
biggest
down there, bro.
crabs, hugest crabs, dude. Like so many. I thought I had Rico Crabe on the freaking end of the line a couple times, man. Like it was, dude, some of the biggest crabs you've ever seen. Feel like they're gonna pull you in, man. But
Yeah.
Chesapeake's pretty, man. It's a shame. You used to be able to pull up just stringers full of bluefish that were like 2-3 foot long.
Yeah, that's right.
They all went
Yeah,
away. They all
did.
went away when they they act like it went away from like pollution or something. It wasn't. It was the GNR. It was uh
Guns N'
game
Roses, what?
reserve and all that crap. No, dude. So the guys with their $1 million, well, not $1 million, but really expensive yachts and shit.
Oh yeah, like the
They were
Annapolis yacht
complaining about
people.
they were complaining about the grass getting in the propellers. Sprinkled this shit called Princess. It was like a powder, and it would kill grass.
Yeah.
Well, they freaking sprinkled this shit around the marinas, and then Agnes freaking hurricane blows through
Oh
and
gosh, yeah.
disperses this shit up throughout the whole Chesapeake Bay. Within a couple of years,
recall this.
all the freaking seagrass was dead.
Yeah.
That dude, they acted like if you remember, like as a child, like my dad used to come in with like these huge stringers. There's pictures of guys with just stringers and stringers. Like you could just put out like these spoons, like spoons with a yellow feather, and just troll. And dude, you just be like nailing these huge bluefish. And
Yeah, it was like a cheat
all
code.
of a sudden
man.
they're just gone. They were just freaking gone. Like you could probably get rid of a body in the middle of a bluefish freaking feeding frenzy. You probably could, dude. They had so many freaking teeth. Like they're gnarly, man. Like I've seen a guy try to pick one up because he's always picking it up like a bass
Oh,
one time.
no.
That was hilarious. Love that. Nothing funnier than that. Somebody trying to pick up like a chain pickerel. Like, oh, I've got my bass in my hand. Trying to pick it up.
Yeah, my whole hand's in.
There's some all screwed up.
I grabbed the tail
that's
from
a
the
terrible-
inside, Bear.
Yeah, it's funny. But we used to go fishing on the Patapsco, and
Oh
blue
yeah, I know
crabs would
Patapsco Park, man. Love that place.
They would make their way up to the dam. It was called the walk under dam. You could walk under it at the time, but when it was
They
low,
renovated that like 12 years ago.
yeah,
or
it's all blown the f up. It's out. I just drove up there the other day. I take my van like illegally up the bike trail because it's open. I figure, if I get in trouble, I'll just be like, look, man, I ain't pushing my wheelchair all the way up here on this all broken stuff.
How do you bring your wheelchair
going to
down
see-
there?
Yeah,
How'd you do
I'm
that?
going to see. I'm gonna go see where the dam used to be, where I used to fish as a kid. I
How'd
did it.
you get down there? Like you need like some serious hiking. Like I don't know if there's an easy access way down there.
No, dude, you go down Avalon area off of Washington Boulevard, ride all the way up on the other side.
Oh,
and
that's
then
way
you
out of the way.
Then so you're not supposed to. So you drive your car all the way up to the Swinging Bridge. Then there's the bike trail you're not supposed to go up, and it's got like this little thing.
I used to ride bikes
You
back
could
there.
you could still drive up it. So I drive a minivan up there. The only thing is there's nowhere to turn around easy, so it's kind of scary. You're like trying to do a 3-point turn, and you're like hanging out over this cliff, and it's kind of screwed up. But I like going up there.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. Like Bear Pelichik and I, we
sorry.
reminisce about Baltimore and Howard County and stuff. So,
I miss that freaking dam.
yeah.
Guys used to slide off it. They'd slide off it, and then they'd swim up underneath where you could like hide in these places where you could breathe. Like they had these little hatchets where you could walk under it, and big hatchet. Well, guys would slide off it, and then they'd swim back underneath it and just like sit in there giggling while their friends thought they were dead, drowning.
I laugh now, but it's actually kind of morbid.
It is, man. You can ask, like, oh my God, Johnny's dead. He must have got stuck in the current. Like, it's not even that deep. It's like 3 feet. You could like wade out. I mean, it's kind of deep in a couple spots, but there is a spot where the rocks are, and people have died just sliding off and hitting the rocks.
It's true, dude.
Oh
man.
shit! Yeah, so they blew all that up, man, and they blew up the stair
Dude, they're
step dam that was at the
gentrifying
wood
everything.
the wood. They blew up the stair step dam at the it was an old paper mill right there at Ellicott City.
I was about to say, yeah, like Ellicott City got like that bad flood in like 2008, and then they got flooded again, and that whole like
There's no
B&O Railroad Museum area is just completely
oh, it's
destroyed.
just underwater. Yeah, there's no fixing it unless somebody comes in and I don't know, like raises up the whole freaking city, the whole
Yeah.
old city,
It's sad, man.
because it's a Y, and it's a choke point,
yeah.
no matter what, and the river runs under the buildings,
Yep.
so as soon as it gets overflowed, it's just like tearing apart the buildings from underneath. So and then the street fills up with water. If you've seen the videos, it just the whole main street becomes a freaking river.
Dude,
It's
it's
insane.
like Tartarian mud floods.
Yeah, it's freaking gnarly. Oh,
Right. Let's bring it back, folks. Let's
sorry,
bring
I'll
it back.
shut up
It's
now.
fun
Yeah, I'll be
reminiscing
quiet.
with you, man. But yeah, we got to get back to the topic.
Well, water definitely doesn't go uphill in
Well,
Ellicott
it doesn't
City.
Ellicott City, so
It doesn't. It doesn't stick on balls. That's for damn sure. It all goes downhill. Doesn't go uphill in Ellicott City. That's funny.
yeah,
It
that
might
historic
flood.
fire department there at the split.
High water mark. Great pull.
Anyway, folks, so yeah, we were talking about like geoid models. We were talking about projected geometry. You know, the difference between mapping and projections. Let's get back to that. That's way more exciting. I don't know what to say. We lose anybody here? Scrolling. Got some drive-bys. Popping in and out.
I was
Yeah,
in AI's little thing earlier. He's worried about it. He's like, "Are we getting raided?" He said, "There's a bunch of people joining
in the home
all at once."
server.
Yeah.
Home server, yeah. We did. I think they got scared. They called it off.
Yeah, that feels right.
What's up, Frank? What's up, Frank? How you doing, Frank?
I'm rubbing
What's
I'm rubbing
deal,
my
Frank?
penis.
All right. Well, Frank's in the wrong room. So sorry, this is not a New Jersey.
Oh my god.
Not to Frank. Frank thinks he's in the right room.
Well, guys, I mean, this is the best they got. Like, this is the best globe proof in the world coming in right now. Yeah. Sorry, folks, I had to mute you. Like, that's the way it
Perverts
goes.
and Tourette syndrome.
I wanted to ask him if he has to account for the Coriolis effect while he's doing that.
Jeez.
Come on.
It depends on what direction you're facing, GE Platypus, and what latitude you're at.
If I'm laying on my back and I don't correct for it, do I eventually just spin it around like a helicopter?
At the North Pole.
Well, if you choke yourself, you experience the Coriolis effect.
There you go. Holy scheiße. All right, let's see if we can, I don't know, throw a frisbee through a Glober room and see if we can get some people wanting to play with us here. Fighter with frisbees.
I don't go to any of the Glober servers, so I can't go try and get people. You're gonna have to do it.
No, come on. Okay, fine. All right, Paraplegic, you're up, man. You've been chosen. Special mission unit.
I don't even, dude. I don't go into like. I hear about people like, Gem freaking whatever. I don't know who he is. I have no idea. I just think I hear that Huey calls him Booger Eater, right? That's the only thing I know. Mick Booger Eater, right? No, that's McToon. Well, they're all Booger
All of
Eaters
them.
apparently now.
Yeah, that's
Every one of
Craig
them.
from Fight the Fighter.
Oh
We
gosh,
actually have.
I have no idea who they are. I don't.
Have you seen
Sorry.
that guy eating his boogers? It's been posted. He's
I
a
couldn't
famous
believe
anti-flat
it.
earther.
Is it? Now I was just wondering who exactly it was, and I was just like, "What the f is going
Craig.
on?"
He's a top Glober dude. Like he's one of the best. Fight the
Dude,
Fighter. His name's Craig.
He went. Didn't he pinky his freaking nose and then freaking clean it off?
Yeah, like
That was
he had so much
some
boogers jammed up there, he
nasty-
couldn't fit his normal finger up. He had to get some smaller, so he used his pinky. It's like, yeah, let me get some of this here. I got the video. I'm posting it now.
Dude, I think
Here we go. There it is. 9 minutes past the hour.
He
Check
might
that
have.
out. Boom. He's like, I got this. I got
Do you
this,
think
folks.
he was?
Both
Do you think
nostrils.
he was? Wait,
Do it back
do you
and
think
forth
he was?
like twice.
What-
Look,
Was
right,
he,
and then left,
was-
and then back to the
was-
right, and then
was
nom,
he
nom, nom, nom.
accounting for axial tilt when he was doing that? Did he
Well, I
freaking-
mean, he's definitely got like an accelerative reference
Did-
frame in his finger relative to his inertial frame of his head. So
I did not know. I did not know until this moment that this is the reason he calls him Booger Eater, is because he literally
No.
ate his boogers.
No, it isn't that, but it's been like lately when when they found this, QE's been doing the
Ugh.
stereotype fallacy where he's just like, well, we saw one Glover eat his booger, so apparently all Glovers eat their booger.
yeah, paraplegic. Listen, man, it's just British, okay? It's British.
Yeah. And apparently, refraction wasn't a problem for me for him, because apparently he's the one that told Mitchell from Australia to hold out his hand in front of him, and do you think that's your actual hand? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, you're wrong. It's not.
Dude, he did. He's like, I could have sworn I was behind the Earth's curve when I was picking my nose. I thought I was blocked. Damn, I must have been refracted up over into the camera, and they caught me eating my boogers.
He's like, oh crap! I just live streamed that. All right, play it cool. Maybe no one noticed. Dude, man, like this is what we're dealing with. This is the top tier cream of the crop over in 2025. And so it's like, where are all the smart ones? Where are all the academics? Where are the mature grown-ups? We're craving adult conversation here. We got all these man babies. I don't know. I mean, I like to think we curate an environment that would allow for that kind of discussion. It's true. Like, Indio pointed out earlier that we've got years and years and years of recorded conversations demonstrating our ability to hold it together as long as our opposing party can. And we have productive conversations. Whenever they first decide to drop their trouser and do something silly, then we reciprocate. So, it's not us initiating the aggression typically. So, yeah, where are they? I mean, maybe the problem is we're on a gaming server and we're dealing with a bunch of, people have nothing better to do but play video games.
Pretty much on a gaming platform.
Yeah. And that could be part of it. I mean, maybe also we've been here for so long that we just overfished this place and nothing left. Who knows? I mean, did we really go through all of Discord? So that's kind of awesome.
I mean, if you guys get bored enough, I'll 1v1 anyone on a specific topic, as long as we stay on that topic.
Hey, check the chat real quick. My buddy in up near Hereford, close to PA.
Oh yeah,
caught that bear. Yeah, right near his barn this morning.
That's nuts.
Ooh, it's a big boy.
They're really coming. They're really coming back pretty good in Maryland, man. Like doing
Dude,
pretty
they're
good.
in Pennsylvania and Virginia too. Like crash bears everywhere from New Jersey.
Yeah, everything's doing better in Michigan over the past like 10 years. The bears, like we even have, we even get mountain lions in the lower peninsula from time to time now.
Nice. Everybody
man,
but like
the Trump
citizens
effect.
are doing good. Everybody but freaking the citizens of Maryland are crushing. Oh gosh, you see our freaking gas and electric bills, unfreaking believable. It's like Massachusetts or something.
Yeah, it's Maryland. Why I got out of there. Glad I got out before the 2020 craziness too. Jeez, feel lucky. No. Let's see.
I
Anybody
don't know
scrolling
where to
through the
freaking
list?
go. I'd like to go somewhere. I just don't know where to freaking go. You know?
One of my friends is now living life in Rarotonga in the Cook Islands, renting jet skis to tourists, living on the beach.
Whoa. Like
That's what
go
he's
to West
doing.
Virginia. I'm like, no, not West Virginia. I freaking.
You need to go somewhere flat, somewhere that's nice and flat.
Kansas.
I mean, I like it in Arizona with my girl, but I don't know, man. Off grid's a bit much for a old freaking cripple guy, but
Yeah, especially in
it's
Arizona,
nice to be
man. I spent a lot of time outside of Tucson. A lot of time. I miss it.
Tucson, Arizona?
Yeah, Tucson. Yep. I used to live in
I only
Yuma.
know that because of the Beatles song.
Oh. Pretty cool, man. It's a high
Jojo
desert
was a
environment.
man who thought he was a woman.
Dude, the air is so crystal clear. You can see forever. Like, there's no refraction, bro. If you're somebody that lives in kind of like an environment that gets humid in the summertime, kind of like a continental environment, 4 seasons, even only 3 seasons, and then you go to a place like the high desert of Arizona, it's like an alien world. I was telling a story. There's like a house fire in Tombstone, Arizona, and I was in Tucson, and I could freaking see the smoke pillar. I'm like, this was in the early 2000s, right? And I'm like, wow, I can see that from this far away. And now I'm like going on the map, I'm checking the curvature, and I'm looking at the elevation profile. I'm like, dude, now I know why I see it so far. Bonkers, man. And yeah, there are places out there where you can see the stars, like just coming out, so many of them. It's unreal. You know, you can be on like a 2-lane divided highway that's straight and flat and level for miles. No other cars for a long time, or forever. When the sun sets, you don't see it like setting halfway down like that. No, it just like blips out, right? And then you look up and stars start coming out. And it's wild. It's unlike being anywhere in the mid-Atlantic or near a city or anything like that. And you can see why the ancients would look up at that and be like, oh my goodness, what the hell is this? Where is this place? It's really awe-inspiring. Pretty much everything you stumble upon in canyons out there in the desert, all these rocks, it's all like either like iron. It's either iron or petrified wood. Petrified wood. There's chunk of iron. There's petrified wood, chunk of iron. Must be meteorites. That's the only explanation, guys. Rocks from outer space must have hit here. Here's some petrified wood. Let's give it to the Dutch government. Tell them it came from the moon because we did all the astronaut training out here. Looks exotic. They'll never figure it out. Yeah, so where the Globies at tonight? I got hot dates. I know you're here, GE. You don't count. You're platypus. You don't count. Sorry. I know. You are relevant. Don't say you're. Don't think you're not or not relevant. You are, but for this purpose, not relevant. You're probably the best flat Earth spy we have in the globe ranks. We won't tell anyone. Your secret's safe.
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, good answer. I mean, how else would you sell it? You know, come on. All right, I heard a bleep bloop. I wonder who that was. Platter, my friend, man. We needed to connect. Kind of missed that connection, but good to hear from you.
Hopefully next time. And
Yeah,
welcome here anytime.
yeah, likewise. So
We had a great time.
that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think Platter is the only one of two people I think who's ever met me in real life.
You got a sunburn to show for it.
Bro, I was like a tomato. Like, hey, let's get a picture. I'm like, okay, here we go. And then like I'm looking at the photo, like, oh my gosh. And I get back to the office. I'm totally like red and sweaty, and everyone's like, dude, where were you? I'm like, oh no, I just went out for coffee.
I didn't realize I was sitting in the shade the whole time and you were suffering under the next sun.
I was having such a good time, man. I wasn't even thinking about it until like later. I'm like, after an hour, I'm like, wait a second, I'm baking and I'm pale skinned to begin with.
Send me the picture if you have it. I don't think I probably didn't even have a phone with me.
Yeah, I'll dig. I'll dig later.
Yeah, we didn't make it back there. The weather was too bad. Back at that again.
Yeah, like it's rained. It's rained so much down here, and thunderstorms and everything. It's been crazy. Like I went out to mow my grass today, and it took like 2 passes. It was getting so high. It's like been 2.5 weeks of no mowing plus all rain in between.
It's the strangest thing to be traveling back north up here and to see the temperature actually go up rather than down. What's going on?
Yeah, the weather machine's broken, man.
Yeah.
What's going on? Looking through other servers, seeing what kind of activities happening. Anything on YouTube? Kind of surprising. I mean, we had such lively discussions earlier today, and then boom, like evening, it drops off. What's going on? I don't know.
Oh, people have their favorites. We're not alpha.
I heard that earlier. Like, oh, geez, okay, I need to up my game, apparently. Isn't that funny, though? Like, you're right. Like, people have their favorites. Like we're all like, I don't know, game show contestants on TV or something. They're following, like, professional sports players. Like, oh, yeah, there's T-Dub. Oh, my God, grab the popcorn.
That's so true.
Hey, kids, T-Dub's on.
No.
Let me go buy a T-Dub jersey.
I mean, it's kind of scary to think, like, where else in the world on the internet can you go to find these kinds of discussions with this kind of people, with our caliber of expertise that we collectively bring? It doesn't really exist anywhere. And there's something wrong with this picture. Like, if you ever walk into a room and you find yourself, like, the smartest one in the room, you better get the hell out of there. Something's wrong with the room. And I'm like, I'm walking in 24/7. I'm like, oh, geez. There's something wrong with this. I should not be, like, the star of the show. And here we are. And this is it. This is the top of Flat Earth. I hope not. Please, God, don't let this be it. I cannot be amongst those that have, like, arrived here. Please, God. Let somebody else be the tallest nail for the hammer to whack. I don't want to be that guy. Yeah, but here we are. I mean, call it Dunning-Kruger. I don't care, but it's true.
Well, there's so much knowledge about the topic you can gain, right? I think what differentiates us just the different personalities, right? Like, sometimes you got like hard hitter like QE, serving up fastballs, right, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs right up the middle, and then you got like Alpha Veritas, right, throwing the fucking changeup, curveballs, and
Yeah.
everyone's got their different pace, right?
Yeah, but the point is, though, like, there aren't that many of us. What's wrong with the picture here? So, I mean, that kind of weirds me out a bit. You go check out Flat Earth on TikTok and Twitter and other platforms, Facebook, and you get nothing but garbage. You get all this science fiction garbage, David Weiss tier garbage. And it sucks.
Oh, that's what I think I'm going to do. I talked about that a year and a half ago. I think I'm going to make a Flat Earther tier list.
Okay.
Not necessarily specific Flat Earthers, but like categories of Flat Earthers.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be helpful. Like
Someone
psychological
did that a while
profiles,
ago, didn't
almost,
they?
like archetypes.
Didn't GF6 do something like that recently?
Yeah, they did. They had like their top 10. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, on not FED, on 24/7, we got ranks, right? Like, I'm silver, like we got golds, legendary
There you
wig
go, some
snatchers.
vanity plates. Yeah, I
Actually,
mean,
there was a article about that. I can't remember if it was USA Today or some publication, and they were talking about how Flat Earth, like amongst other topics, right, is using Discord like a game where you level up and you receive rewards in the form of in the form of your roles and things like that. Like,
no.
there was a whole article on that. Yeah.
Like gamification of Flat Earth. USA Today has done, I think, upwards of 30 articles on our community over the years. and it's like always the same 2 or 3 writers, 1 or 2 writers. And I know for a fact that they've been in 24/7 before in our VC, and we talked to them before. So, like, I don't know what's going on. Somebody over there has a hate boner for us. I mean, it's kind of cool getting negative press, but I can't imagine their articles are also getting a lot of views because they suck. But yeah, I mean, there's a pecking order, I would say, of like flat Earth tiers. I think Platypus is right to point that out. Whether or not I personally or we're personally good at it, I think we strive to be honest empiricists and use reason and evidence and logic, right? And that is not the same as like the David Weissers out there. People talking about ice walls and the Iron Republic and toroidal ether fields and crap like this, and posting moon maps. That's not us. No, 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 no. Disavow. But that seems to be the majority of the content you find. Whether that's being, propped up artificially for whatever reason, you can go into conspiracy land all you want, but I tend to think there's a lot of escapism. I think a lot of people who were upset at the policies, the healthcare policies after 2020's event, had nothing to do. And so they decided to explore this topic. And a lot of the people that came over were part of the Q crowd, the MAGA crowd, whatever. And a lot of them have kind of settled into this escapism, this fantasy land. We're going to pluck our minds out of the world and put it into this pizza Earth mentality. We're going to pretend that the world is a Gleason's map, and our chakra energies, if we just raise our vibration high enough, we're going to escape through the North Pole toroidal center and see Christ at the top kind of stuff. I mean, this is what's really going on. It's batshit crazy. And that's what you find out there when you do a cursory search for this. You don't find us.
Because you guys aren't trying to make money.
Yeah.
Well, there is some folklore regarding that too. Flat Earth, flat water, flat Earth. He does an audio readout of a book or a story. I think it was supposed to be a letter that someone sent in of an account of their experience into a magazine or something. Mm-hmm. He reads it out, and so the father and son set off from somewhere up in the north, Norway or something, and they're just humble fishermen or whatever, and they end up getting sucked into a whirlpool or something, and they end up in an unknown territory, like in unknown waters, right?
That's a good read.
Right, have you know the one, and so the whole boat ends up getting crushed and shit, and the kid ends up on a glacier on this iceberg, and it's huge, and he just wanders around it like he's lost his dad. The boat's gone. He keeps wandering around it. Hopefully, he might see his dad in the water and maybe try and rescue him. But eventually, the ship sees him on this giant glacier and comes and rescues him. And it turns out he's in the Antarctic waters, right? And, but on the way down, they saw these things under earth and all, this world under the earth and stuff. I mean, this is this, and then it's told as if it's a true story, right? This guy's like, I swear this happened,
Yeah, I want those things to be true, right? It's it would be cool if this ether thing, that powered the buildings from the antennas on the roofs, and we were harnessing them, and man, I want that to happen. If I was living on a globe, yeah, I want space to happen and shit, right? But I gotta ask myself, can I logically prove this? Can I come to this conclusion? No, I can just come to the conclusion with the things I see, with the things I experience. So everything else is just a what if, a story.
I can't count how many times I've seen people share content the Arc de Triomphe in France is a gigantic horseshoe magnet.
I was totally into those things. That's how I got to flat Earth. Not gonna lie, through Tartaria, through like the ether stuff, through the conspiracy stuff. That's how I arrived here. And then
Yeah.
thank goodness that I found you guys, which like brought me back to reality and empiricism, and like made me see like what's really out there, what's real and what's not. That helped me out like greatly because a
No
lot of
thanks
Tysons out there.
necessary. Just send money.
Just send
I've DM'd you my
$249.99.
PayPal.
Yeah. I want a dinner
Platypus
with
is
you
right.
guys.
We're not making money off this.
It was
No,
Zoom dinner. Yeah.
Everybody who does fails at it. And that's kind of curious to watch. Like everybody who's tried to monetize this topic ends up crashing and burning and failing in spectacular ways. Everyone. And look at all
Well,
the
I'd say
embarrassments that came out since TFE.
Yeah, and I'd say prior to that Congress hearing or whatever it was, where they, said, "Tut tut tut, YouTube, what are you doing? Better start censorshipping." I think that could have actually been a viable source of income on YouTube, things on platforms like YouTube, but
Yeah, that's
not
true.
now.
Nope. Only now, like the only way to make money is if you shock and wow people with craziest freaking positive claims you can come up with. Like some of the most epic stuff is like the moon map or the what's the name of that
Right.
guy that had like the space shuttle was flying over a firmament hump and landed into another realm or something? Do you know what I'm talking about?
A-War.
It wasn't him. It was kind of
Was
like
it? Was it him? Was it?
No, it was I think he called it like convex Earth and not concave Earth. It's like a flat Earth asteroid that had like an AE map on one part and then like this pool of water attached
Extra
to the
little bit.
side.
Yeah, that was those Brazilians, I think.
Yeah.
The Brazilian mob. Yeah.
I mean, the wackier stuff you come up with, the more money you make and more notoriety you get. And it's just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, we got a pretty boring message, I guess, by contrast. So maybe that's why we kind of suck at the marketing game.
Right. Yeah. And Dave Weiss made his app. I suppose he's been able to he's made a little bit on that. Plus, he was already a businessman, I think, and he knows how to market things. And that's why he was like approaching every single podcast that there is. Have me on. How many interviews has that guy done?
I don't
How many
know. But
podcasts has
he
he done?
hustles, dude.
All of them.
I was telling Overlord, I think in our back chat, I'm like, I remember I was going through some back catalog of David Weiss stuff for whatever reason, and I stumbled upon an earlier interview he did where he was on a YouTube channel called the Short Bus Show. He got like 20
Seriously?
views. Yeah, it was like 20 views, and it was like these two kids. They looked like they might have been like 18 years old or something, like Beavis and Butthead, like a couple dope smoking morons. And David Weiss is holding it together, trying to do a professional interview, and these guys are blazed out of their gourds with glazed eyes and like laughing and like just being total buttheads. And I mean, this is what David Weiss did. Like he put up with that crap nonstop. I mean, he hustled his app, no doubt. It was a business venture. It was a hustle. But I mean, crap, guys. Like now we got so many flat earthers thinking the sun does racetracks around Polaris from between the tropics. It doesn't comport to any observational astronomy whatsoever.
Well, I mean, still, there is some people still holding to it and saying, well, I don't know what's going on down in the south. It's like some kind of illusion. But,
Yeah.
it's definitely a ring of ice down there around the hot continents, and the sun is still definitely going around Polaris,
Yeah. Have my cake and eat it too. I want my objectified, easy to comprehend space frisbee flat Earth map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the hardest thing for people to get past is just because of, even if we think that we are not, that we're a free thinker or that we hold to empiricism or we're rejecting, all of our calcified ideas and so on. Like, even when you first come to flat Earth, it's just because we've been in that mindset for so long. There's all these temptations to just jump from the fantasy globe model onto another model, or onto
Yeah.
another religion or whatever it is, or another guru that's going to tell you how everything is. And then you can go back to your cruise control and, Mr. Flat Earth Guru will tell you what to think and tell you everything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that's like one of the reasons I like really stepped away from the community for so long, because it's kind of like, I really can't stand to watch like all these people being taken advantage of because they're in a vulnerable state. Their whole worldview's been changed. They realize like this deception is way deeper than they thought. So they're in a vulnerable state. Like they're in a state to be taken advantage of. You know what I mean? And like person after person has been. And then they're just like jumping on another bandwagon. Like, what's the point? Like you haven't even changed your mindset. Like you might as well just stay on the globe. Would have been safer. Like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like if you're in the mainstream model, at least then you're like not going to be like taking flack for it. Just go to work, do your thing. Like you're better off there if you're going to jump into flat earth, but still have this mindset that you need to find a guru to follow and somebody else is going to be telling you what to do and how it is. Or you're going to jump into another fundamentalist flat earth religion after you just left your globe religion. It's like why? Like that's way worse because those people are much more likely to be, dark triad personalities who are just taking advantage of you than if you were in a mainstream society that has protections in place. The flat earth is the Wild West. You know what I'm saying? There's no protections in place. It's like you're on your own.
That's it. And it's worse, right? Like you're on your own and you're playing Oregon Trail for the first time.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but that's an adventure in itself. At least there is a realm where you can, kind of, I don't know. Yeah. Chart a new course, right? We're exploring new territory. It's uncharted territory in many ways. So, I think it's an exciting place to be. It's just,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, the grifters are out there with
Yep.
selling products and selling culture, selling fellowship, and selling
Yep.
bad flat earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I told Crit the other day. I know the only reason I could ethically come back and participate in the flat Earth in any way is to just think of myself as an independent contractor. Like, I'm not part. I don't endorse anything other flat earthers say necessarily. Unless it's empirically tested. There's just like so much nonsense out there. That's why I didn't want to lend my energy to it because I'm like, I'm not going to be part of leading people astray. But now I look at it differently. I don't believe what I used to think, that there was some kind of community, that we were building this amazing thing. Like I could see like, nope, that's not happening. You know what I mean? Like we're just people talking to people, and like what people end up doing with it, like that's on them. You have still responsible for your own life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well said. Agree with everything. And I think, back in the day, one of the aspects of the 24/7 flat earth community I liked is, and something we used to do perhaps a better job at, is, is proudly declaring that we speak for ourselves as individuals and we don't speak for others. And I mean, and some of us have been chastised and have chastised others for trying to speak for them and for others speaking for us. And
Yeah.
we did a good job drawing those boundaries, you know what I mean? And that's what set us apart.
Yeah, totally. I agree. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, if you focus on the information, it's difficult for these fantasy globe believers because they're not used to doing that. They're used to focusing on the personalities, like, I don't like your tone, so I can't listen to what you say. You know what I mean? We had a lady like that last night in the politics and religion, like little tone police lady. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Like,
bless her heart.
yeah. And so, you're on your own path. Like, you don't like my tone, then don't listen to me. Like, I'm not here to recruit you. Like, I couldn't care less what any of these people do is individuals. Like, as a whole, I would like the world to move toward common sense, logic, empiricism, accepting reality the way that it is, and so on. But if some individual person chooses not to do that, like some random person on the internet, I don't even know, like, I'm not going to take that personally. Like I just gave you the speech of if that person's like that, like if they aren't able to see, like, if A, then B, if not A, if, not B, then not A, like they can't get that. Like, yeah, you're better off on the globe because if you jump to flat earth because I said so, or because, Sporadic said so, or T-Dub said so, you're going to end up, following one of these FE gurus and send him all your money. Like, just don't even do it. Go back to your
Yep.
globe. Better off
We don't want
there.
you. We don't want you. Yep, you're not ready to be unplugged. Yeah, well said. Yeah, and I think with that in mind too, as much as we hate the fact that it's hard for us to reach a lot of people, I think our approach is ethical. We set up an information kiosk and people can voluntarily come to us. We're not trying to push this onto people. I think that's the right way to do it. It's more wholesome. We're not like a call center doing outbound calls, right? We're not purchasing advertising space on websites, and we're not like trying to get up in people's faces and selling out our social network for profit.
You also don't have $1 billion funding either.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the same flu from last night? Are you the same flu from the politics and religion?
I didn't speak in it, I don't think, but I might have joined it.
No. Oh, no, you're a different flu. Yep, because that was a different person. Well, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thanks. Can I ask a question, though?
Oh, for sure. Go for it.
Well, let the possum
Why?
talk.
What? Yeah, let the possum, because he already looked at my whole shit. But why every time I go to join this thing, over half of the people are muted?
Well, they're
You ever notice
self-muted.
that?
Yeah, they're
Not
self-muted.
muted per se. They're
Why
just
are they all muted? They mute their
their mic
microphones because
closed.
they're just
Their
trying to
mic's
listen.
closed. They're not muted.
So do you want
No,
everyone to
but
talk
no,
at the
that's
same
not what I
time
meant.
like this? Do you want everyone
No, no.
Radio chaos.
No, I didn't.
all talk at
Yeah, why
once.
is
Everybody talk at once. See what
muted?
that sounds like.
Yes, let's all talk at once and make
Wait,
chaos.
let me
Just
choose
like all the
my
other channels.
verbiage. I didn't mean muted. I mean their microphones are muted because they're just trying to listen. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Well,
It means we have mic discipline here. That's what it means.
Yep.
So everybody is self-muted. And
Yeah, we're live on YouTube, so we have an audience listen on YouTube, so we don't like it to be chaotic for them.
Oh, you're on YouTube right now?
oh yeah, and Rumble.
Oh, okay.
Two different YouTube live streams right now.
Were you
Oh, well,
hoping
that
it
is
sounded like
interesting.
Wall Street Bros?
Yeah, it's not a Wall Street trading floor. I mean, we try to enforce.
Sounds like a zoo.
We also have it, like people have been saying.
Well,
if
no,
you notice, the mutes are not server mutes, right? These are not moderators going in and muting.
No, I'm not saying I didn't mean that at all. Yeah, I didn't mean that at all. I understand that you guys took it that way. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, so have you been in
meant
here talking about the
everybody-
Earth before?
Oh, plenty, yeah.
Oh, okay. What'd you find out? What'd you learn before?
Oh, it's never ending.
It is never ending. I know. Don't you think that's cool?
Yeah, it is cool. It is cool that there's never an ending answer to it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the nature of the realm where we live. There's like constant
But I
mysteries
think,
and things that you could explore.
but that's just general living in general. So I get that. Yeah.
Well, there's a never-ending acceptance of it too.
But
People
besides the
struggle.
fact that
People struggle to accept the flat Earth. So yeah, it'll go on forever. A sucker's born every minute.
I mean, I'm not here to, argue it at all. I just
Yeah,
like to
well,
ask
that's
I'm
why.
just
questions.
Yeah,
saying.
Yeah, I
that's
just
why
like to
I
ask
was
questions.
curious. Yeah, that's why I
But
was
a
curious. Like
sucker is
what you
born
learned.
is
What did
funny.
you? Yeah. So what did you learn when you asked questions before?
Well, what I learned is from all the questions I've asked in here previously is that the end thing is that whenever it came to anything I asked, and I've been here multiple times, it's that the end at the end that finally helped me understand was that flat earth people think the sun moves, right? So there's no way to really even
Do you not watch the
there's
sun move, Flu, when you go out? Like, is the
but
sun not
you
Have you ever
moving?
been
where do you get
outside?
that from? Where do you get
Have you
that
ever been
from?
outside?
Of course I've been outside. I know the sun moves.
Oh,
There's
okay.
it
So
goes
you're
up in
one
the
of those
sky.
people.
Yeah. But is that enough? So you're taking away the fact that the earth rotates and the sun moves.
And water is horizontal on the top.
No, but that
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's your wishful thinking that the Earth rotating is creating the sun's movement. Because the sun
No,
itself is also moving.
no,
I mean,
but simplify
there's a
it.
lot of movement going
Really
on here. The
simplify it.
moon's shooting through nothingness and the Earth's spinning and chasing it. But what you and I both see the same thing when we go outside.
Of course we do.
Yeah, you're lost
Yeah,
in a fairy tale. You were born into it.
Okay.
But you're saying it's a fairy tale that I think that the earth rotates, but
Well,
I
yeah, but
don't
I
understand the
know, but
fact
you
that the sun
started by
moves instead of
saying,
the earth
hold on,
moving.
hold on. I'll be,
Donor for her
I won't
juice,
say,
dude.
just hold on. You started this by saying, are you those people who say the sun moves? Well, that's what
No,
you
I
see
didn't say
too.
that. Oh hell no, I
Yeah.
didn't say
Oh, yes, you
don't.
did.
No, I did not. I
Anyways,
said dude,
go ahead.
do not put words in my mouth. This
Okay,
is
what
what
did you
causes
say?
confrontation on these type
That's
of.
how this started. You said flat earthers are those people that say the sun
No,
moves.
she asked me. A woman asked me
Oh,
a
Lord.
respectful question, and I
Okay,
answered it.
woman,
And you're
explain
twisting
it
my
to
words.
me.
Old Hoss,
Every
you
time
kind of
I
Never mind.
inserted yourself into this, dude. Like, she was talking to Dandelion. All right.
Usually the women are not very respectful on Discord, and I have to say and I would, maybe she's not, but, because you're not supposed to do that, but she sounded like one.
Not supposed to do what? Oh, yes, I am a woman. I have XX chromosomes. Is that your question?
No, Dandelion
I don't,
is very nice, and I'll step.
Yeah. Can we level set the conversation again? I thought it was going nicely.
Dandelion, yeah, that
Yes,
person was the one who asked the respectable question, and I responded to it respectfully.
Yeah, so I mean, that is, yeah, you said, I mean, I think, yeah, we accept the world the way it presents itself to us, that the sun is moving across the sky, the moon's moving across the sky. We see no empirical evidence that there's any kind of motion of the earth. We've searched for and found no empirical, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature, and we have searched far and wide, and every globe believer that comes in here, we ask them for a cause and effect proof of any kind of motion or rotation of the earth. We ask for any kind of measurement of curvature, and we've yet to find it. So I don't know if you got it for us, Flu.
No, absolutely not. But that's what I find interesting. That's what everybody has their own perspective, and that's yours. That you're going with, and I have mine.
What's
So
yours?
maybe more of the reason I'm going with it is because I'm trying to understand why people have psychologically different perspectives and not through indoctrination or this or that is where they get that from. Maybe that's more so what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it psychological. For us, it's not psychological. It's a measurement. It's an observation. It's a logical determination. I mean, we would argue that the only thing that's keeping you on the globe is psychological reasons, because someone has told you that you live on a globe. Someone has told you that even though you go out, you stand on a flat stationary earth, you detect no motion, you've never experienced motion, you've never seen curvature, you've never experienced a real globe of any kind, only the fantasy images produced by NASA and other space organizations and corporations, I should say. And, you believe what they say over your own experience. So, I mean, the only thing we're saying here, Flu, is why don't you try just even considering the possibility that your own observations and experience could have more validity than some random people you don't even know who have been demonstrably proven to be disreputable, as well as having highly contradictory stories that don't even logically hold together within themselves, let alone stand up to empirical testing.
Oh, well, that's why I'm here, because I'm totally in for listening to if there's actual evidence of that, which there would never be evidence of pretty much anything, because that's not how anything really goes. You'll never get evidence of everything. CIA, all that stuff. You'll never get your evidence of that. It's solely based off of like psychological things nowadays.
I hear you. That's why flat Earth is, if you're talking about like so-called alternative thinking or like, questioning the mainstream narrative and so on, flat Earth is really the only area where if you choose to follow the evidence where it leads. Huh?
Really? It's not talked about.
Yeah, it's not talked about anymore. Yeah, it was for a while, but that pretty much got shut down. Yeah, yeah. They don't want you to hear about it. Yep. That's why it's a cool thing that you're here. Yeah, because that's the only thing. I mean, all of these other things that people will tell you, oh, the government's lying about this thing, that thing, the other thing. A lot of times it's historical events that it's absolutely impossible for you to go back and verify. You can do some, you can be like an internet James Bond and go and look at all these things and so on. But it's really that those are all just distractions, because flat Earth is the only thing that you could go out and you could measure and prove to yourself. Yeah, which I've done and many people
can
here
you
have.
actually measure that the Earth is flat? Like, is it proven that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Yeah, I tagged you in a post 56 minutes after the hour.
Because I've watched many of things that people have sent me on Discord, and I haven't. I mean, you shouldn't have to be a scientist to understand that the Earth is flat.
That's right. You totally do not need to be. You totally do not need to be. I linked you the observations. I'll link you to a couple laser tests. I mean, I can give you the FE core download of the PDF of the FE core laser test report. They, they were able to have a laser hit a target at over 20 miles when the target at that distance should have been hidden behind hundreds of feet of Earth curvature, and it wasn't. So that's the basic
But
argument there.
Was that a simple malfunction of like whoever was doing the test, or what? You know what I mean?
It's not a malfunction. I mean, I'm talking about FE Core. You might be talking about a Netflix entertainment show.
No, I've never watched any Netflix.
Okay, because when you say it like that, that's the way many people come in here, and they have some kind of weird popular culture propaganda idea of what flat Earth is. So I'm here to tell you that's not what it is. It's citizens, in the world making observations and measurements. A lot of the laser tests I bring up in particular, I put one there in the chat, the 28.6 mile laser test. Making observations and measurements and showing that, I mean, I guess my question would be, do you I'm sorry, I was just putting some stuff there in the chat. Hopefully you can look at it later. That's the FE Core experiment report I just put in there at 59 minutes after the hour. Do you get the concept, like if you actually lived on a globe and you were looking off into the distance, that objects would be hidden around this curve if you lived on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not. That's what we're trying to say. Like, you could easily, if you lived on a globe, the thing of it is, these globe believers, they'll like be all convoluted about it and try to convince you, oh yeah, you really do, cause refraction. Like they have to go through all these like convoluted, weird little mental gymnastics to try to convince you that what you experience in reality is not true and they all know better. But you don't have to worry about that, because you could go out and you could do a simple test to see if it were true. I wouldn't see these things, these lighthouses, these islands, the Chicago skyline, Catalina Island, White Cliffs of Dover, observation after observation after observation that you would not see, and yet indeed you do see. So, I mean, it's really just a matter of whether you care enough to make that shift in your thinking to become a person who accepts objective reality as it presents itself. Or if you would prefer to remain in the globe cult, who is,
objective reality in general is, I mean, that's
Here we
totally
go.
contextual, but
you don't think there's anything such thing as objective reality?
Yeah, I do. Of course I do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but Joville, come on. Yeah, FE Core paper brings up refraction and explains why it doesn't account for the laser hitting the target.
Yeah, so really quickly, if somebody brings up refraction,
I've never heard of that.
right, and they use the wrong formulation, how is it bad faith or dishonest to bring up that the way they're using refraction in the paper is incorrect?
Okay, if you want to talk about technical details about that, that's fine. I'm having a conversation right now with Flu, so you're going to have to put a pin in it. You'll be next up on the batter.
Let me ask one question, and then you can answer that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it, Flu.
What is FE Core? Like, what is their
FE Core is an organization, that, what is their reputation? Well, the thing of it is, you could sit here and apparently our little buddy there, I don't even know if he's still there, he ran away, wants to question them. That's why I'm saying, don't believe them. That's why I'm saying the fundamental question isn't who's FE Core, what is refraction?
No, I'm not in the chat. I just genuinely, I've never heard of FE Core.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're an organization that, they did laser tests. They very carefully documented their results. They had a laser hit a target at distances which would be impossible on a globe with the radius 3,959 miles, which is the claimed radius. So you use the geometry of a sphere, you test it to see, do these objects really go over this curvature? Do they disappear around this curve? And it turns out they don't. So, and then you're going to have dudes like this guy that just jumped in, jumped out, whatever, who's going to say, what about this thing? What about that thing? That's fine. So you decide for yourself, if you care enough, look at that original list of observations I gave you, decide, is there one near here where I could go and see this for myself? Or it doesn't even matter if it's one of those. Just do your own observations, figure out where something is, and decide.
Well, of course, everybody should do that. Yeah. Everybody should do that with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You should not take my word for it in any way, shape, or form. Nor should you take
That's why I
Effie
asked that
Poor's word
question,
for
yeah.
it. Nor should you take random troll who jumps in and jumps out when the spotlight's not on him guy. You shouldn't take anyone's word for it. You should figure it out for yourself.
Dandelion, do you know what an inference rule is?
Here we
Is this that same dude again? Like, seriously, we've already had this conversation. Is this a repeat?
I've never talked to you before. You have me confused.
Yeah, because you sound exactly like the other guy. So,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're just, if you're not the same guy, then, I'm sorry that you've been cloned. You're not real. Maybe in your next life, you can come back as a human being.
Yeah, he's a debate bro troll.
Yep, he comes on here every day with more than one username and starts saying the same bullshit.
So I don't know, Flu. I mean, yeah, it's up to you. If you
know what all those terms that guy was saying, like I don't know all that stuff. So
That's the psychological operation that you were referring to earlier.
well, I'm not here to combat everyone.
No,
And you
but
sound
no,
familiar.
He can't. Someone like that can't stand the conversation taking place.
Well, why not?
At least you know that. I was going to say, at least you know it's good now that you can do a long distance observation yourself and know that it's just not all psychological operations.
Yeah, I mean, you did say at some point before all these people jumped in here, didn't you say that you said you did think there was objective reality, right? Didn't you say that?
Of course there is, but that's based off of what I believe, which is Jesus in the Bible. So my objective reality is based off of, God, the Bible. People have their own, everybody has their own objective reality.
Okay, so you
But
don't
that
believe
doesn't
that.
really
That's
have
subjective.
a-
That's the definition of subjective reality. So, I mean, if you don't believe in it, it's fine. I mean, lots of people don't. I was just trying to figure out if you did or not.
And we're talking about the objective reality of this ball hurtling through space, anyways. They gave it a certain size.
I'm trying to think about that one, but okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like you can have beliefs about, your spiritual beliefs, your religious beliefs and so on, but we're just
But
talking about
that has nothing to do with flat Earth or anything. I'm just saying
that's right.
It's totally separate. So it's not subjective because that's my objective reality. So I understand. It's like a differentiation between objective realities.
Well, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I think you'll find that many people in the flat earth, whether they share your same religion or not, do accept that that this, a lot of the encoding that's obvious in this reality, such as the DNA and so on and so forth, lend credence to the idea that a creator must have coded this reality. And so that's what I mean by objective reality, that we have a reality here, and it is not a sphere. It is just not. I mean, that's what I mean by objective reality. We're talking about geometry question. It's just a very...
No, I get that. And I'm not putting that, I wasn't putting that away, but then you called mine subjective reality when that's my objective reality. If you understand what I'm saying.
Well, you said everybody has their own objective reality. That's what you said. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm saying, no, that is your subjective reality. Everyone had their own objective reality, that's the definition of a subjective reality. It's not saying there's something out there that is the whole reason why that humankind developed things like the scientific method to start with, was so that we could come to an agreed upon system for determining this physical world that we live in and figuring out how it behaves, cause and effect relationships, what's actually going on here.
So scientists are objective reality.
Oh no. I mean, it depends on your definition of scientist. If you're talking about just any random dude these days that calls him a scientist, no, he is definitely not objective. No, I'm talking about traditional science using the scientific method, which a large majority of so-called people who call themselves scientists today do not do that at all. But the whole reason we came up with the scientific method, I mean, we as a collective humankind, was because we decided, that we want to figure out what this world is that we are in, and we want to figure out what rules and laws are happening here that can't be violated. And we want to come up with a system for understanding if a cause and effect relationship is true or not true. So that's why we came up with the scientific method of making a natural observation, developing a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis, analyzing our results, and so on. But the hypothesis can't be just any hypothesis. It has to be a testable, repeatable, verifiable hypothesis. So that's why we reject the globe, because this is not a natural observation. It's a construct, a mental construct, a fantasy that was created in people's minds that then they tried to impose on other people, despite there being no objective evidence of it actually being there.
Okay, since you say that, right, what would be the reason for them to impose that it's a globe,
That's a
contrary
great
to it
question.
being flat?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I mean, anything that it's now 11:09. So it is officially Speculation Sunday in Britain, which is when Crit told me that Speculation Sunday begins. Therefore, I am allowed to answer your question. So we cannot get into the minds of the people who originally proposed the fantasy globe model and then decided in a cult-like, religious-like way to then systematically begin controlling all the means of communication, including mass media and the military-industrial prison complex, to impose this fantasy upon their subjects. We don't really know all the reasons why they did that. We can speculate, using just our knowledge of humankind and in particular the profit motive. I mean, since you're a religious person, like, you could find 70,000 flat earthers who would tell you, a religious reason for it if you wish to. There's many flat earthers who accept that is what is obviously written out in the Bible. And some of those people will say the reason is to hide the creator, which we just discussed. However, I believe that, we don't need to get into esoteric fields in order to see that NASA is stealing millions of dollars a day from the American taxpayers, and other countries are stealing money from their citizens in order to perpetuate this fraud, which not only profits them because they claim to be doing something that would cost a lot of money that really actually doesn't cost them that much money at all, because their science fiction isn't even as good as Hollywood science fiction. And yet they have a bigger budget than Hollywood to produce this low budget, like low grade, like middle school animation science fiction, and get paid millions of dollars a day to do it. And not only that, their side effect while they're raking in all this dough is that they get people into this globe zombie mindset where they think, oh, everything's been discovered, everything's been figured out. If there's anything else, there's the only hope for us is to go into these other fantasy realms where we're going to go to Mars and everything's going to be great there in our Mars utopia. So we'll just trust the, pseudoscientists. We'll trust Neil deGrasse Tyson, our guru, who will tell us how everything is, and we can just go on cruise control and just watch Star Trek and, not even think about the fact that we are people who are now here on this plane at a time for a purpose, that we might actually be able to use our brains and actually figure out things for ourselves instead of just letting somebody else do all our thinking for us. I mean, those are just, 7 or 8 ideas I'm throwing out there as brainstorming. I could come up with 19, 20, 75 for you if you want. Why would they lie? Why do people ever lie? Usually it's for personal benefit, because they're sucking off of other people's energy and taking advantage of them. Isn't that why most people lie? Or just to cover up their own crimes. That could be another reason. I could come up with a bunch of. You want me to keep going?
No, I mean, of course with everything, there's a bunch of reasons, so I totally get that.
Hey,
The
Flu,
one that I just
Flu,
lost
have you ever
track
asked?
of,
Have you ever asked a liar why they lied?
no, that's
Well, that's a rabbit hole too.
yeah, that's a rabbit hole. Yeah. I was trying to let you speak, so I didn't want to interrupt you on a specific.
Can I add a bit? So I would also posit to you that because you'd have to identify who it is that you would think is lying, right? For the most part, the majority of people, including people teaching this at universities, right, teaching the globe paradigm, just believe it, right? They just simply believe it to be true. They don't think they're lying, right? So obviously there would be a group that is intentionally lying, right? That would be people responsible for the so-called imagery from outer space, right, of the Earth as a globe, and people claiming to have been far enough away from the surface of Earth to have viewed at least one full side of it in its entirety, right, and say, "Yep, I saw it as a globe. Here's the pictures," right? They're lying, obviously, right? If it's flat, then they're obviously lying, but their intention may not necessarily be to hide the fact that Earth is flat or to trick people into thinking it's a globe when it's flat. They may simply just be intentionally lying about being able to achieve that vantage point and still believe that they live on a ball themselves.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. Why would they do this? I guess once you get to the point where you just, like we explained, if you do your test in reality and figure it out for yourself that this globe model is a lie, then like why they're lying is, kind of like less important. I mean, you can sit there and speculate about it. It's kind of interesting, but it's not where you should come from. Like you shouldn't begin the question by why would they do this? You should just accept that people, do you accept that people do lie? I mean, if you're a religious person, I would think you would know that like there's liars everywhere.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, regardless of religion, that's just.
Yeah, so just, if they can lie, it doesn't even matter why they're doing it. If you figure out the truth for yourself, which you're perfectly capable of doing, then, that's more important that you personally know the truth. That's way more, these other people who are deceiving various people or not, like T-Dep said, they might not be. They might just be going along with the program or doing their job and so on. That's kind of their problem, right? As long as you live in truth and you walk in the truth and you follow the truth where it leads, doesn't matter what these other people are doing.
So can I ask you a kind of crazier question?
Oh, please. Yeah, we're all about crazy questions here.
Because you believe in flat Earth, right, to the core, like you're a true blue believer in it.
I'm going. You made a comma there, so I'm going to have to jump in because everything in your conditional clause there was incorrect. That is not a belief for me. But keep going with the other part of the sentence.
Do you believe that there's other things going on deeper than that?
Well, I don't believe in the government. No, I believed in the globe because that's what I was brainwashed with childhood. Flat Earth to me is a demonstration that I have mathematically proven to myself. So to me, it is not in any way, shape, or form a belief. I'm just accepting the reality of the way it's presented to me, and the math backs it up, which makes it even better. I'm really into math. Some people around here don't like math. I love math. Always has the right answer. Can't fight about it. you can't fight about the fact that this globe math would have objects disappearing over the curve. The geometry of a sphere dictates that, and it's not there. So that's why it's not a belief to me. But do I think it's deeper? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the lie, is deeper. So I mean, your interest in it is good. I mean, I often think about why it's perpetuated upon people. I mean, I have a lot of ideas about it, as I mentioned before, but it's deeper. But the geometry of it is not a belief. So that's the part I would have a quibble with in that.
But where did you get the how do I put this the right way? I'm trying to choose my words wisely so you don't get offended, but
I won't get offended, promise.
Because I'm not saying it's wrong or right. It's not something that I perpetuate in my daily life. I'm just saying.
Go for it. You're not going to offend me, I promise you.
Okay, good. Thank goodness. Thank God. If I can say that. Where did it come from? Did it come from a different place, like the dishonesty of the governments, if I can make that plural? Where did it, do you think that came from somewhere? Do you think, you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, this common misconception, it's kind of been put out there into the zeitgeist of the collective unconscious that
Well, I've never gotten this deep into a conversation. You're you're extremely willing to communicate more than a lot of people are on here. So that's why I'm asking you specifically.
Yeah, because I don't care anymore what anybody thinks about me. Yeah, and you could get to that point too. But anyway.
Well, apparently I don't either, because I'll freaking say it.
Maybe you don't. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, well, 2 of the peas of the pod then. So anyway, there is a view that we hear in the people that come in here who are still globe believers. They tend to want to psychoanalyze flat earthers and think, because it's a thing, it's been promoted, I don't know, for like 10 years or more, like, oh yeah, they just are contrary and they just think they're cool because they came up with a different thing and they're just rebels or whatever. And, I've said it many times. I don't know how many other ways I could say it. Like, no, it's because that's what the math and the geometry shows. Like, believe me, I did not sit around here and think, oh yeah, I really wish I could be a flat earther. Like, that's so cool. Like, oh my gosh. Like, I'll just sit here and pretend I think the earth is flat because those guys are so cool. Oh, please, believe me, flat earthers are like some of the most toxic, disgusting people I've ever met. Not the people here, but in general, because they are rebels of society, they are, that it is true. But and there's no, I was just talking about these guys earlier, it's like the Wild West of, the flat earth. It's like a lot of people are discarding normal, social norms that you would have just because of the nature of the argument. So in no way, shape, or form did I ever wake up one day and think, I really want to be a flat earther because it's so cool to rebel against the government. No, I followed the information where it led. I was doing a term paper, working on my master's degree. I realized the earth was flat. My first reaction, Flu, was like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. There's actually something to this, meaning I have to take this seriously. I am so annoyed with this. How could they have gotten away with fooling me about this? I totally thought if I followed this information, I would find the real globe proof that all of us assume are there, because we all assume they wouldn't have been able, like you thought, to propagate this lie so successfully unless there was some kind of mathematical or scientific evidence behind it. So when I find that out, I was not happy. No, not at all, because it messed up my job, made me have ethical considerations of what I was doing in my work, completely changed my worldview, messed up my church, my marriage, everything. So in no way, shape, or form am I doing this because it's the cool thing to do. And neither any of these other guys, believe me.
Yeah, but do you know about the ice wall? I've been doing more research, by the way.
Oh my gosh. I thought that was a joke. Like you're not that's not a parody comment, like you're
No, it's
serious?
not. I'm being serious.
Okay, well,
Are
let me
you
at least
looking for
finish
a
my.
family
Okay, hold
member,
on.
or-
Yeah. Okay, like let me just finish my conversation with her. Like if other people want to jump in, or is she gone? I don't know what happened to her. She's gone. So whatever. I don't know. Hopefully something got through to her. She seemed like a cool girl. You guys can talk to this guy about the ice wall if you want. I'm not interested.
Well, yeah, several people I apologize earlier, but several trolls parachuted in during that conversation. They don't. Anyways,
Parachuted.
yeah, it's funny she slipped out the back door. But Lats,
Yeah.
they sell ice climbing gear at all the outfitters stores. So
Yeah, I
if you're
know.
looking for an ice wall to climb, people even do it competitively. I don't think it's in the Olympics yet, but yeah, good luck.
I'm not
Like a
trolling
cold
here, and I'm
and
definitely
dangerous,
not.
hobby.
Okay, well, I'm not trolling here. I'm definitely not trying to represent flat earthers whatsoever. Like, I have my own belief, and there's a fucking ice wall, cunt, and they're protecting it. There's something on the other side, cunt. I fucking promise you.
Oh boy. Whatever. Dude.
Oh, Alpha's here. Thank God, because I just dealt with Southern. Actually, I really liked Flu. I hope she comes back. Maybe she just got a phone call or something. Alpha, if you see this lady, Flu, Flooo, you got to talk to her because I think she's kind of cool. Yeah, but if is Alpha going to deal with this Lats guy? Because I'm worn out.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. So Lats, I mean, why did you mention the ice wall? Because it has nothing to do with the topic of the forum. I mean, do you think it does?
Nah, sorry. I just came in, and that's a thing I believe in. I just spurred it out. Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we got a few new people that are in here. Oh, they left. Never mind.
Ice wall. Have you ever heard of ladders?
Yeah, that's not the issue, bro. The issue is the government. It seems to be that even though we're enemies all across the world, we don't even have contact with some other countries. They all come together as one superpower and stop us going to the ice wall. Explain that to me. What are they hiding?
A perfect topic for Speculation Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
it is Sunday, cunt. It is Sunday. What are you talking about?
That's just the Antarctic Treaty. That's all
I
it
know.
is. It's nothing real major or anything. You just can't travel there. It's a protected land.
But why is it protected?
Because it's for reasons of research.
The bogans like you exist.
Yeah, for reasons of research, it's very convenient. It's very convenient that there's no.
Chicken jockey, chicken jockey, chicken jockey, chicken jockey, chicken jockey.
So they don't want bogans like you going there and leaving your empty VB cans around and ciggy butts.
I hate littering. I'm a surfer. I actually want to find people who litter. I find people who litter. No, but seriously, they
don't let bogans go to Antarctic ice wall.
Man, there is no recorded footage of polar circular navigation via planes. There's none. They say 3 people have done it, but there's no actual footage of it ever, or anybody flying over the ice wall.
Lats, so what?
What for? Who cares?
Well, what do you mean? What for? They spent like $60 billion of taxpayers' money to go to the moon, apparently. So they did that for the purpose.
Right?
They did that for the purpose of exploration.
Why are you worked up about this? So what? Why are you so worked up about it? Why?
Because it would cost like less than $100,000 to do it for the purpose of exploration. No, look, hang on, Alpha. Listen, stop interrupting. Hear my point.
I could agree if you were paying for this, you would be upset.
Yeah, but no, Alpha, you're dude.
What, dude?
Can you at least, dude, stop and listen, please.
Stop what? You're not paying for it, man.
Can you at least
write a letter to your congressman?
Can you at least concede that way more money, taxpayers' money, has been spent towards exploration in the past, just for the sake of exploration?
Who cares, dude?
Oh, really? So you don't want to be consistent? You don't want to be consistent? It's okay for them, but not for this.
What are you so bothered about this about, man? Like, why
what are you hiding? Are you like a government shill? Like, what are you hiding?
This is like a bee in your bonnet that you have to come in here and talk about ice walls. Like, is there no other topics that you can talk about concerning the topic of the forum that you have to just come in here and talk about ice walls, bro? Like, really?
Well, it's another colonial accent that sounds suspicious. Who's LARPing? So there you go.
I'm not fucking LARPing, cunt.
It's obvious.
You got a colonial accent.
You want to come in here and spout out your nonsense and be all upset and say obscenities because you just feel like you have somebody to win on the internet, dude. That's all you want to do. You think you got some kind of, one up on these people in here because they're flat earthers and you're a globe earther. You believe the earth is a globe. All this stuff for what, dude?
I literally said I don't represent anybody but myself at the start, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if you yourself are so concerned about ice walls, I would tell you, go find out about all that stuff and don't come in here with that, dude. We don't care about
I've
that.
found out about it, and I want people to fund it to go fucking get footage of it.
Well, then go and tell them about it. Write your congressman or whoever it is that leads your country.
Oh, you're a fucking troll, cunt. You're a little trolling.
You're the troll.
You're talking
No,
about
you.
ice walls, and
You
you're
just want
calling
to
him a
be
troll.
mad on the internet, dude. You just want to be upset on the internet. We don't really care. Well,
Yeah, I don't care about your troll, your LARP, bro. Like, fuck me, cunt.
all right.
It was about
You're trying
ice
to
walls,
rage
seriously.
bait. You're trying to rage
Earth
bait me.
measures
That's what you're
flat.
trying to do.
No, I
Earth
think it's
measures
the other
flat.
way
That's a
around.
bigger deal to me.
Yeah, we're trying to have conversations in here with people that are intellectual, not somebody who's just wanting to rage bait and be
Here's the
upset.
thing. Here's the thing when it comes to the flat earth, right? You can bring up all these propositions to prove it, right? And just talk about it. Whereas what I'm talking about, you could literally show people footage of it if we just went there. Like, you could prove it instantly. You could prove it
Just
There you
look
go.
at the pictures, bro.
How
do
would
you know-
that
do you-
prove anything?
Do you hear this guy gritting his teeth when he's actually talking?
Yeah, he's smiling. He's trolling, man. He's been here before doing this stuff. He's not new.
Yeah, and he knows that we don't necessarily subscribe to an ice wall ring around all the continents.
Yeah, you could take a video
see that,
just like the NASA's taking videos. Like, that doesn't prove anything.
Oh.
What the hell?
I mean, fucking take it down a notch, bro. The hell's wrong with you?
I got a picture of your mom.
He's all, why, you're not worried about them spending money? No one cares, dude. They do what they do with the money, and they're not asking your permission to do it. So what?
Yeah. Nobody here is claiming an ice wall, bro. You're the one that comes in here talking about ice walls. Rarely comes up. Between us.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna make noises like a little baby.
No,
We're not dealing with the grown-ups, man. It's like I crave adult conversations, and I don't know what we're doing hanging out in this Discord, but
This guy's a
I'm
bogan,
trying
so
to. I'm trying
excuse
to.
him.
I'm not claiming you guys talk about it. All I'm claiming.
You don't have intellectual discussion, sir. You have lowbrow content. You just want to start a fight. No one cares. We want to talk to
That's-
people that have a serious tone and intellect. You don't. At least you're not proving to anyway.
Yeah, right. You seem like a bad
Yeah,
faith
right.
actor, dude.
Yeah, right.
So go take your
Engage-
sister.
Yeah,
and go down
engage
to
in
the
a
ice
fruitful
wall.
engage in a fruitful conversation. Otherwise, just sit down and put yourself on mute. It's pretty simple.
Okay, let's bring up a fruitful conversation.
All right. Go ahead and give us scientific evidence for the Earth as a globe.
I can't. I don't have any knowledge on that. I told you this.
No knowledge. What do you mean?
I'm ignorant on all that shit. The only thing I'm interested, like I know about and research is the ice wall. I'm fucking serious.
you're in the wrong saloon, bro.
This isn't the ice wall server, man. This isn't it.
Yeah,
You're in the wrong place, bro.
Start your own server. Go start one. Ice wall
Yeah, like
server.
24/7 geology.
There was an ice wall server. He would probably like it there. Is that one gone now? It probably is
they got
gone.
Yeah, it got banned.
Did they-
Oh, what a surprise! What a surprise! The government are trying to fucking yes, bro.
Oh my God! They're trying to shut down the ice wall research. Oh shit!
Yeah, that's
Ice
right.
wall-
It's a conspiracy.
Look out, man. They're coming to get you.
It's not funny.
With the chemtrails, right?
Keep on talking about ice walls, man. They're gonna be knocking at your door. Men in black.
First I read about ice walls was on the U.S. Geological Survey.
Oh, you're so funny.
Must be
Alva,
a
are you
conspiracy,
there?
right?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm just curious. You said I don't know what the guy's name was, but you said something about prove that the Earth is the globe. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What? Raiden,
Ask him
can
for
you say-
scientific evidence.
What'd you say,
It
bro?
was. Did you ask him to provide evidence or prove that the Earth is a globe? Is that what you said? Something to that effect, or?
Yeah, right now. Are you talking about right now?
Yeah, whoever it was you were talking to. I'm not in front of my screen
Lats
right
is
now.
speaking right now, or he was with me, and I was asking him, is there any scientific evidence of the Earth as a globe?
Okay. What I was going to ask you was that it seems kind of odd because you guys as a group think the Earth is not a sphere. So why would you at the same time ask for someone to prove that it is?
Say what?
You don't think that the Earth is a globe, right?
We know
Yeah.
it isn't.
Yeah, but they do.
Why at the same time would you ask for someone to prove
Because
that it
they do.
What is it with you? Do you been here long enough to
Are
get
you
what we're doing?
retarded?
He's Kiwi. He's been, I don't even know why he's even.
He might be. Yeah.
No, it just seems like an odd question. If you don't think it's
An odd
a sphere,
question. That's what you believe. So that's why we ask you. Duh.
No, I
He's
get
a
that, but if
Kiwi.
you don't
I
think
already
that's
told
the
you.
case,
Yeah,
though,
he's a kinder, gentler Glober. He's a kinder, gentler Glober.
He's a moron.
Well, I tell you what, though, he's been sitting with us for God knows how. I don't even know what 2 years. It's been a minute that he's been here. He's heard almost every conversation. For him to be asking this right now, this is kind of like, where were you the past 2 years? We've been doing this. Like, you're acting like it's just now that you've heard this.
You're wondering why. Let me tell you again. Because globetards believe in a globetard. Get it?
no, I don't get it. If you
Oh,
don't think
my
the Earth is a
God.
globe,
No,
why would you ask someone to prove
It's fine.
that? I mean,
It's fine, dude.
Why would you ask someone to prove what their fucking beliefs and claims are? Why would you do that?
no, that's not what I said. I said you don't.
That's what
believe
you
that it
said.
is.
That's what you said.
That's
My
not what
God.
I said.
Just
No, I
go
think
on
you,
mute.
You
Just
don't
go on
believe
mute.
that.
Just go on mute.
Yeah, so the purpose, Raiden, is to, demonstrate the illogical nature of the globe belief. So that's why. Yeah, that's why we're here. If everybody accepted reality the way it was, we'd be not here. We'd be just out there enjoying reality the way it was. But they keep clinging to the fantasy globe. That's why we're here.
So we ask them the question when they come in here if they think the Earth is a globe. Does that make sense now, Raiden? Oh, McFly. Come on, McFly.
It might make sense that if you actually thought the Earth was a globe, but you don't.
Oh God! dude,
Just mute him. Just mute him and let's move on.
Yeah, we're
Okay?
moved on.
Yeah, thanks.
I think he's maybe a couple sheets to the wind, which is why he's
No, he sounded pretty clear. He's just a retard.
We'll give him a
So
sec to
why would you ask somebody to support their claims? Why the fuck would you do that, Alpha? What are you, some type of actor?
That's not true.
Michelle.
He doesn't. Raiden, I don't think you understand about what the positive claim is here. None of us experience a globe. We all experience a flat, stationary, and contained Earth. So the people that are claiming that the Earth is other than you experience and everyone else ever born experiences, that has the positive claim.
I understand that. My
Sonny.
point is, Huey made the statement that
Sonny,
you need to support.
you're going to try to reason with him?
Yeah.
How can someone support a claim that's not true?
Oh my God!
That doesn't make sense.
No, they think it's true.
He still doesn't get it.
No.
It doesn't matter what
Stop
they think.
raising. Mute him.
If it's false,
Just mute him.
what difference does it make? I mean,
Let's not waste our time. Thanks. He's slurring.
There's about 4
Jesus.
people that already told him the same
Doesn't
thing.
get it.
So I don't think another
Totally
person's
doesn't
gonna get that penny to drop.
No. No, after
Hey, man.
3 times of telling him and he doesn't get it, he's still on the same refrain. It's the mute button.
I think it's a language barrier.
No, it's not a language barrier, it's a cerebellum barrier.
I don't know if that's the proper part of the brain, though. Wait a minute. Let me think about that.
What, the cerebellum? Yeah, that's part of the brain, mate. Does it
I
need a
think it's a-
container?
I think it's a prefrontal cortex problem myself.
Okay, maybe I'm crazy.
No, you're not
Nah.
crazy, man. Don't think
No,
I
that.
don't
it's
think
the
I
whole
am.
world that's crazy. You're not.
I'm just wondering why you would ask someone to support a
Would
claim
you
that
put
think-
him on mute, please? For fuck's sake.
Q just joined. Q 2%. Go ahead. Q 2%. Go ahead.
Hey, he's one of our boys.
Yeah. How you doing, y'all? Hope y'all having a good evening and a good time. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, you're a bit
All right,
low,
that's
but,
honest.
bit low, but we heard you.
I said, I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening and a good
We
time.
heard you the first time.
Is that code for something?
It's not code. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Hey, buddy.
Buddy, I'm not your buddy, pal.
Hey, champ. Listen to you, champ.
Don't do it, Lats.
Oh no, is it that guy again?
Oh, right out loud.
Yes.
Round and round we go.
Aren't you an actor in his world?
Fuck.
Thank you. Keep your mic open. Do you have any symptoms like flu symptoms or something you can share with us?
No, but I think he got brain rot.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. Your sister doesn't seem to mind.
Hey, my sister's like 9, bro. Hey?
Yeah, it's
Thanks
the
for losing,
idea of
Ben.
it, dude. I know it's difficult for you.
What? Oh, the idea of you being a pedophile is difficult. It would be.
Oh my god, I think that's the end of you.
One of these.
Bye.
Bye.
One of these again. Wow.
Bye bye.
I'm just asking if we can get through like 4 minutes of conversation with one of these guys.
No chance.
Yeah, I mean,
4
just
minutes.
whatever. Yeah.
I want a time clock. Somebody,
just
can
gonna
somebody
say that.
post a time clock when somebody new comes in? Just post a time clock and have it tick down. There ain't 4 minutes fucking happening, dude.
Just the 60-second one will do. Don't worry about the minute one.
A time clock.
If they monologue, then probably we'd have to cut them short. But I'm saying if they were going to respond to a question with a coherent answer, I think that would probably be the struggle right there.
I was thinking the same thing. A baller with 4 minutes of coherency? No fucking. I'm all in. I'm betting fucking lower.
Ooh, man, that sounds like a good one right there.
I'm betting the low. I'm betting the farm, dude.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not a betting. I mean, we can't do betting, but I'm saying if just a gentleman's bet, like
okay,
between now and 4 minutes, like when we engage with the question, do you think it's possible that they can keep it together for 4 minutes?
No fucking way.
Okay, Raiden, this is your
Any
time to
takers on
shine. Go,
No, you
Raiden.
can't. Raiden is done after 15 seconds.
Raiden can do it for 4 minutes. Raiden, be coherent for 4 minutes. We can win the whole house. Come on, a new house.
Yeah, and a time clock, isn't that a double adjective?
It's painfully redundant.
Holy shit.
I'll tell you what, GE Platypus, he's aware of this. See, if you catch him unawares, then they'll fuck it up. But GE Platypus, he's been listening to this. I don't know. I don't know if he can keep it together for 4 minutes.
Oh, shit.
Maybe if you stall.
Come on, Platypus. We're rooting for you.
But the clock stops when it becomes incoherent. You know that, right?
I mean, he was on a submarine, for God's sake. So,
fellow squid, huh?
He's a
fellow
Squidly University graduate.
Squidly University.
Come on, everybody gave Raiden the mic. Raiden is my friend. So go ahead, Raiden. 4
I'm
minutes
gonna
of
make it for
coherency.
10 seconds, dude. What the? Have you been eating paint chips, Gemsy? From the
I've been
70s?
snoring them.
That's what I figured.
He's going to ask the same question again. Hey, let's move on to a different topic there, Raiden.
Hey, we're friends in DMs, so yeah.
And that get out of jail card only works once, though, Raiden. So use it wisely.
Platypus, can you save us from Raiden, please?
I'm not here to cause you guys any problems. I just asked a question, that's all. But apparently it's already been answered, so I won't bother you guys anymore.
Oh God.
Okay, you got any questions that can last at least 4 minutes?
Well, we got to propose it
I
to
never
him,
heard of
so
that
we
before,
got to
but-
have him answer the question. If it just goes off into these rabbit trails, then we'll know that the answer is he couldn't.
I was just
Yeah,
wondering why you guys would ask a question that you think you already know the
Wait,
answer
don't
to,
ask
that's
that
all.
same question. Stop. Okay, we're going to measure this with a time clock. So just provide some other question.
Okay, fair enough. I won't bother you guys anymore. I'll
No,
go on
just,
mute.
come on, just rattle the nuts and bolts around a little bit and ask us another question.
That was the only one I had. So I'll let
Holy
you guys
shit.
move on. So.
Dude, I was rooting for you and everything. To my friend's admonishment.
That was the only question I had
Admonishment.
tonight.
Anxiety.
That admonishment, that's fucking serious. That's fucking the 3-syllable word. I didn't think squids could deal with that.
Oh,
Let me say it this way. If I thought someone was wrong about something, I wouldn't ask him anything about it. That's me. Okay.
That's you.
Yeah, if I knew that 2 + 2 = 4, I'm not going to ask someone why they think it's 5. That's me. I wouldn't waste my time doing that.
Really? That's
Yeah.
your analogy? You wasn't asking what 2 + 2 = 4 means. That's not what you asked.
My point is, if I think I'm right about something, I'm not going to waste my time.
You're not
asking
right. The
someone why
question's
they're-
not right or wrong. It's a question. Fit. That's less than a minute, dude.
I told you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go on mute.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, we have the duck. The duck. Can you duck for 4 minutes?
Challenge, man. I'm telling you.
In no fucking way.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm gonna compromise them in less than fucking 1 minute.
They want you to defend the globe with coherency for 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
No fucking way. That's a long time, dude.
All right, 2 minutes. I give you a 50% discount.
I got faith though.
Okay, I can probably ask some questions.
No, asking questions not part of the time.
That's responding to a question.
Yes.
It begins the clock.
Well, I don't know.
Good.
The duck being willing to ask a question. I mean, that's more than I've heard of the duck
Yeah,
for
but
the whole time I've been here.
That's fine. The clock doesn't start though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
go
you can
ahead, ask your question,
ask a
Duck.
question, yeah, and then the clock starts when he starts answering. I get you.
Yeah.
All right, what's your question, Duck?
So there was a conversation about I think what's his name? DMOC pulled this up about if you were to drop a rock down the water, it would like fly off the edge if it was a spear earth.
Oh my god.
What the
I heard
fuck?
that. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that from was it? I don't know, DMOC. I don't know his name. It was
Yeah,
something.
this is not happening. Ask him the question for Christ's sake. Just get it over and done with.
I don't even know where this was going. Was that even a question?
No. The question was, you know what? Forget it. I'm not going to even ask that question.
The thing is, about 10 minutes of context for DMOC questions.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not even going to go there. Cause...
Okay. We can't even get a question, ladies and gentlemen. I mean,
Would you like to try an actual question?
Clock
You know,
doesn't
rock
start.
skipping.
Clock,
when you go to the
clock-
show.
That Gemsy clock still doesn't start. He's going to answer a question. Alpha, ask him.
we could. All right. So the duck, I'm gonna ask you a question. Just as coherently as you can. Just answer the question. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Yes or no?
Based off of the photos, yes.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right,
That,
just hold
see,
on.
Hey, 5 seconds.
Wait, what was his answer?
He spoke for 2 seconds.
Okay, 2 seconds. He didn't fucking last.
Okay, the reiteration counts. So what was his question again?
Yeah, the question was there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
And what was his answer?
Yes, pictures from
Yes.
space.
I thought he made a descriptive statement about the yes. Did he say something before the yes?
Holy shit! What are you, his defense counsel?
Yeah.
He's trying to
He
give him the benefit of the doubt.
He didn't make
He's
it
trying
5
to have him
seconds.
duck the questions.
I was trying to figure out what the mumble was before the yes.
You didn't fucking listen. He didn't last 5 seconds. I'm not giving him the answer. He didn't last 5 seconds. Next.
I'll give him the answer. I'll give him a 3 seconds.
He basically said pictures are science.
Yes.
And the duck, yeah, there's the duck's still here.
Yeah, that's what I miss.
Come on,
Yeah,
Quantum.
but
He-
it's not even that's not even the problem. I mean, even that adds to the problem, but that's not even the major problem.
You want me to give him the answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Doc, are you
what you
listening?
should have said before. Well, it was only 3 seconds. You didn't last 3 to 4 minutes. That's a bridge too far is on steroids. You see, what you should have said was Alpha. That's a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade and sacrificing it on the 2nd grade retard altar.
You got that, Doc?
Was that supposed to be a 4? Are you guys looking for 4-minute answers?
No, we're trying to get at
Oh,
least enough coherent.
Somebody said, Alpha, somebody said, oh my God.
We're just trying to get
Ask him
through
again.
with the response, at least that's coherent to answering the question that we're giving. I mean, it could be that one or maybe another one, but that one was the one we chose for you. And it's,
Doc, what he's telling you,
go ahead.
what he's telling you is that the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. And you, when Alpha asks you what is your scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you said pictures from space, that's a wrong category. So
Yeah, my client didn't understand the question
or the explanations.
Objection.
or the answer.
he
My
speaks
client
English, Your
didn't
Honor.
understand. My client didn't understand the question or his own answer.
Objection, Your Honor. He understood the question. He responded.
I have another question.
You didn't ask the question. You didn't give us the question. We asked you the question, bro. What are you talking about? If you have another one, that question you want to ask, go ahead. Ask a question.
Wait, but you gotta concede to the first topic. Do
I
you
concede.
comprehend that the shape of the
Next.
Earth is not
Well,
scientific? It's not science.
Yeah, I'll concede. What's for the next question? What's the deal with the ice wall? I've heard that a lot.
Wait a second. Before we go on to ice wall, which I don't suggest you take that route, do you understand why he said that that's a malformed question? The reason why what Earth is not a scientific endeavor or question. Do you understand why that is?
As a judge, I would lean to your counsel.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get some honesty about from you.
Badgering the witness.
So do you understand that the duck why he said that? I mean, it was pretty clear.
No, elaborate on it.
Okay, so what Earth is not a scientific question, because what Earth is science doesn't deal with what is questions. Science only deals with cause and effect, how and why something happens, the cause and effect. So geometry, like what Earth is just something we can measure. So that's why it's not a scientific question. So that's why.
Very cool.
Geology of science. Concede to that.
Well, but I mean, he used pictures too, so that falls out of the realm as well.
That's way out.
He's guiding the witness.
He goes down to a first grade level, under first grade level.
Plus, I would stick to Sonny's advice and not go down the route of ice walls. We just dealt with somebody that was talking about that, so it's off topic.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
So
it is. It's off topic. There's nothing about it that would has anything to do with the shape of the Earth conversation.
Well,
you
if he
think it
wants to
does?
know about the ice wall, he can refer to the United States Geological Survey, and they will tell you about it.
Do you think it has something to do with the shape of the Earth?
The ice wall? No. I was just curious about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's information online. You could just look it up.
Yeah. You know, Alpha, I think what Quantum says is correct. 4 minutes is the bar too high. I don't even
You think so?
Platypus.
Nah,
I don't
man.
even think Platypus, a seasoned anti-flat earther, can even last 4 minutes.
No, even
Elbow, your mic all of a sudden sucks.
Yeah, I'm on my Bluetooth.
It sucks, man.
Yeah, you got to return
Yeah,
those bad boys, man.
They're beats, man. You believe the beats? Yes.
Look at it, like $300, man.
I have a pair that's like the best ones I've ever had.
It sounds like you have two string. Yeah, it sounds like you have a string with two cans on it, man. Honestly.
Sonny, I think you need a new mic.
Yeah, this is my home. This is a studio mic, so
Yeah, this is more for like going to the gym and whatnot, not really for speaking.
Yeah, leave them in there in the trash can.
Oh shit! Doesn't mince words that much.
And then I also have another question later.
Now.
Later.
Well, you guys are on topic with something else.
man. Please
Go ahead. Ask your question. Directed to Dandelion.
So is this whole today's topic just shape of the Earth?
Is that the question for me?
Yeah,
Is
no, it's
today's
just
topic the Earth?
no, just the shape of the Earth. Because my other question was about if you were to walk in a direction and eventually, come back to the same location you started off at. How would you guys describe that on? I'm not going to say on your model, but how would you guys?
You can circumnavigate. You could circumnavigate many different geometric shapes. You don't have to have a sphere for circumnavigation. You can.
Yeah,
I mean, do not walk around your room. Do not walk around your room and get back to the same place.
That's not what
I'm
he
sorry,
asked.
QE. Well, they told me I was supposed to answer. I wasn't even paying attention, so you take it.
Yeah, that's not what he asked. He said directions. You can't have. If we're talking about directions, north, south, east, and west, is that directions you're asking about?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't have north, south, east, and west on a globe card.
But even the question is malformed.
Well,
because
let's just say
you no matter how far you walk, you would never get past unless you're gonna walk on water, dude.
You can't have directions on a globe card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't because magnetic north. If you pull out your compass, you have to keep it level. Let's say you're at the equator. Then that compass would bury itself in the bevel ring. It would never work.
So it would just spin around.
It wouldn't spin around. It would stay stuck in the bevel ring.
Okay.
Wouldn't do anything. You can't have directions north, south, east, or west on the globe card. No way. No chance. Yeah. Did the penny finally drop?
Not yet. He needs 4 minutes.
Not yet. It seems like a lot of people in here went quiet.
Let me mute myself real quick.
That's fine. That's not what I'm. What's outstanding in this situation? No one said a word because they started thinking.
Well, yeah, the compass doesn't make sense on the nonsensical globe. I got it.
I'm not sure how I read Jesus. You can walk on water. Because if you walk one direction, you'll come back in the same direction.
No, no, don't worry, Elbow. Take those fucking earphones, Bluetooth, throw them in the trash. You're still trying to divert away from the fucking point. There are no directions on a globetard. Not north, south, east, and west, for that matter.
It'll be all centered to the earth, right?
I can't understand you. It's taking calories to fucking hear you, and it doesn't work.
North, south, east, and west are horizontal directions. And there's no horizontals on a globe.
Correct.
It's pretty simple, Elbow. Come on, bro.
Yeah, and how you hold a compass in order for you to get that.
Yeah, you hold it horizontally.
Yes.
Has to be.
Yep, has to be.
Try tilting that mug one way or the other. See what
You
happens.
ain't tilting that fucking mug. It'll get stuck. If you ever held a compass, actual compass.
Like, who came up with that idea, though? Like, could you imagine? Yeah, what is it thinner up there? So the magnetic field could just travel through the top part?
Do you guys have like a video of this or video source?
Video of what? Holding a compass?
A compass?
Well, no, of what you guys are describing. Because I'm gonna need something like more a more.
You're gonna
elaborate
need something more than holding a compass. Well,
no,
we don't have that here.
A far more elaborate explanation.
You can hold two compasses.
Yeah.
You can hold two, more than one.
You can have your friend hold a compass while you watch it. Like,
So you guys are just talking about holding a compass.
horizontal,
level.
yes, horizontal.
Okay.
And then when you think about it, man, when you tilt that thing downward, do you think it's gonna still read north?
No. Okay. Let me mute myself real quick. I'll be right back.
Did he say no to me or?
I don't think that
No. I was just I just figured out what you guys were.
Can he make it 4 minutes?
Oh my god!
No,
He's
man,
almost
he
there.
was dead a long time ago.
Yeah, he's making it. Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. He died back with the scientific evidence question. This is
Your
just,
Honor.
This is.
He died with this one. If we started out with this one, he died
Is
within
that
10 seconds.
Special pleading or something?
Yeah, the clock
The
only
time
happens
clock-
once. It's a one-time
the clock-
deal. Like,
It's not
The
how
time
long
clock-
he stays in here.
But I think he. I guess it's his age. Maybe he didn't know what a compass was.
Huh?
He didn't know
No,
what a compass was.
No, I do know what a compass is. I just didn't know what you guys were explaining to me. So I had when you guys told me again, I finally got it, and then I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, good.
But doesn't it make sense though?
No, every time I mute myself, I'm actually just I'm
Yeah,
just
but
thinking
I know,
really
I know.
hard.
That's
I'm
fine.
like-
But what we were talking about with the compass, doesn't it make sense?
No,
Hello?
dog. I'm literally laughing my ass off. It does not make any sense.
So holding
The
it horizontal doesn't make any sense.
No. When you said hold it horizontal, then
Yes.
tilt it, and then is it? I was dying, dog.
Listen, because when they mention, right, if you're at the equator and you holding the compass and it's pointing north, that direction is horizontal to you, right? So in a globetard, the north is not horizontal,
It'd be
but in
pointing
reality,
down.
it is.
That needle would point down and get caught in the bevel ring.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's not the way it works.
Yeah, that's
That
the part
is the way it fucking
that's,
works.
That's the funny part, though. That's why I'm.
No, it's
That's
not.
the real hilarious. We got Rob Noxious, dumb fuck, who's never held a compass in his life.
I got one in my hand right now.
Yeah. I know what you got in your hand right now, and let me tell you something.
It's pointing
left
towards
wanting.
you. Pointing towards you.
Left wanting. Yeah, you can't have north, south, east, and west on a globetard. It's impossible.
I know, man. Never. Can't happen. We only use
Can't happen. You got that right. I'm not talking to you, Rob. Dumb fuck. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other duck, dumb fuck. You can laugh your ass off all you want. Ignorance is bliss. And you've reached the fucking upper echelon of ignorance.
Ironic. But I have another question.
It is sure ironic.
Let's see. There was another.
Do you know
thing.
what a horizontal is?
Yes, there was another question.
Yes, he does. But there's another question.
There was another question.
Yeah, I've got a question for you before you move to the other question.
Sure, go ahead.
That north, south, east, and west directions, are those parallel?
Oh, shit.
North, south, east, and west? Are they parallel? No.
Oh, shit.
No, they're perpendicular. You were on your ships come in, but your piers collapse, Jemsy.
Yeah, they collapse. I'm saying that if you're going, they're horizontal from
They
each
are
other.
horizontal. Just stop and prosecution rests with that.
Yeah, rest with that.
Okay.
Okay, go on with your question.
So I've heard another topic in here. I don't know who said it, but someone said that volcanic eruptions.
Jetty.
Jetty? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always talking about volcanoes, me. Yep.
Okay. Never mind then.
I
No,
just
go ahead.
picked a random person. Jetty didn't say shit.
Oh.
We want to hear it. Go ahead, the duck. Just continue.
So I wanted to know about what's your guys' viewpoints on meteors, meteorites. What are they?
Well, there is a difference between the actual phenomena that we observe called sporadic meteors that are sourced from specific locations in the sky called radians. And then there is the cartoon version or the globe version that is just cartoons. And then you think those are meteorites, the cartoon thing. But in reality, sporadic meteors are unobserved phenomena that we can observe, record, but the cause of that is there's no scientific method that you can apply to determine what is the cause of that phenomena. It's just an observation. And it happens in a timely manner. You know, like the sun, the moon, they move in cycles. Also, the sporadic meteors, even though they're called sporadic, it happens also like clockwork. Like the other luminaries.
The Perseids meteor showers, the Dracheodiids, or however it's pronounced, meteor showers, these come round at certain times of year like clockwork. Yep.
I have another answer.
Okay.
I never made any claims about meteors. So why would I need to I don't think anyone else did in here either, by the way. I don't know why I would need to explain something I didn't make any claims for. Why would I need to do that? In my neighborhood, if you walked up to a complete stranger and asked them to explain something they haven't made claims for, I'd suggest like a defensive lineman's helmet, because you're going to get fucking pummeled. Just a pro tip. So that's a dumb fuck question. I don't have any explanation for it. I didn't make any claims for him.
Normally they wouldn't even talk.
Sounds like you're asking for an answer to your own claim.
You get that, flat earthers in here? I must have been speaking about this since 2017. Made about 8 presentations on this exact topic about having them ask questions to explain things you haven't made claims for. And it seems like it hasn't fucking resonated just yet. How many more years is it going to take?
Of course it's resonated, but that doesn't sound like a very friendly neighborhood.
I live in a pretty friendly neighborhood, but they're gonna jack your ass yard. You pull some stupid shit like that.
But Quantum, the observed phenomena that people label sporadic meteors, that's what it is. It's an observed phenomena, and that's not a claim or anything.
I never made any claims for it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He asked about meteors, and I said that's an observed phenomena. That's it.
Well, I never observed it.
Oh, the shooting stars, people call
Why should I explain something? Number one, I never observed and never made any. Have you ever heard me make any claims about meteors ever?
No.
No.
Not
You
yet.
get the point. You're not getting the point yet.
What's going on, chat? Are we live?
No.
We're talking about QE's future stargazing expeditions.
Yeah.
Speaking of stargazing, it's like a full moon out there, isn't it?
Oh my God! You
Is it? Holy
304.
shit.
I'm out here hollering at this thing.
Holy crap. Oh my God.
I only got a couple minutes. I just wanted to pop in and say hello.
Well, thanks
the
for
moon's-
interrupting everything.
What are you guys talking about? It was quiet.
We're talking about people asking us to explain things that we have never made claims for.
Oh, I know you hate that, QE.
I fucking hate it with a fucking passion. It's so do 7 offsuit, but flat earthers, they're like, well, wait a second. I'm Witsit. I need to come up with an explanation. I'll just start fucking explaining it.
Too
Pulling
good.
it out your ass. Yeah, it fucking drives me insane.
Offline for maintenance. Then I'm out of here, Mike. I just got a couple minutes. I got like 5 minutes. I gotta bounce. You guys doing all right? Is there any Glopers in here? Salt Lake Stacy's here. Girl, what are you doing out of the kitchen?
Hello, guys. I have just uploaded a YouTube video of my February observations.
Oh yeah? Nice. We observing sandwiches in the kitchen or what's going on?
Yeah, just been making some salmon and cream cheese sandwiches.
Nice. Okay. All right. Hold the cream cheese for me, but
I know how to do it gourmet.
Nice.
W woman.
For my fucking cat.
Is it like a lettuce wrap?
Yeah, no, cat food sandwiches just not happening.
Oh, you're a good sport. Let's get some W's in the chat for Stacy.
That's why I said it. Because some people are a little sensitive. I have a good feeling for that, but sometimes I just fucking will be overt about it and just deal with it.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I have
God
to correct you. I'm not a good sport because women don't do sport.
Oh, you know what? I like her even more, chat. Let's get some more W's in the chat for Stacy, guys. Let's get the W's going.
That was a nothing burger.
No, that was great. She did her own self-misogyny. That was awesome.
It's not a piece of wood, dude.
I would talk about a piece of wood, but this is a family show.
That's a bridge too far for you.
Okay, I've just shared a link. Share the link in the chat if anyone's interested.
Nice.
Well, thank you.
But basically what the observations show is that I've walked 3 kilometers, which I think is 1.86 miles, and I'm 1.66 centimeters tall, and I disappear, but with a camera height of like even as low as 0.5 meters, then at 3 kilometers, you should only have 1 centimeter of me obscured due to curvature drop. So I'm disappearing, and it's not because of curvature drop. So that's all the observation is doing.
Because of what?
Curvature drop. the supposed theory.
Theory. Uh-oh. We got problems.
Uh-oh.
I feel angular perspective lesson coming on.
No, I'm not going to do it. She's a friendly. She needs to be corrected by the group.
Hey, I'm just challenging curvature.
Curvature? What's curvature?
It's a theory based on the idea that the radius is.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay,
it
yes,
wouldn't be a
I'm jumping
theory,
ahead of myself.
It will be a baseless assertion.
Yes, curvature is not what I was about to say. Curvature is just when something curves.
It's good to meet you. Good to meet you, Stacey.
Look at that.
I'm
Mary
definitely
Mom
gonna.
comes and tries to save her. And
Well,
shit.
I'm not trying to save her. I mean, she came in here on good faith, trying to show us the video. I'm going to definitely watch it. I mean,
No, I'm not saying the video's bad. I'm just saying you're trying to save her and shit. But that's okay. I mean,
You know her.
She's cool and shit. I know her. She's cool and shit. She hasn't been around for a while. I would probably suggest to get up the speed or get up the speed with the flat earth debate. That's not a debate, by the way.
Hey, it's a cool video.
You know
Like,
this girl. You've
subscribe.
met her before, haven't you?
I don't know. Do I?
No, she's been around. Stacey's not new.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm not questioning that. It's just...
She's
I haven't been here in ages.
I know.
Yeah. We've been tracking.
That's all right. That's all right. Within the next, I would say, the Globers have about 4, maybe max 5 months before Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker put them right up against the wall. And they ain't going to have any way out. Because
you in my sights.
Exactly. Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker armed with the book. That's right. The book is coming. I know we keep saying it. It sounds like, crying wolf, but it's coming. And when it gets there, it's fucking over.
Better look out.
I'm telling you. That's right, baby. Welcome to Flat Earth. The ultimate Flat Earth reference is coming. And it's all over.
Do we have a timeline on that or just
I said 4, maybe 5 months.
Damn, that's a long time.
Ain't a long time. That should have go by like friggin' light speed.
All right, sweet.
Can't bet in here, Rob Noxious, you doofus. Against TOS.
And I have some good news. I've moved closer to the beach, so now I'll be able to do all the boat observations I could dream about.
Uh-oh.
Nice. The beach is where it's at.
When you're doing, sorry, CB, when you're doing your observations, are you going to be using any mathematics to denote what should disappear when, like an Earth curve model or something like that?
Who is the question for?
You.
Oh, me. Yes. It's based on it's taking the globe curvature claim, and it's just saying, well, if the globe asserts that it should happen at this point, then let's see, does it happen at this point? And then that's the basis of it.
Gotcha.
And
so
all right, Chad, I got to roll up out of here. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
See you.
So that's. Oh.
Now, I was just, I don't want to override you. I just want to add something very simple. And guess what their rebuttal is going to be to you?
Refraction.
You got that shit right. And what would your rebuttal be, by the way, to their rebuttal?
I'd say that they can just refraction just gives it the excuse for anything. You can see anything and just blame it on refraction. So,
nah.
Not what you do. Save yourself.
Nah, we're gonna
save your money up.
We're gonna need more cowbell.
Save your money up, Stacey.
You got Banhammer. He's coming to your defense, and I can understand that.
No, just wait. Save your money up and buy yourself an infrared camera. And then when you do the exact same thing that what you just posted up, put them side by side, and then when one of these doormats comes in and goes, "Baka!" refraction, you can go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to post up the infrared one." There's your refraction, gone.
But my video does have infrared and visible light and full spectrum.
You gave her an out. Now I'm on the Banhammer. Really? What's refraction?
Do I have to read that shit out halfway through a game?
Wait, how can you say refraction was gone if it wasn't even there?
Yeah.
It's their claim. It's you removing their claim.
Not their claim, what in actuality it is.
That's
what is it, an inferior mirage, superior mirage?
No,
what's the effect that's there?
That's not... What? Define refraction.
Oh, he's going to go off when you say it's a bending of a wave of fucking particle shit. Wait for it.
Nah, don't anticipate what I'm going to do.
I know what you're going to say because you've said it every fucking time someone reads it out.
Does refraction exist in the Atmo?
No.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request. You know the last one.
Smoke them if you got them.
That's my point. Why would you need infrared? Right? You're cowering.
But the problem is, QE, we understand your point, but globetards don't.
That doesn't matter. It does
matter because you're not in here all the time.
It's not
to make your point.
It's not that I'm not in here all the time. It's regardless of whether I'm here or not. It's what refraction is and ain't. You've been
all right, I'll give you the example. No, I'll give you the example I was given this morning. Someone with a laser pointer, they point the laser pointer off into the distance. Then someone will get a cigarette lighter and wave that cigarette lighter underneath the laser pointer. And it bends the light. What is that classed as?
Really? Not fucking refraction.
Excellent. What is it classed as?
I don't know, but it's not. I know what it's not classed as. Refraction. How you like that?
Because that's the type of stuff that they'll come in here and just go, yes, it's refraction, because refraction's defined as the difference in density of two isotropic mediums side by side.
Wrong. That's not refraction.
That's how they reword it.
Well,
see, this is the stuff that you don't hear all the time. This is the shit that we get on a daily basis.
Really? You don't think that?
Refraction happens at the barrier.
You don't think that I've heard that in 9 years? Really? What does it matter what they say? So if I say invisible three-toed domes, that's because the Globetard said that invisible three-toed domes exist and they can invoke it. No. They can't invoke it.
Well, they invoke all sorts of shit. You've been around long enough to know that. I have too.
Yeah, you're missing my point.
I get your point. I think you're missing mine, mate. The issue is your arguments through FED have been built over a long period of time for very specific purposes, razor-sharp purposes. Now, a lot of the newer persons, myself included, it's all well and good for us just to go, here's the end, razor cut, shawing, fuck off, game over. But a lot of the guys don't know the build-up and the lead-up to it. Like, I know a fair bit of it, and I also know that refraction is a very defined thing. These guys that come in here don't know that. That's the problem. We're trying to knock them out with these knockout blows, but these dumbasses coming into the place don't get it. They're the ones that don't know it, and quite honest with you, I don't want to spend here for the next 4.5 hours per slave trying to get that information across. So how do we, as a collective, get that information that takes some people a very long time? How do we get that through their heads in a very short time without just telling them to shut the fuck up and listen and then watch them run away anyways?
Not my problem. They have to define it. And once they do, it's over. And
Well, it mightn't be your problem if you're not here. It's my problem because I am
didn't
here.
do it through FED, by the way. I had this argument from the beginning.
Well, it was before my time anyways. So
5 years before FED, by the way.
They will have to define it and then stick to the definition and not just change it.
Define it and then demonstrate it, which they can never do. So you go off, you're chasing the chair and chasing the tail of morons that make shit up.
I don't chase it. I just drop infrared straight on them. Here's infrared. Refraction gone. Game over. Let them have it, then just take it straight off them. Just burn it.
Infrared, game over. Really? So, does refraction, let me ask you again, does
It reduces
refraction
it.
happen in the Atmo?
Like I said, and this is the bit you're missing. They don't know that. I can tell them it doesn't happen.
Matter. It doesn't
Yep,
matter.
I can say it doesn't exist, and they'll just go, "Nuh-uh, the light still bends." That's it. Nuh-uh, the light still bends, and that's it.
Okay.
QE, round and round in circles. This is your typical blood side.
Or
Yes.
I can make up invisible three-tone gnomes, right? As a
Yep,
baller.
around in circles it goes.
Not
Light still
circles.
bends.
You fucking kill them. It's not.
That's why you need something practical that you can show. Words doesn't mean stuff to some of these guys. You need something practical. You can go get an infrared camera and fuck it off altogether. Done.
Why infrared?
Because it reduces it. And allows you to see further. And the reason for it is I can point them to a site like Jates Holland Media, and they can see exactly what happens at long range.
It reduces what?
You want me to say it again, don't you?
It reduces what? Refraction?
Changes the light spectrum.
It changes the light spectrum?
Yep. Or uses a very particular part of it.
What changes? What light changes?
It uses a very particular part of the light spectrum.
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah, really.
Is that fucking refraction?
Did I say that?
That's what we're talking about.
And now you can see the circular shit that we go through. Now you're starting to understand it. We don't need just a sledgehammer approach where it's this ends it. We need to explain it to these guys, QE. That's what I'm trying to get the point across.
I do explain it.
Then why is it every single day we get at least 5 refractions?
Because they're
from the same guys.
Morons. So they're
not getting it then.
Again. So I'm gonna come in as a baller and say invisible three-toed gnomes and not define the motherfucker. And then you have to explain their fucking claim. Really? That's a unique take on things.
He's missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. I'm all over the fucking point. I was all over it in 2016. You're just not fucking getting it. Not you. The royal you. And you. Who gives a shit what they say? Define it, then demonstrate it. If they can't, then you don't need to make up other shit to explain their imaginations. Do you fucking get it? Yeah, that hit home. Hopefully.
As I stated before, it's not me, QE. It's these other numpties that you have explained stuff to before.
Yeah? Well, their ignorance doesn't grant them. I don't have to grant them. Then, okay, well, let's take into refraction. Like, fuck. I just heard another fuckwit flat earther today do that shit. What did he say? How was it? How did he phrase it? I'm going to grant you refraction. Holy fucking shit, dude. Who the fuck was that? Who did I hear say that? I could see his face. He's got black hair. He's fat as fuck. He's got a goatee. Who the fuck is that? He's one of Witsit's fucking boys. What the hell is his name? I'm terrible with names. Alan! That dumb fuck. Him and that other fat fuck. You know who his partner? What the? I can see him. It was on New Perspective today. Before I entered here, I pulled that up. He had it like at 78 speed. It was fucking him. Yes. Was it Shane? I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know St. Pierre. Like I said, I'm terrible. Go to New Perspectives video. They had a video of Alan and some other fat fuck against McBooger Eater and Globy McGlobeface. And they were on the Idiot Debate channel. A New Perspective speeded it up. Yeah, go and listen to that. Fucking clowns. Let me go find it. I'll just go to history because I just had that shit up. I deleted it. There we go. Get that history up. Should be right at the top. Nope. Tornadoes, fantasy football. There. Yeah. Shane. Whoever the fuck he is. I never talked to these guys before. I've heard them. Copy link address. Here you go. Shout out to Indio for giving me New Perspective website. There you go. I paraphrased it. He said something to the effect that, let me grant you refraction. It was something on that. I immediately deleted it. Not because of that, because they spoke some other two-faced horse shit. Pretender clown flat earthers. You don't have to go listen to it now. At your own pace and time. They're part of the land of misfit toys. That's where this comes from.
Right all of a sudden. What is there? Hey, are you still there?
I think you're hot miking, Raiden.
Am I?
Well, I don't know. Are you meaning to be talking?
Yeah, I didn't know if do I have background noise or.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask QE something. I guess it's for the group, actually. It doesn't matter. I guess I can ask you.
I stand corrected. He said, let's give refraction the benefit of the doubt. That's in quotation marks. That's his exact fucking words. Start at 30 minutes, 33 seconds. Let's give
Dandelion, is that what you go by,
refraction. Shut up. Let's give refraction the benefit of the doubt. Yeah? Banhammer.
Yes. Where are you?
Yeah, right here. That's what he said. He just got. Did you see where I posted 31 minutes after the hour? It's timestamped, but go back to 30 minutes, 33 seconds and let it roll for about a minute.
Click on that.
QE, are you still there?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you something real quick. This is just like a fundamental question.
Well, you had that stupid ass question before.
Yeah. If you were
can ask
wrong
me
about
another
something,
dumbass question.
if you were wrong about something, how would you know it?
If I was wrong about something, how would I know it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How would
that
you,
is
how would you
wrong.
figure it out?
How would I figure it out? Everything goes through my crucible. Every fucking thing. That's how I know it would be wrong, or I wouldn't state it. Good answer?
Also, you would determine yourself whether or not
I
it was
would
wrong, or
determine it,
you
yes.
use something outside of you.
That's right. You bet
It's
your ass
arbitrary.
that's right. Your crucible isn't anywhere in the vicinity of mine.
Okay, so you would tell
Shut the
yourself
fuck
whether
up.
or not it was
Shut up.
wrong or.
Shut up. It's nothing, burger.
Are you drunk?
Let's give refraction the benefit of the doubt.
It's like QE might be drunk, but
I'm not drunk. Even if I was
like
drunk, I'd tear your ass up in less than fucking 10 seconds. I could be in a coma and render your ass null.
At which do you most can't the least?
At which do I most can't? Good English.
At which do you most can't the least?
That's fucking stupid.
I bet you couldn't
Shut
make a
the fuck up.
You could make a full
Where
sentence
I'm
without
waiting
using
for.
profanity.
Shut the
could
fuck
you?
up. I'm waiting for Banhammer
you do
to come
that?
off of it. Stop asking me dumbass retard questions. Prove your globe for once. That's a novel idea. Cat got your tongue? You and your white knight? The dumb fuck that piped up? Prove the globe tard. That's what I thought.
Sensible question, right?
No, but what do you think?
It's a deep question, isn't it?
No globe. How could I prove a globe to you?
That's on you.
No, you asked a dumb question, right?
I asked a dumb question that's your fucking main belief. So you got nothing. Do 7 offsuit. Shut the fuck up. If you ask me that question, on the other hand, I could sit here for the next 2 hours going proof by proof of a flat Earth without fucking even thinking about it.
Why only 2?
I have a challenge
2
for
hours.
you, QE.
Well, I could talk pretty fast.
I have a challenge for you, QE.
Shut the fuck up.
Can you say 5 words
Shut
without
up.
using profanity or no?
Shut up, Nancy.
9.
You're fucking Nancy. You're a dumbass. It was already demonstrated. Shut your fucking mouth. There you go. Thanks, Platter. There you go. Sextant, Black Swan, Flight, Bolivian Salt Flats, ESSM Block 1, Coriolis Effect.
Big words. Continue.
No vacuum of space. That's just off the cuff. That's on the website. I'm quite eclectic.
There's no vacuum in space.
No. You know why?
No.
Because you're still breathing.
Because space is a vacuum.
What?
What?
Can you explain that?
No,
What is-
hold up,
what
hold
does
up,
me
booger
breathing have to do
smoker,
with that?
booger eater, hold up.
No,
White
but
Knight.
I hear nice ice in the background.
Hold up, White Knight, booger smoker. Yeah, a question was asked to you there, Dryer.
Wait, what question? I never heard that. But
We
I
said
will listen.
together. We said, what?
Chicken butt?
There, somebody said there's no vacuum of space.
But space is a vacuum.
That's correct.
And
According
are we
to
done
the
here?
Globetard.
I think we're done here.
According to the Globetard paradigm, space is an extremely high vacuum. Yes.
It sucks all the life out of everything, right?
I don't know about it sucking. That's another topic.
Sound like you are, though.
Vacuums don't suck.
That's false.
She's thinking about the one she uses to clean her house, man.
Oh.
Well, no, space is not a vacuum, but vacuum is also not a space. But they both
Space
suck.
is not a vacuum.
No,
According to who?
But equally
we know,
suck,
yeah,
though.
we know.
No, sorry, QE. Vacuums don't
Wait,
suck.
I'm gonna drink. I'll be right
Gas.
back.
Hold on. Gas expands.
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
I know. The gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T, that's temperature, will expand into the vacuum. The vacuum isn't sucking the gas in. The gas, if uncontained, will expand into the vacuum. Just understand that's the law of nature.
She said she'd be back.
Wait, are you nice ice?
Huh?
He can shake his cup again.
What?
Sorry, I'm being fucking weird, but said a lot of nice things, but he shook his cup and it sounded like he had a lot of ice.
He shook. Did Jetty shake his cup?
I heard no cup shaking.
This is deep. Can you answer Jetty in his brief description? Hold on, Bugger Smoker. We're going to get back to you. You're back feeding. We'll get back to you in a second. Just be patient. We're on Dryer. So Jetty told you that vacuums don't suck.
He told me a lot of like scientistical
Holy
shit.
shit.
I don't understand.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
Okay, I will back the fuck off. Sorry.
Well, thank you for that. Just let me finish. It'll be short. That Jetty said that vacuums don't suck. They provide the available volume for gas to expand into it, and you didn't respond to that.
I didn't. I was getting a drink. I apologize. And
Oh, that's fine.
I don't understand mathematics, I think.
That's not math.
Volume and mass and all those things. I don't understand
not
that.
math.
Science.
That's not math.
You made the claim
Mass.
that a vacuum. Hold on.
Definitely not
said
fucking
that the-
math either. Sorry about that,
I'm saying I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jetty,
It's
sorry.
okay. I'll try again. You said the vacuum sucks. The vacuum is absence of matter. No
Can you
thing.
dumb it down though for me? Dumb it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just
The
did.
gas expands. It's like fucking hell.
Lower. I need like low key kindergarten.
Yeah, the gas expands into the space. The space doesn't pull it in.
Wait, what's the spice though?
The vacuum, the absence of stuff. The absence of stuff, no thing, doesn't pull on stuff.
So air?
Yeah, no, the air is the thing that has the kinetic energy and that moves into the space. The vacuum isn't pulling the gas in,
I'm
the
not following,
gas
I'm
has the
sorry.
energy and moves into the
I'm
space.
just gonna take an L at this point. I'm backing off.
All right.
What's your
Yes.
favourite colour?
Yeah, I had more faith in Dryer. I feel like you could understand it. Were you really concentrating as best as you could, Dryer?
I was trying, but not today. Maybe tomorrow.
All right, good. Booger
Just
Smoker,
just
you're up,
stick
man.
to making sandwiches.
Thanks, Jimsy. Booger Smoker, sorry for all the interruptions.
Very worthy. Thank you for that.
Booger Smoker, have you met Jetty?
No.
All right.
What?
Go ahead.
What does he want?
I told you I'd get back to you, Booger Smoker.
Oh, I don't remember what I was commenting on.
All right.
I think somebody said something about the vacuum of space. I made some kind of comment on that, but it's not that big a deal.
I can't remember.
I'll ask you. Do vacuums suck?
Do vacuums suck? No. High pressure systems move into low pressure systems, so it's the high pressure that's pushing it into the vacuum or whatever.
There we go.
What are you eating, Captain Crunch?
French fries.
Did you say Spanish rice?
No, French fries.
French rice? Did you cook that shit?
Yeah, earlier.
Rice should not be crunchy.
They're frozen French fries.
But it's fries.
No, they're not frozen.
They're fries.
Holy
Nice.
shit, dude.
You can mute your mic while you eat.
While you're chomping on that French rice, think up the question that you were going to ask.
No, I don't remember. Somebody said something. I don't even know who said it. This was a while ago. I think somebody said something that space isn't a vacuum or something, and I was like, what? I didn't understand that.
Oh, space is a vacuum. You got to establish what paradigm you're talking. If you're talking about the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, then they claim that they're in outer space, it's a vacuum from high to extremely high, depending on the elevation.
What's the alternative paradigm?
There is no fucking vacuum.
Oh, okay.
The alternative paradigm, the second law of thermodynamics. I guess.
That's the alternative
Gas expands
paradigm.
into space. Gas expands into space unless contained.
Sorry,
So what
Jetty. I
happens if you
stepped all-
fucking fart?
Sorry, dryer, you were done. Sorry, Jetty, I stepped
Okay.
all over you. Could you say that again, please? Sorry.
No. Arsehole.
So wait, in the alternative paradigm, is there no gravity?
Gravity?
What's that?
remember
Jetty,
when-
you got this?
Yeah. Do you remember when we asked you earlier if vacuums suck, and you said no, the gas expands into the vacuum? Was there any
high
gravity
pressure
there?
moves into low pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. Was there any gravity there in the explanation of the second law of thermodynamics?
There's gravity on Earth,
Not in the
right?
explanation, no.
No, because it's not relevant, right? Gas expands into a vacuum. That's what happens always on Earth. I presume the gravity is where the Earth is, right? Well, it doesn't seem to be affecting this law of nature that happens always.
I thought it did affect it, though, doesn't it?
Only when you believe that up there is a space vacuum and the gas isn't expanding into it.
But what about so then is that implying that the Earth is like in a container or something?
Yeah, we have gas pressure. The definition and antecedent to gas pressure is a physical boundary for the gas to press against. If there's no container, there's nothing to press against. And the gas is available to expand into the next available system. Gas expansion, right? You can't stop it with a container.
But why is it that we see, like, for example, like if you go up in altitude, you see immense drops in air pressure?
Again, I'd just ask you what the cause of pressure is.
Pressure is a high pressure system moving into a low pressure system.
Yeah, that's dependent on the energy and density of the system.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
In a container.
Yeah, same thing. You can only demonstrate a gradiated system within a pressure container. If you don't have the volume, the gas is free to expand, you will not reach any type of gradation. Won't achieve pressure in the first instance if you don't have a container.
So you're saying that gas can exist at high pressure next to almost zero?
Pressure is going to exist next to pressure. You can demonstrate this with inside a container. For example, if you get a long tube and you were to heat one end of it, because we understand how temperature affects the movement of gases, you will have higher pressure at that end of the container just because there's more temperature there. At the other end, where it's cooler, it will be denser, less pressure.
Right, but it wouldn't be uniform like what we observe in the atmosphere. It would be different areas. Random areas would have, you wouldn't be able to go up.
That's what we have.
No, if you go up, I mean, pretty much around the world, wherever you go, atmospheric pressure is pretty consistent. You might see some slight variability, but like overall, it's.
Why do you have gas pressure gradients without gas pressure initially?
How do you have gas pressure gradient without having gas pressure initially?
No. See, what you're on is a red herring fallacy.
I'm asking you what your question was. I didn't understand it.
Shut up. So I'm going to explain it to you. So what we're asking is, how can you have gas pressure X without a container? You keep appealing to delta X. The change in gas pressure, that's an incoherent red herring fallacy. How do you have gas pressure X without a container?
Well, in the modern model, they say it's because of gravity.
You don't have a model, and gravity doesn't exist. And even if it did,
okay. Well, then I guess my question to you would be: how do you have a high pressure system next to an almost zero level?
Even if it did exist, gravity, it would have no effect on the entropy of gases one iota.
Okay, how do you have a high pressure system next to almost
welcome to Flat Earth
zero
Maxer in
level
the back,
pressure system?
You still continue to go down this. I told you it was an idiot red herring fallacy. We're talking about X. Shut the fuck up.
So I'm asking
Shut up. You fucking
how do you
clown.
have how do you have high pressure next to low pressure?
You're just repeating what I debunked 3 fucking times.
But you haven't answered it.
Shut the fuck. Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead and answer it again then.
Yes, I have. Yes. You're appealing to gas pressure gradients. That's delta X. The change in gas pressure, that has nothing to do with our fucking claim of gas pressure X without a container. You have to have gas pressure first to have gas pressure gradients delta X, which you're appealing to. Do you get
Okay,
it?
so how does the gas pressure that you observe exist?
It's not okay. It's not okay. Nope, that's the wrong fucking response. It's not
So
okay.
do you have an
so how
answer
do you
for
have
any of these
gas
questions,
pressure
or
without a
not?
fucking container? Shut the fuck up.
I guess
Shut
not.
up. I'm done talking.
You don't have any answers to any of
You're
this
a
stuff.
fucking moron. I already answered you 4 fucking times.
Not really. You didn't
Shut the
answer. You
fuck
just
up.
keep
Yes,
obfuscating
really.
and
Yeah, I was. I answered.
spurging out.
Shut the fuck up. Spurgin? No, you're just a denier of the second law of thermodynamics. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you have emotional
stop
problems.
eating those fucking French rice shit.
French rice?
It's
What the hell are
fucking
you talking about?
impacting your cerebellum. Shut up.
French fries, buddy.
Shut the
French
fuck
rice.
up.
What
Shut
the hell?
up. Shut
You're
the
weird,
fuck
man.
up. Shut the fuck up. You're a second
You
law
have
of
emotional
thermodynamics
problems?
violating
Is that
moron.
why you're so upset?
Just overtalk me. That's the way to do.
Is that
of
why
course,
you're
it's
so
not going to
upset?
work because I have compression, and that will just drown your dumb ass out. You fucking retard. What is the second law of thermodynamics? I want an equation and a brief description within 10 seconds.
Do you have history?
I want a description and the equation within 10 seconds. 10.
Are you
9.
Do you have any
8. 7.
Everything okay at home?
5. 4. 3. 2. 1. You're a booger eater. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads.
Must be the seed oils in the fries. Come on, man.
Oh shit, he's back. I can hear him.
Is that what the sound is? Frozen boogers? He's eating boogers.
Now I'm starting to wonder what those fries were baked in.
Well, it sounds like he's climbing inside the bag to get every last spot of grease.
Or a spot of something. For all we know.
Oh, that's a good one, guys.
This
Super
last
funny.
warning, if you
Very funny stuff.
If you eat again while your mic is unmuted, you're banned.
All right.
Beat me to the punch.
Well, your mic's better now, Elbow.
Haven't changed it.
That's better than it was. Anyways, yeah, he's a little punk. Must be the full moon.
What's going on?
Raiden's spurging out in the chat. All kinds of this semi-unhinged idiot is being a semi-hinged idiot in the chat. Hung like Tic Tacs is off the chain. Yeah, what's going on? Whoever said what's going on. Welcome to the chat.
What's up? What's up, bitch?
Wasabi. It's a sauce. Wasabi with
Yeah, don't they change that. It's not what's up. Don't do that, man.
Who said that? Who is lighting up in the first place? Who's the new person?
It's Apocryphon.
What happened?
I thought I couldn't tell who it was.
What's going on is good. That's good. Not much.
Hey, bro. Happy Mother's Day. Is there any mothers in here?
Actor Glover.
Well,
yes, your sister.
Yeah, your sister.
I'm
What's going on, you fucking bros? Is that
You know
Quantum
who
over there? Quantum's above me. I see you, Quantum. What's up?
What's up? Your sister's ankles.
Hey, you know what? I have 3 scissors. Which one? I'm just kidding.
All 3.
Damn.
You know who else is a mother?
Untouched Quantum.
Your mom.
We smacking Globers or what? Where's the Globers at? The Globbies. These dumb fucks that can't understand the way the Earth works. You know what I mean? All these dumbasses. Did you all see that debate with Alan and Shane versus McToon dumbass and McGloby face? Y'all see that debate?
That's funny. You should mention that. I brought that up to Banhammer.
Huh?
Yeah. But I didn't see it. I listened to it. It was like at 78 speed on New Perspectives channel, and I just caught enough of it to show that they're abject crayon munching retards. I'm talking about the flat earthers here, by the way.
Did you see the whole
No.
what do they call that? They call it fuck, what was it? I'm kind of drunk right now. It was called a celestial. No,
celestial.
No. Well, he had a whole presentation about how we can take a sextant. That's what that's what it was. A celestial sextant. Do you see that? The way
No, but I've seen their. In fact, I did a video on it about their little doctor that they have running around with their celestial, not celestial.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's actually really interesting because they like kind of legit proved how if you were to take they did this little like formula like using trigonometry, and they proved that the way we see things in the distance with the star behind like a mountain point or something like that.
Why would they need to go that far? Just doesn't trigonometry deal the death blow? Listen up, Banhammer.
Yeah, you're right.
I know I'm right.
Yeah. But it was really funny to see McToon and fucking McGlobe fuckface. You know, they're all squirming because that I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like Shane and Alan made a
Shane and
fucking really
Alan?
good point.
No, they're dumb fucks. Shane and Alan are fucking
trigonometry,
morons, dude.
in trigonometry, if
Yeah,
you're
they're-
right, you're also left.
Yeah.
Ah, come on, man.
Shane and Alan are dumb fucks.
They made a good point, though. Come on, Q. They did make a good point.
Oh, the sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again. Collectively, they're fucking morons.
I actually enjoyed that little debate they had because
you would
they proved that when you look, that's what it was, celestial sextant. So they have like the star behind the mountain point.
Yeah, I already did a video on it, dude.
Oh shit! Really? Good shit.
Yeah,
Good shit.
About 2 months ago, yeah.
Oh fuck! Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! Good shit.
Jesus, dude.
I'm fucking up. Don't trip. Let's go.
I don't. As of 1985, I ain't been tripping.
And fucking, you had fucking dumbass McGlobe face and fucking McToon like squirm when it came
Really?
down. Yeah, they were fucking squirming. And don't get me wrong, bro. Like they were just fucking bullshitting their shit away, bro. Like they were trying to, like, they were literally doing damage control the whole fucking debate. It's fucking hilarious.
Debate was an actual debate, and number one, it's my contention that Alan and Shane are dumber than McBooger Eater and McGlobeface.
I don't know, man. They made some good points for Flat Earth.
I do. I already made my point. I already made it. You missed it.
You know what's cool, Quantum, is that when you really, really fucking take it down to like the meat of it, like you're right, dude. Like Globers don't have a fucking leg to stand on. I love
Globers,
that shit.
not Globers, Flat Earthers.
Well,
yeah, Glober. You think it was the end of McBooger Eater and Globey McFuckface there?
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
after how many respawns from those two idiots? Really? So it was the end of them again.
right.
By two other fuckwits.
Right.
Alan and Shane. The two. I'd like to give them some advice. Probably get on a track and have somebody tape your mouth shut and then beat you with a stick to get you around the track. Just a friendly bit of advice.
So dumb fuck McToon tried to like, oh, what's the
That's
Habersign? You're right. He was like, what's the Habersign, equation? Like, what are you including? But I love the way they were like, no, like I love that they pointed out that there has been a hijacking of reality. Because when you have the globe Earth calculations, they're literally just hijacking reality of how.
No.
Yeah, that's what they did. Because they were showing how the 959, fucking miles from Polaris, blah blah blah, to the equator. Like they literally like presented how no, you guys are literally just hijacking reality to way that does comport, if you will. It was actually good, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It was actually really good.
No, it was actually fucking retarded. I deleted it. Probably when New Perspective took them somewhere around the 3. Where did I identify that at? It's way up here in chat. Hold on.
It was the death of the globe. That's what it was,
Oh, it's
bro.
way up there too. Shit.
I just like how they mathematically destroy the globe. That's what I like, because they present it to where it's a hijacking of reality, of perspective.
They're fucking retards. So 31 minutes. 31 minutes, 10 seconds. Listen for 2 minutes, and it's the end of Alan and Shane Dumbfucks. And he doesn't know what a null hypothesis is, by the way.
Actually, that was the argument in the debate. You're right. They were like saying, actually, McToon said that you don't do that in science, and they called him out on that. That was fucking pretty funny when I heard that. Because
Really?
McToon said that you don't do that.
I wasn't really that much interested in what McBooger and Globey McBluffface said. Wasn't interested in that. Just the flat earthers. I focused myself on those because I really don't have to focus on glue sniffers to the right. Don't really need that. Why? Because they died in 2016. So I just focus on flat earthers and their fucking horseshit. The end doesn't justify the means.
Good shit.
Isn't
some deep
horseshit
shit right
flat
there, man.
on the bottom?
LP's here.
Who?
No, LT. Lieutenant,
LT.
maybe.
Lawrence Taylor.
Hope not. In trouble.
Hey, don't fuck with Lawrence Taylor, bro. That's a legend right there.
I told you, I went through this discussion a couple nights ago before I was muted. Jack Lambert would fucking eat Lawrence Taylor's coked ass liver out of his body.
Oh, wow. Yo, LT was the man, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
That
they'd be playing
motherfucker.
on the same side of the ball. So I mean, but yeah, he was
I say again, Jack Lambert would eat LT's coked cake liver out of his own fucking body.
Damn. Like that? God damn. That's what you got.
Mel Blunt would probably smack the shit out of LT.
But the new Giants draft pick asked LT for his number, and LT said, "It's
I heard
retired.
about that.
Retired, son."
He shouldn't have asked him for that.
Nah.
You can't do that, bro. You can't do that.
He's a bad son of a bitch though. That linebacker from Penn State. He's a bad motherfucker.
There's this new kid. I forgot. Is he from Ohio? I forgot what his name or where he's from. But god damn, this motherfucker! Holy shit! Like, watch for this, bro. He's coming up.
Oh.
I think he's out of fuck. What college he's out of? I forgot. I just watched a whole clip about him yesterday. Damn, what? I can't even remember. I'm a little too drunk. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little too drunk right now.
That helps out the room. Thanks.
It does not help at all. Just stop lying, Q. It doesn't help. My stupidness doesn't help. But there's this one dude out of college. I think he's out of Ohio. Is it Ohio?
Yeah, you already said that. Thanks. Why don't you go get his fucking name and then come back and speak to it?
God damn. You okay? Let me leave him.
We don't want to hear again. There's this one dude at college. I think he comes from. Just go fucking find his name.
All I know is that motherfucker's a beast. He's gonna.
Yeah, but Jack Lambert would. You know what?
What?
Do what he did to LT.
Eat his coke cake liver right out of his body. You wouldn't. No one fuck with Lambert. Nobody. Nobody. Not in their right mind, anyway.
Yeah, I forget. I saw some interview with someone, some clip where it was their first time on the field facing him, some quarterback.
That was Elway.
It was.
Yeah, and he said at that moment, he goes, "I just know I did not want to be there."
That was John
It was like the only time he ever felt like that in his career. Or they always make these exaggerations, but he said he looked over at him and he did not want to be there where he was right then.
Elway in his comment to Lambert. Yep, I can understand that shit. I was playing baseball. It was 77, right around 77. I was pitching a game at Riverside in Pittsburgh, and we all saw Lambert. He was training, and it was in the park over from the baseball field, and he was running on a track. I'll tell you what, that motherfucker, I looked at him and I said, holy shit. Now, he was a skinny son, but I'll tell you what, that motherfucker was cut.
Hey, QE. I'm talking about Walker from Georgia. Jalon Walker from Georgia. He's fucking like a beast right now. That's the guy I was talking about.
No, he's not a beast.
No, that's the number one, bro. That's the number one contender. He's compared to Lawrence Taylor, bro.
Number one contender. Like I said, Lawrence Taylor's ass would be ate out by Lambert. So number two, what? No, Abdul Carter, the one that asked for his number. That's a bad mammer jammer right there.
Really?
Yeah.
Better than Walker from Georgia? Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well,
okay.
That's what everyone voted since this motherfucker was picked with the third pick.
Yeah, really? Okay.
He should have been the first fucking pick.
Damn.
So Abdul Carter, that's the one that asked for LT's number out of Penn State. So we'll see.
Well, LT deafened. Pie Show's here. They've been here before.
LT deafened because he had to snort some lines.
I don't know.
Fucking, if you
Calling
would
me
have
out?
taken a drug, I'm
No, I'm not
saying
calling
that
you out. I'm
LT
just
is
saying
a great
no.
football player. But if you would have taken a drug test for cocaine when LT was playing, he wouldn't have played.
So he was a first round pick, right? He went to Giants.
No.
Carter. Are you talking about?
Fuck yeah.
Damn. So that's motherfucker right there. Okay.
The Giants took him.
Yeah, I see it. It says the Giants picked him up. First round pick. God damn.
First round. He should have been the first over. Now, Travis Hunter. I get the well. It depends because you got to put it within context. So it depends on who's drafting first. So Tennessee, they needed a quarterback. So they're going to draft the number one quarterback, no matter who the fuck it is. So, yeah. Then you have Cleveland. They're a bunch of glue sniffers, man. So Cleveland, they're laughing.
They're horrible, bro.
They're fucking morons.
Yeah, they are. Browns couldn't fucking hit water if they fell out the fucking boat, bro. Like they're fucking retarded, bro.
Yeah, Cleveland, they're retarded. So they trade out. Jacksonville steps up because they took Travis Hunter because he's a great fucking athlete, number one. Number two, he could play two positions, which is unheard of. So we'll see how that turns out, but that's notwithstanding Cleveland's dumb fuck. And the Giants sat at number 3, and they took Abdul Carter, who I was talking about. If the Giants were in the first pick, they would have picked Abdul fucking Carter.
Right. That was their first round pick.
I know because they were third. I just explained that shit to you.
Right. Yeah. God damn. It's going to be interesting.
Third base. That's the guy's name.
Third base.
So, Apocryphon, if you were drafted number 1, do you go in and say, hey, give me the retired jersey?
No, bro.
No.
That's arrogant, bro. That's arrogant.
It's wild.
No, but he didn't say give it to me. He called. He messaged LT.
I got you. I get you.
Right, with respect. So that's okay. It's a bit over the top, but you can understand it. But that's okay.
LT was like, "Fuck you." LT was
Well,
like,
yeah,
"Fuck
because he had to get back to his lines.
Exactly.
Well, then whoever I guess the Texans are the Oilers. Whoever they drafted, Warren Moon unretired his number.
The Texans aren't. No.
The Oilers. I meant.
Tennessee. No, that's not.
Yeah, Tennessee Titans are the Oilers.
That's not what you meant.
But the number one.
The emphasis on the wrong side of the apple. But my point was Warren Moon gave him his number 1 jersey, which was retired.
Because he's part of the Houston Oilers. And
I know, but it's the same thing with LT.
are not in existence anymore.
I know, but the number's
They
still
went,
retired.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
The number's still retired though.
But the number one linebacker though.
Right. Thanks for that.
But the number one linebacker though is from
Holy
Georgia.
fucking shut the fuck up.
The number one linebacker is from Georgia.
It went too far.
The number
Anyways,
one
I'm trying to get us back on track.
linebacker again. Here we go again. Is Abdul Carter that went to the Giants with the 3rd overall pick. Now, back to the Texans. That wasn't the Texans. It was the Tennessee Titans.
Yes,
Warren Moon gave up the number because no one will ever wear the Houston Oiler number fucking 1. So he said,
okay. I guess there is a little bit of a difference there. Okay.
Yep. So he said, no problem. He can have the number.
I didn't play football.
I'm just glad numbers have become so important once again.
Because I listened to Warren Moon, and that's exactly what he fucking said.
Hey, do you remember?
All the whole numbers have been retired. You got to use halves now.
Do you remember when the Vikings was the fucking
bunch of numbers
shit,
out
bro?
there.
You remember that shit?
Next, they're going to use exponents.
Dude, I remember when the fucking Vikings were the shit once upon a time. Warren Moon, once upon a time.
The Vikings, he didn't play for the fucking Vikings, dude.
Yeah, he did. He did after the Oilers.
Yes, he did. He literally did.
He played for the Vikings after he was the shit.
Yeah,
shit.
Second quarterback.
Once upon a time, QE. Once upon a time. Yeah. But it went down. That's where his whole career went downhill, by the way. I'm just saying. But
as the second quarterback.
Yeah, he went downhill. But the fact is that dude was goddamn. He was so fucking he made a name for himself. Literally in video games, you wanted to have a quarterback, Moon. Literally in the video games because the stats in the video games
I don't play video games, but I know Warren Moon and the Houston Oilers. He was a bad son of a bitch. He played in the USFL.
Yeah.
Holy shit. He played in the USL before they saw this son of a bitch, and then Houston grabbed him, which was brilliant.
Yep. That motherfucker was, dude. Motherfucker.
He was a good quarterback.
Good.
He's one of my favorite quarterbacks that I ever.
Yeah, same. That motherfucker.
Let's be honest. All those '80s quarterbacks were legends. Dan Marino. He's not all of them, but even the bad ones were legendary. But Dan Marino was like a video game quarterback.
Yeah, he was.
Ernie Kosar sucks. He's still a legend.
He's a legend. He's a tear-jerking belly laugher. I just fucking laugh at him.
Dude, Dan Marino was dude. That was a fucking quarterback right there.
Yeah, he's from Pittsburgh, for fuck's sake.
But you know what though? They can't compare to Joe Montana though. I'm just saying that.
Joe Montana, guess where he was from?
Where was he from?
Pittsburgh.
Really?
Oh shit.
Yep.
Damn.
Jim Kelly. Guess where he was from?
Oh
no.
Shit.
Pittsburgh. Johnny Unitas. Guess where he was from?
Really? They have that many fucking legends, bro? Are you kidding me right now?
No, not the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm telling you where they grew up.
High school.
Yeah, in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh high school legends. That's bizarre.
Wow,
that's a big city.
There's a whole fuckload of them.
How do they produce so many fucking legends, bro? That's crazy.
We're fucking smart.
He said because we're smart.
You never seen a dumbass quarterback. All the great quarterbacks have fucking brain power.
Are you saying Joe Montana was from Pittsburgh? For real?
Yeah.
So when he was from
Pittsburgh, sort of does look like the Wizard of Oz a little bit. So yeah, there's some creative minds there.
So when Joe Montana was connecting with Jerry Rice, are you saying he's fucking originally from fucking Pittsburgh, bro?
Yes.
God damn, bro. That was the motherfucker, bro. Dude.
But still, they're all Globetrotters.
Wow. Yeah, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice connected. Back then, I was actually a 49ers fan. When Jerry Rice, because I was a receiver in high school, so I admired fucking Jerry Rice. So
Well,
whatever.
did you account for Coriolis when you were running her out?
Right. I had to run to the left to account for Coriolis, bro.
Yeah, all quarterback. That should be on every broadcast. And on golf events.
Yeah, that's fucking total bullshit. Let's get it real. No one's fucking counts for Coriolis when you're fucking playing football. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking dumbass Globers will tell you though that we have to account for it. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb shit. You're about as fucking smart as a fucking bag of fucking nails. God damn. But I'll tell you what, hey, check it out. So I was a huge fan of Jerry Rice, right? 49ers. I was a 49ers fan. All my family was Raiders fans, right? But then when Jerry Rice went to the Raiders, that was a fucking whopper, bro. Like I was on fire, bro. Like that was a good connection right there. I was full because I'm a Raiders fan by default because I'm from LA, and we always did that. Anyways, when fucking Jerry Rice went to fucking Raiders, I was fucking on. Oh, dude, I love Jerry Rice. I admired him, bro. I was a receiver in high school. What was that?
I said, so that's why I don't like you from LA.
That's right. That's right. I don't give
All right.
a fuck.
So all the famous NFL quarterbacks born in Pittsburgh: Johnny Unitas, Joe Namath, Joe Montana, Dan Marino, Jim Kelly.
God damn. Hey, QE. I never fucking even knew that, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Yep.
What are the fucking odds, bro? Every fucking great. And let me say great to the second power. Dude, like when I say great, they're like great, bro. Like, god damn, they were all from Pittsburgh? Wow. That's crazy.
I was playing in a pickup game one time back in we were playing in Germany. It was the Sniper Platoon and Ford Deuce against Scouts and Headquarters Company, right? And I'm playing there, and our fucking lieutenant, this short, dumpy sumbitch, was playing quarterback. He was fucking everything up. I said, sit your ass down. Give me the fucking ball. Right? I said, this is how you play quarterback, you dumbass. Scored 4 fucking touchdowns, passing touchdowns, in less than 3 minutes and won the fucking. We took the whole thing.
Nice.
You know why? Because I wasn't the best. Because I was the fucking smartest.
That's right.
I had a rocket for an arm.
Hold on, you were a Pittsburgh quarterback?
I didn't play in high school. I didn't play football. I played baseball.
You know what I hated about football high school is there's too many fucking rules that they didn't let you play, bro. That's why I hated organized sports. Because I felt like
that's not the topic. If you look at quarterbacks, you gotta look at their intelligence. Because most don't have the talent, the arm talent. You have to look at how fucking smart they are. Right? Now, it's not, you don't have to be a genius, but you have to be able to think on your feet, for fuck's sake.
Right.
And if you can identify any dumb fuck quarterbacks, like Brock Purdy, he doesn't have athletic talent. He doesn't. But he's got a fucking brain. Right? Brady, the same thing.
I would argue and say that he has a lot of athletic talent.
Who?
Purdy.
I don't know. Not at the last pick in the draft, no.
I mean, he's in the NFL.
Holy fucking shit. Okay, I'm out. Hey, listen. Have a good evening, folks. Catch you on the flip side.
Later.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. Well, yeah, semi-unhinged idiot. That was the first thing you said that at least was in touch with some sort of reality. I mean, I've never seen the guy play or any. I don't even know. I know he's Purdy. But yeah,
I I remember when I was in 9th grade, one of our classmates, he was fucking like 6'4", and the varsity team, they like begged for him to be their quarterback. And I remember the first game when they they literally like put him in varsity. He was a freshman in varsity playing. This motherfucker, bro, I'll never forget it. I was at Apple Valley High, and this motherfucker, dude, he was like, I honestly like wonder what happened to this guy, bro, because he was fucking the best fucking quarterback, dude. Like he was 6'4". Yeah.
It's a weird position because it's quarterback's a strange position because for whatever reason there's more to it than something, and people either can do it or they can't, and when they can't do it, the other team will just destroy them. You know, whether it's the NFL or Pee Wee football, if the quarterback can't do the quarterback thing, the other team will just the game's over.
Yeah,
it's weird.
But here's the thing, though. This dude that was the quarterback, like he was about the business, bro. Like he can hit a motherfucker on target, and he was able to run the ball like a motherfucker. That dude, he moved the yards, bro. He moved the chains, right? He moved the chains. Like he was so good. And this was way back. He was a freshman, and he just understood the game. And by the time we got to like, at a varsity level, like, bro, like he was a shit. I always wonder what happened to that guy. Cause I didn't play after a freshman year. I was like, fuck football. I hated it because there was too many rules. But that dude, I always wondered, like, what happened to that guy? Because he was fucking good, bro. Like, he was really good at the position. I forgot his name.
Brock Purdy?
I don't know. No, his name was Brock.
That was good. Yeah, it's a strange thing. Like I've seen. Anyways, I'm trying to get it back, but QE left. But the whole football quarterback thing is because there's so many guys in the NFL who they just I don't know. I don't even think a lot of them can remember all the damn plays.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just to begin with, let alone what happens on the field. You know, I mean, it's weird. I mean, then some of these guys, like the Peyton Mannings. You go through the name of the Drew Breeses, the guys who can call these plays. That calling the play takes 20 seconds, and they know exactly what everything in that means.
Right, like they can read the defense.
Not everyone can do that, and even on the high school level, even on the high school level, they can't. The quarterback can't like spatially know what's going on. Sometimes they don't have the time.
Right.
It's you know what? It's a weird thing.
You know what's crazy? I found that the best quarterbacks are the ones that can read the defense, and when they can do that, they could fucking what's the word there's a certain word I'm looking for.
Pick them apart.
Yes, they can pick apart the defense, bro, because they see them, they know the nickelback, they know the fucking dime, like they know all the fucking things, and they can fucking like at eyesight, they can fucking see, okay, you're doing me like this, I'll fucking do you like this. You know what I mean? And they fucking get it.
Yeah, that's like you get those games with Manning versus Breeze, where the score would be 56-58.
Yeah,
because there was no stopping either offense.
Exactly, bro. It's just like a high-scoring fucking game at that point, right? Dude, that's the entertainment of it, right? Like seeing the quarterback pick apart the fucking defense. That's the best fucking point. That's the whole point of fucking watching the game, bro. To see them fucking just dismantle. That's what's beautiful, bro. Like you can't turn away from that.
Yeah, it's weird. For as much as football, I'm convinced is rigged. There are like beautiful moments in it. It's strange. I don't watch it anymore, but yeah, the things I remember in the past. Yeah, it's like there's some I don't know, some athletic feats. I guess any sports are strange. They're kind of
yeah.
mesmerizing.
Especially nowadays. It's so rigged. Like it seems it's so rigged nowadays. Like it's not even.
Which is so sad because the athletes are just professional. They get paid so much money. These guys should be able to see who's the best basketball team or the best football team without a bunch of weird refereeing decisions. It's I mean, what the hell? I mean, football's the worst for the refereeing decisions. It's like, what is going on? It's like it's like backyard football, redo, or you know,
Right.
what I'm saying? It's weird,
right? You know what's funny is like in football, every play is fucking. There's a foul. Every play there's holding. Every fucking play. It just depends if the refs are gonna call it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what makes it like, you know, they can rig it because every plays there's a fucking foul.
Yeah, I've seen it where it'd be like 12th game of the season, and they'll call some left guard, and they'll say, "Oh, it was the first penalty called him on all season," and he was 30 yards away from whatever was happening in the play, and they just throw the flag. You know, and the guy like throws his hands up in the air. What's going on here? But yeah, it's weird. It's weird how the hands of the game are in the referee. I mean, they throw late flag. They throw flags 3 seconds after the play is over.
Exactly.
Anyways, it's strange. It's kind of anyways.
It's almost like
all the officiating and all the sports are kind of interesting. Baseball, they're trying to replace them with computers and the strike zones. It's all. Basketball seems all right, but they do some weird, I don't know, technicals after games and that end up suspending players for important games. It's like, what? Anyways. How the hell did we get here? How did it all start? Jack Lambert and LT. Oh, someone's name was LT.
That's crazy, bro. I just remember when back in the day, bro, like you had superstars that were just fucking dominating, bro. In football, dominating. In basketball, dominating. I grew up in the era, I'm sure you did too, Old Hoss. You had fucking Jordan clutching. You had fucking football, you know, fucking just clutching. You had baseball.
Yeah, they're like Bo Jacksons and things. They were larger than life personalities in the sporting world back then.
Exactly. It was like, what the fuck? Like these motherfuckers are just doing it, dude. Like they won the game. Baseball, football, basketball. They won the game. And you know what's crazy? Is that it sold product. If you look back, like think about this, Old Hoss. If you look back, they were just selling product because it got people to invest into the heroes, the fucking beasts, the ones that just fucking stood out from everybody else, and they sold product, jerseys, and you know whatever else, bro. But it's crazy when you think about it. Like, goddamn, they had us locked down. You know what they ran to, bro? Give them bread and give them a circus. That's what the fuck they were doing, Old Hoss.
I hear what you're saying. I agree. But then you have characters like Bo Jackson who are still in this world, and I think are like benevolent human beings. They showed him as someone that was even in the era of Charles Barkley. I'm not a role model, and Bo knows.
Yeah,
so
Bo knows.
It is weird how they give some. It is I guess. I mean, Bo Jackson's like pure athleticism. It's like, where does that come from? You know, it's like you couldn't. If you he became a comic book character, but if you wrote him as a comic book character, no one would believe it. Oh yeah, right. He's all-star in both sports, and and his career was cut short, so it's like this hanging sort of what could have even been.
Right.
It's weird. It's a weird character, you know, in the whole. But Bo Jackson Bo Jackson exists.
Right.
Bo knows. Like, what were they saying?
Dude, Nike capitalized on that, bro.
Yeah, but
Bo knows
I
this,
hear
and Bo
you
knows
say
that.
bread and circus, but he was like, I think he's a good influence, Bo Jackson, to the world.
Oh fuck yeah!
So it's weird.
He literally was like an inspiration for young generations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you have Jordan, who's, you know, Jordan's Jordan, but he's also, you know, cigars and yachts and casinos and
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. It's like, it's strange that Bo was. But yeah, the things, the 80s were a weird time.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? It's just
yeah.
The whole thing was just larger than life.
It was literally like a fucking Narnia time, bro. To where everything about it was like untainable, unreachable. It was like heroic fucking status to where you would idolize these motherfuckers.
Even the movies portraying it were legendary.
Yes.
The movies encapsulating that time at the time were legendary. It's strange.
Yeah. Exactly. Dude, remember when fucking Wayne Gretzky was the motherfucking top of the fucking food chain, bro? Like, nothing was better than that, bro. Nothing was better than that. And Wayne Gretzky was like the fucking epitome of fucking hockey. I didn't even know what the fuck hockey was without fucking Wayne Gretzky fucking being the epitome of it. And that's what's crazy because it's almost like
great one.
It's a brainwashing, bro.
Well, dude, remember that cartoon Pro Stars? It was Jordan, Gretzky, and Bo Jackson.
Yes, exactly. It was yes, exactly. And hey, guess what, Ojas? A lot of motherfuckers don't even know that, bro. They don't even remember that, or they didn't even experience that because they're
I know it was Jordan Gretzky. I could have swore the third was Jackson. But the whole thing's just crazy.
Yeah, bro. And then you had these. They were idolized, or you know, into culture, even through music. Because if you remember, Tribe Called Quest, you know, fucking, he was like, Bo knows this and Bo knows that, but Bo knows Jack because Bo can't rap. Because it was like they literally idolized the motherfuckers like icons into our fucking, you know, into our minds. And it was like, bro, like it was just a whole nother fucking dimension at that point.
Well, yeah, it's Michael Jordan. Do you get my drift? I mean, there was, but I guess it's it's every time period is, you know, I guess once upon a time someone was talking about jazz and Wilt Chamberlain, but something about the 80s was very like something. But the whole, I don't know, did the whole damn thing fizzle out? You know what I'm saying? Because now we have quarterbacks, now we have linebackers of names you can't pronounce, and you know what I'm saying? They're like begging for some other guy's number. It's weird. There's something different, but I don't know.
Yeah.
The 80s were something. And, that was also the space, the Challenger, and I kind of forget that the 80s were fresh off the Apollo stuff. I mean, it had just happened. Because now, now getting older, you realize that a decade goes by in a blink of the eye. So it's just strange how the whole thing was all linked.
Yeah, I feel like the 80s and the 90s, I feel like that's when, like, the 20 years of it, right? From the 80s and 90s, the 20 years of it, it was probably the most fucking prolific bread and circus. they fed everybody, bro. And that's actually probably what made the country what it is today, because you had so much fucking indoctrination into this nationalism. Nationalism is a fucking thing, bro. Like, when you really think about it, nationalism, it really pulls everybody together, bro. And it allows you to come to a point to where you're trusting the government. What the government says is, and it's a brainwashing. It's literally a fucking, like a Clockwork Orange type of shit, bro. Open your eyes to what they want to feed you. And when you get stuck in it, you get stuck in it. You cannot fucking look beyond that, bro. That's what I'm saying.
It's weird. You said about the 80s and 90s. There was so much of it. Well, they always said something was going to happen at Y2K and all this stuff. And what's weird is it's almost like something did happen. It's like it's been on like cruise control. Well, I mean, I guess something happened a year after that. Another television event that kind of sealed the entire Grand Theater, and after that, it's been on cruise control.
Yeah, you're right.
So maybe something did happen. It's like in a movie where something's expected to happen. It's like, oh, nothing happened. Little do they know it happened.
Right.
So it's weird.
If you remember, though, during that time frame, we saw the fucking Challenger explode, if you remember.
It all flipped 1980. It all flipped in 1980, man, when Ronald Reagan, an actor, became the president.
Yeah.
It went crazy shit fuck all after that, man. And here we are today.
Yeah. If you remember too, that the politics at that time was such a fucking propaganda of NASA. If you remember.
Space wars.
Yeah.
Even at the Olympics, they had the guys with like the rocket packs.
Right, exactly. Do you remember fucking Star Wars that Reagan introduced?
Reagan, and
yeah, he introduced Star Wars to where he had a defense system to where they can shoot nuclear bombs from space. Remember that? That was a real thing, bro.
Well, so Flat Earth, dude. If God rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. But if he were emperor instead of Reagan, so if Carter remains emperor from then to now, is it just we're all fine? Do you think?
Oh yeah, everything would be great.
I do think it's kind of funny sometimes, like when they anoint the Pope for a lifetime. I think it would be interesting if they flip that, do something different, Let Jimmy Carter do something. Let the peanut farmer run things for 40 years.
That was Paul II, right? At that point, if I remember correctly, that was Paul II, the fucking most loved Pope, like historically,
right?
Statistically, yeah, he was the most loved Pope.
I heard he was a chemical salesman and sold shit to Hitler.
Really?
Right.
Yeah. I heard that back in the 90s. So I was like, what?
Well, him and Mother Teresa were thick as thieves. So yeah, we somehow we got here from when QE was here. He was reminding us of how many great high school quarterbacks came out of Pittsburgh. Like Joe Namath and Johnny Unitas, and basically everyone who was ever any good was.
I didn't even know that.
We got the Popes. We got the Popes an hour later.
yeah, we had the Popes. Hey, I'm gonna grab another beer real quick. Give me a second.
Cheers, brother. I don't know, I just got here. You guys are talking about the 80s. I just remember an actor is our fucking president. I just found that even you know, I was fucking 16. I'm like, what the fuck's an actor being president for, man? I didn't, understand shit at that point, but that's looking back on it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's where it flipped. Okay. That's where they really brought the hammers down, man. The 80s were crazy. Just with MTV going and
everything you turned on the TV in the 80s was nuts. I remember
nuts, dude.
You would see like them. They would have the Ayatollah in a glass box parading them around, and I'm looking at this as a little kid, and I'm like, "What the hell is going on?"
Max Headroom, you remember that?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
Oh, hell
one.
yeah, bro!
That was a total psyop, man. Dude, that stuff was pure brainwashing power. I don't know what the hell was going on there, man.
Well, the 80s radio was like, boom.
That's yeah. A lot of those songs are a lot love songs.
It's strange.
It's weird. Anyway, Tavistock doing that stuff. Maybe. I don't know, man. But
yeah, it always gets back to Tavistock, doesn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we were talking about Bo Jackson too. So it is weird. Like, even if there is something, some arm of some Pentagon office creating bands, there's also other bands that are created organically. And it's just weird how we were talking about whether there's Michael Jordan. I'm not saying Michael Jordan's a bad guy, but he's, Michael Jordan's international playboy. And then you have Bo Jackson, who's sort of like a saint, an angel of sorts. But they both exist in everyone's brain, and they're promoted by the same people. Yeah. Both bands are at Woodstock, and both athletes are in Nike commercials. It's just weird. And
they are both, immensely freaking, athletically talented, and they just get promoted. They promote the best of the best, but how the promotions go, and whether it's Nike or
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like
whatever gets you to buy.
How many government bands do they need? Is the Doors enough or
no? Yeah.
Like, what bands do you think? What bands do you remember being sort of fishy? Like, you're like, or did any stand out at the time where you're like, there's something off about these guys?
Well, Madonna was. I was like, what? The Bangles, freaking Go-Go's.
No, you think they were kind of like
just they were cute. They made little great.
Well, they had those catchy songs.
Got a catchy little shit song.
But do you think that? So you think that they're not of? Yeah, I don't know. It is weird. It's like, what's the fine line between some Pentagon office or some guy in Hollywood?
Yeah,
creating them, I guess. Well, yeah, I don't know.
They latch onto them and then they promote them, and that's what those Hollywood guys do, man. They just latch onto them. I'm watching a documentary on the Comedy Store in Hollywood right now, and there's all the shit that's going on. All these fucking comics turn into actors, man. Hundreds and hundreds of them, but they all started at the Comedy Store, man. That was their Hollywood's picking place to get, Jim Carrey and
the Mitzi is that where Mitzi? That's Mitzi's.
Yeah, it was Mitzi's
creation.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I just learned? Maybe I've had my head in the clouds, but Pauly Shore is Mitzi's son.
Correct.
I just learned that.
Yeah.
Last year, I was like, what?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense because he's the Weetzo. It's like, yeah. What is Pauly Shore even? You know what I'm saying? That's weird.
That shit he was doing on MTV, I was like, what is this fucking retard? Fucking, he's like
that's a perfect case of like, what are they pawning on to us? Like, what is this a fake? Like, why was
It's Beavis and
But it's
Butthead.
interesting how, like, apparently this Mitzi character had to either approve of you or
Right.
it's a no-go.
He was like the gatekeeper, right? To get you on there or not, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I've just heard a lot of the stories from the comedians. I'll have to check out some documentary.
So it's on Showtime. It's like 6 parts. I watched the first 2. I was like, I'll probably watch the other 4. So, I always liked comedy, you know. But yeah, there's some backstories and stuff that are going on there, man. Richard Pryor and just a lot of partying going on at that place, man. Oh boy.
Robin Williams was there, correct?
Williams, fuck, the list is it's insane. The list of people who started there. It's incredible. David Letterman, freaking, the list keeps going, man. Anyway, good stuff, man. Can we figure out, how we got manipulated into a mass media, cultural, freaking self-absorbed, freaking narcissistic world? I don't know, man. Yeah, I can see it was planned out for us.
Yeah, I think some people would like to blame jazz, but I don't know.
it's
Siamese cats here.
Louis Armstrong's. It's all his fault.
What a beautiful world. Get them. I don't know. It's just, who knows?
Yeah.
But then, you go to you go to some music festival, camp out somewhere, and then you find some, influenced but organically created drum circle, and they get going. They sound like they're summoning demons. So who knows what's going on? Maybe we do need some guys in Hollywood creating the Bengals.
Yeah. Right.
The Beatles, though, they're for real very suspicious in the sense that they were hanging out with dudes who were literally Satanists. And they had Yoko Ono, and they had
on their album covers.
What's going on with
Aleister
them?
Crowley. Yeah.
What's up with that?
That's
Beatles
all
were deep into it. Led Zeppelin. John Paul Jones wouldn't fly with the other members because he's the only one who didn't sell his soul.
Yeah.
He wouldn't fly with the other guys. He said, "No, I'll take my own plane."
But you could probably sit and question every single constructed band there is. The Monkees, the Beatles, the whole lot of them are all boy bands.
Yeah,
all generated with a purpose.
Yep. Have you guys heard of a band called the Wrecking Crew?
No. I've heard the name. Well, isn't that that was the band that played?
That was the musicians that played on 90% of the albums in the 60s.
Yeah, that one lady, Carol, bassist ladies, and
Kay. He was the bass player on everything in the 60s, bro. It's what? It's just wild. I met her one time, man. I got a picture with her. Yeah, I was like, "Fuck, that's Carol."
Yeah, the amount of things created by these studio musicians is it's fascinating.
So yeah, there's supposedly there are all these a lot of those guys they played on the Beatles and stuff, and anyway, I don't know. It's interesting, man. I wouldn't say we got it all figured out, but man, there's definitely something to it for sure.
The Beach Boys and how not Marilyn Manson, Charles Manson wrote one of their songs and then killed a bunch of people. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Well, Charles didn't kill him, but yeah,
his posse of people killed him. But yeah,
Dennis was a party animal, whatever. But it is strange. The Beach Boys, Marilyn Manson, yes, but yeah, Charles Manson, he never killed anybody.
Welcome to Speculation Sunday, everybody. Glad you guys could join in a little bit, kicking around a few music conspiracies potentially. And
then you have bands like Rush who seem to be sort of trying to tell some riddle of existence, to explain existence. There's something about Rush that that you can't. It's so unique, but I don't understand a lot of their lyrics, and I'm not like a diehard fan. But it seems like they're desperately trying to tell people something. I don't know.
Well, I think I saw a little documentary on them years ago, and I think it was their drummer, Neil Peart. He was like he wrote a lot of the lyrics. Apparently he was really well read. And I just remember that. Like, he wrote a lot of the lyrics. And, great musicians, my goodness, man. Those guys are fucking awesome. But yeah, their lyrics were very much trying to tell you something about the universe or Hollywood. And yeah, they're all over the place, man. Go read some of their lyrics. It's pretty wild, man. But you could read any lyrics. You go read fucking Taylor Swift's lyrics. Just read them. And you'll find some weird shit in there. And you're like, what kind of Satan bullshit cock show is this? It's like brainwashing crap. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Hey, happy birthday to Buzz Aldrin, man. He's 95. Happy birthday, Buzz.
That's pretty old.
He's wearing 3 watches, and he's eating eggs and sausage for breakfast today.
He's already up?
No, I just saw a picture.
Oh, do you think he could? Yesterday,
was it yesterday? I don't know.
I don't know. Do you think he could still deck somebody in the face? The Agent 85?
Yeah, he looks like he could.
Be good? Okay.
He's a grumpy old
once
man.
a boxer, always a boxer.
He's a grumpy old man. He wears 3 watches. 2 on his.
My favorite part about that is he hits him, and then he's also chilling out in his office with him. It's like, what's going on? I love that. I don't know what I think he's chilling out in the office after he's punched him. I think.
Good.
I don't know. That's probably what happened. He punched him, and he goes, "I'm going to sue you." And then he's like, "Oh, whatever he's. How about you give me an interview?" And okay, that was he's just passengers on a flight.
That was the other astronaut. It wasn't him. It was a different flight. The passenger guy.
Buzz told Sabril in the office.
No,
when he showed him that tape, and he goes, "I don't know. Don't ask me. We were just passengers on a flight."
No, that was a different guy, and that wasn't Buzz. It was what the fuck's his name? Oh yeah. Was it Gus?
Oh, you got Collins, or
it wasn't Gus? No, it was one of those other hard nosed, fucking jarheads.
Bean.
Hard-nosed Bean. Maybe it was Bean. Yeah,
they were all pissed.
Yeah, they were all pissed. They're all pissed, man.
Collins tried to headbutt him.
Just
yeah.
Get the hell out of here. He just kicks him in the ass. I think he kicked him in the ass.
It is some strange footage, though, of them turning up the cabin lights and then turning down the cabin lights.
Yeah, man.
And he seemed legitimately shocked that he had it. Where'd you get that?
Yeah.
He called it serendipitous or whatever. But yeah, he seemed shocked that he had that. It's weird that we've seen. I don't know that Bart Sabril video. How was that first released? Like just onto YouTube, or?
Well, I think that particular one wasn't sure. It wasn't Bart. Bart just did a lot of just swear on the Bible kind of thing, guy. But
yeah, but he ended up having an interview with Buzz Aldrin in his office.
I think that was a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, man. God, it's been years.
Yeah. Well, that's the footage he shows him.
But that Bart got that footage. Guess it is Bart Chabelle got.
So okay, so funny thing. So where the hell was that footage all this time?
It was accidentally sent
to Sabrell.
To Bart, right? Anyway,
it's weird. Speaking of fucking weird stories.
Yeah,
Sabrell's not. Yeah.
That is some damning footage, man. It's pretty fucking damning, in my opinion. But
have you seen that footage, Matthew?
No.
Oh, you haven't.
Oh, we'll get that to you.
Or they turn the cabin lights down, and through the circular window, there's the Earth below, appearing to be a planet.
And they were supposedly halfway to the moon.
Yeah.
Looking back at Earth, but they're kind of faking it through a window.
Chuckling about it.
This is the Apollo astronauts?
Yeah, this was. Yes. It was Buzz and Neil and Michael Collins. Yeah, they were faking some footage, and then the lights came on, and they're like, "Oops."
I think that's one of the pivotal moments that really threw the magic trick to make them think that, the Earth was a floating magical ball. That's a hell of a freaking magic trick. And millions of people saw that. So, I don't know. I think it was really important to their whole scam.
Yeah, we're halfway to the moon. Here's the pictures. We got the video out the window here. And then they were just covering up part of the window. It was kind of, and it was, it looked like a high altitude balloon. I don't know, man.
Yeah, they're probably like freaking what? Like,
welcome to Speculation Sunday.
Let's say they're like, I don't know, 60,000 feet up in a high altitude plane, looking out their round window.
Yeah.
Dude,
oh man,
it's the kind of shit I like to laugh. Fuck.
Oh man.
So I that shit.
What a wonderful world. Hey, what's going on, Bear? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You all right? Dude, I'm like flush. Dude, I'm like, I got so much coffee here, I can't even fucking drink it all, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I got.
You're just giving me so much coffee.
Dude, I've cut back a little bit. I'm just like doing a couple cups in the morning, maybe one later and after. But just like anyway, it's the weather's getting warmer.
Yeah, I've slowed down a little bit. It's just the way it gets when it's hot.
Yeah. Well, it was 103 here today, man. 103 Fahrenheit.
Make your cold brew, people. Don't you dare stop.
Oh, I went to a restaurant. Yeah, I ordered iced coffee today. I was like, "Give me an iced coffee." It was fucking hot, man.
Like, do you carry paraplegics? I won't stand for anything less.
No, it's my nephew's restaurant. I went to my nephew. He's got a new job at this really high-end restaurant. I mean, it's expensive restaurant. It's not high-end, but man, the food he's putting out, man, is so good.
Really? Is he a cook?
It tripped me out, man. You'll laugh, man. So the waiter's like, I ordered like, it said, I think it said on the menu, it said eggs any style or whatever. I was like, I want French eggs. And the waiter's like, fresh eggs? Yeah, our eggs are fresh. And then I go, no, French eggs, bro. I want some French eggs. He's like, because it says on there, any style. And the waiters, I'm just messing with the waiter, bro, right? I go, hey, put on the ticket.
They freaking like sissy out and let freaking Germany roll through here.
No, French eggs. Have you never had French eggs? Any of you guys ever had French eggs ever? Oh my god, dude, you're in for a treat. Anyway, so my nephew's like the head chef in the back, and I was just messing with him, French eggs. He's made me French eggs before. And so they bring me my plate, and it's scrambled. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. And then, like, I'm just about done with my meal. My nephew shows up with a plate of French eggs. And I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me, man. And I shared it with everybody. You got to try these eggs. Dude, they're like clouds. It's like eating clouds, dude. They're so fluffy. You're like, there's no way eggs can be this fluffy. It's impossible.
So what's he do? Freaking pour strings of them into hot oil, so it's like.
Takes me 20 minutes to make them. They're like scrambled eggs, but they're like super fluffy, man. They're like full of air.
An aircrete machine and blows them into freaking hot butter.
He brought me a plate. I couldn't believe it, man. He made me laugh. I love my nephew. Took care of me. Anyway, he's 23.
Huh. That's about. No, my nephew's about 22.
Anyway,
he throws pizzas in the air for me, so
he just did it because he could. And I gave some to the waiter. I'm like, you got to try these, bro. He's like, dude, I've never had French eggs. I'm like, here, take a scoop.
Well, dude, what's the trick?
You have to double boil it.
I was just gonna say, like, what's the?
It's like double boil.
Okay, all right. So they don't get.
You got to add a little cream, and you're constant. You have to do it for like 15 minutes, man. You got to stir this shit.
All right, I got you.
They're like a pain in the ass to make.
And forever, and constantly beating them.
Yep, you got to constantly beat them for like 15 minutes.
So, there's a myth that people think that adding milk makes eggs like fluffy. That's actually not true. I hear adding a little water makes eggs fluffier. That's what a freaking guy told me once. I don't know if it's true though.
I'll add a little splash of cream to my scrambled eggs. I've heard water, works too, for sure. Makes them a little more fluffy. Yeah.
I think freaking, wisping the living crap out of them, getting some air into them would probably make them more fluffy.
Was it Don Pettit or that snuck some eggs up onto ISS? You guys remember that?
What did he do? Make a souffle to go along with his shit coffee, or
I don't know. It's piss coffee. Come on, it's not shit.
No, it's number 2.
It's a number 2 coffee. No.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember.
Chug. It's what you think it is.
I remember a video with him like, "Oh, don't ask how I got these eggs."
I think they use the piss. Their piss is their water supply.
Dude,
they gotta have coffee and water.
None of it's true.
Anyways.
They're not even there. That's what's so funny. People talk about how. Hey, did you know? Did you know? What you should say is like, don't you know?
Well, I mean, how many times can I post the picture of George Bush at the green screen with the guys in the background? Yeah, it is strange. The chugga. Let's just hope they're not making that stuff on the ground.
Do you remember when they freaking showed the green screen and they acted like it was part of an experiment?
Just part of their hijinks.
They were like throwing. They were throwing. Dude, it looked like this. It was a game when I was like in like 1978. It was instead of darts, it was ping pong balls with Velcro on them, and you would throw it at the board.
Yeah.
And it's stuck, and you'd like score points, right? But it was just freaking ping pong balls with Velcro, freaking, taped to it. Like it looked like they were doing the same thing, but like in space, and it had like this green. had this like grid or some shit. Does anybody recall what I'm talking about? Like they were.
Yeah, I remember those Velcro dart things. Yeah.
Well, all right.
Well, maybe I'm talking. I remember Velcro darts. I don't remember if I remember the ping pong darts.
But then later on, they do some shit on the supposedly on the ISS, where they make it look like, oh, what you saw.
That was our target for our fun ping pong Velcro game. Yeah, they're goofballs. We have someone new.
Hey, Matthew.
Civis, and that looks like some Roman numerals, and so maybe the whole thing's Roman numerals. I'm not sure. Right. Civis, MVNDI, DCCI.
Welcome, man. Welcome to Sunday.
Thanks for the warm welcome. How you guys doing?
What number is that? 44,000.
Oh my goodness.
It's 777.
Crow. What's up, Crow? Did you guys hear about this Soviet 1972 spacecraft crashing back to Earth today? Did anybody hear about that? It's called the Cosmos 482. Well, it crashed into the Indian Ocean harmlessly. Okay.
Nobody saw it.
But nobody got any pictures.
Yeah, always in the Indian Ocean. Well, thank God it didn't hurt anyone. Harmless.
Thank God. Thank you.
Hopefully it didn't hurt any fish or whales.
Yeah, exactly. They may have spoken too soon. Is that real story? We have a rocket. We had a rocket land in the ocean today. Is that what they're saying?
It was from 1972, and it was 53 years ago. They launched it. The thing never really worked, but somehow they could track it and figure out it was going to crash.
I'm calling tap on that Cold War rocket falling into the Indian Ocean today.
I think it's a thing from Space Cowboys that Tommy, flew. He flew it to the moon. Remember that? The satellite that they saved, stopped from falling at orbital decay, whatever. All right, so I got the fact check. So here we go, guys. A video of astronaut Tim Peake conducting a physics experiment in front of a blue and white grid background has been misinterpreted by users online who claim the background is a chroma key, like a green screen, and is therefore proof that space travel isn't real. The grid is used similarly to graph paper to conduct experiments in space, according to the National Space Center. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's fact check. Well,
it's like don't look behind the curtain.
Thank goodness for fact check, man.
That's a weak excuse.
Misconstrued, man. They were doing physics.
You're not seeing what you think you're saying.
It's fake.
Hey, 777. How the heck did you find us on this server? How did you find?
I used to join like forever ago, like over a year ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Just word of mouth, basically.
Right on. I mean, we are on the politics server. Certainly, a lot of people find us through that.
Funnily enough, it was through another server that is not really related, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got links and people out there on all kinds of servers joining us all the time, but we have our own server. It's called Flat Earth Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay. But it became a little stagnant. We moved over. We got invited over here, and we're like, this is pretty cool. We get a lot of new people like yourself or whatever, and it's a lot more conversation going on with new people, and I think that's kind of why we're here. And I think we're number one on this server. I've heard that. I don't know that. I can't verify.
But for activity?
Yeah, like chat and people in the VC and everything. That's what I've heard. I was like, damn. Okay. We're rocking. Let's rock and roll that rabbit hole, man. Let's do it. Shout out to Dread for that one. Thank you, brother. So what do you find interesting about the topic, man? Anything cool or not cool or?
I mean, I find anything that involves like, the universe and like the earth, like all that science stuff. I find it all fascinating.
Yeah, me too, bro. 100%. I love Earth. I love checking it out. Let's check it out together. Do you ever feel like you're on a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour?
Never, ever. I don't think it's possible to feel that.
Exactly. It's not.
It's like a fucking abstraction.
Mm-hmm. It's like a Hollywood movie. Yeah, it doesn't really exist in reality. But, that's what they claim. And we're like, hey, why do you guys come up with this stuff? And they're like, well, you just, it's so minute. You really don't feel it. Like, what? I think I would feel like shooting through outer space, even if it was only like 10,000 miles an hour, much less, 1.2 million miles an hour. I mean, come on. That's crazy. Anyway. Welcome to Earth. Bear, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still kicking. Actually, not kicking, but still here.
No, you're not kicking because your feet don't kick.
Yeah.
Hi, Crit. Crit, are you here?
I haven't heard him in a minute. I don't know if he's here. He's in the panel, but
My name's Abby Loeb. I haven't been here in a while, but I made an impact here. I love this channel. Fucking amazing.
You love this channel?
Asking for Crit, man. I'm thinking you're up to no good for some reason, or is here, buddy?
No, I'm a flat earther. Me and Crit are actually really good friends. You can ask him in the DM.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, you can even ban me for the night. I don't care. He'll tell you the same thing. I'm a good guy. I believe in flat earth.
Good.
I have reasons for it too.
All right.
A reason,
especially for the observers.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Did someone just ask to be banned?
Yeah, they did.
You're a good guy.
No. Okay, Banhammer. Banhammer. I'm Avi Loeb. Remember me?
You're who?
Avi Loeb. Aviloeb. The guy who used to make fun of that guy.
I don't think anybody's ever heard of you before, but yeah, nice try.
Well, if Crit comes on and gives you a big cuddle, that's your good luck. If you misbehave, that's your bad luck. Your choice. Enjoy your time here.
I don't really know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay. I'll just change my name back to what it was originally. Why not?
I hate when people change.
Wait, so you get banned for not believing in flat Earth. What's that about?
No, I believe in it.
No, you get banned for breaking TOS.
Yeah,
I don't believe in flat Earth, but I don't believe in the globe as well. Like, they're both...
You're agnostic.
So you think that both...
think about it.
Okay, so you think that both different variations of globe and flat Earth are both different?
I think the Earth is neither flat. The Earth is also not a globe. It's hard to put into words, so I'll just show you with my screen share.
You mean like an ellipsoid?
Kind of.
I'm trying to understand what you mean.
Like a little bit different. Like on my screen share, this is what I mean. This is what I believe.
You're an idiot.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
this is the Earth.
You're a Mongo. Fuck off.
I was actually expecting an actual, like, knowledgeable conversation. Not a dinosaur, but, you know.
How's that? Wait. Why are dinosaurs?
Dude, I saw that meme. Like, I saw that meme like 7 years ago, bro.
Dude, it's so fucking old.
So bad, dude.
It's so funny though.
Okay, he's funny though. He's funny.
That was so long ago, dude. I got it.
Bro, what we really need is, what's the word? We need to start advertising this stuff.
That's what we
need to start
need.
telling all of our grandparents and friends, this needs to be known that the Earth is flat. We need people to understand. We need to make an entire convoy. We need to make it known. We gotta win,
dude.
All right, AB, you get the first ban of your troll brigade. Congrats, you little punk.
No,
I like to.
I'm sorry.
I like to stay under the radar a little bit with the flat Earth thing, man. Kind of do our own thing, keep it cool. Dude, if flat Earth went mainstream and everybody knew about it, it would be a fucking disaster. It's already, you know, crazy enough, but if it went mainstream, oh my goodness.
Nah, dude, what would happen? This would just be the usual shitstorm that it is. Back at home base, all of our channels would get broken up into classrooms and we'd be slowly educating people on what's going down because everyone would want to know the ins and outs of it. So you'd have one room dedicated to the Black Swan, another.
Right. We'd have to open up our own universities and charge people and get paid, and yeah, it would be a lot of work, dude. You know, I'm more retired than that, bro, personally, but you know, I'll teach a couple classes here and there. Airline flights, I love those. I could teach those for sure. They're flat.
What about airline flights?
Every pilot I've ever talked to, commercial, private, they all treat their Earth as flat and stationary when they fly. That's it. It's not complicated.
Yep. I think it's crazy to think that, like, kind of off topic, I apologize, but I think it's crazy to think that, like, in a year, in 6 months, in a year and a half, the 2016 election will have been a decade ago.
Okay.
A whole decade.
Yeah, man.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I think Apocryphon, man, was bringing up decades a little bit ago. He's like, dude, man, decades fly by with the blink of an eye. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. I agree, brother. And yeah, decade ago, could have been. Things fly by fast, man. Welcome to Earth. We're flying fast on Earth. Those airplanes are flying fast.
Yeah, something like it's like the cruising altitude that they advertise, it's like not even close. They get somewhere to like Mach 20 or something like that.
Whoa. Wait,
Close to what?
ISS? You're talking about the ISS.
No, I'm talking about airliners at like 30,000 feet. They're moving at like Mach 20. The ISS moves at like Mach 50, like by like the heat barrier.
I think you're a little off on your.
Yeah, no, I'm just trolling. I'm sorry. I'll stop trolling. Don't ban me.
No, don't stop, man. It's Speculation Sunday, man. If you really have some cool speculations about Earth or.
I believe, honestly, I believe it's a globe. The only reason I believe it's a globe, though, is because I'm like a rocket nerd and I'm into like aerospace and shit, and you kind of have to.
Yeah, far out, man. I like Star Wars. And, yeah, cool.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna build a Star Destroyer in Texas.
Hey, dude, you know what I'm really into, man? It's like the space hotels. They say there's coming out, soon, but I have this book from like the 1980s that said, by like 2000, we're gonna have a space hotel, and here we are, 2025, no space hotel.
Yeah, I mean.
No space hotels, bro. But yet they're still selling space hotels. You can type it into Google right now, and there's people selling.
I mean, there should be at least a shitty little rundown place by now. Some little Moto Inn. I don't need some Grand Budapest hotel thing. Just some little
Yeah, just a
somewhat
little
of a place where people can visit the moon and stay for a night.
Mirror space
moon
station.
hotels.
Little space lab up there, bro. Space lab.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this article about one of the like space hotel stations.
Yeah.
It was posted in 2024, and for some reason it has the 2017 renders of Starship docking to it, and also the Dream Chaser like shuttle concept, which never went into orbit.
Right.
I don't. Unless it's being made by like Axiom Space. Okay, yeah. What company is making this? Pioneer Station and Voyager Station. It doesn't even say what company it is.
Yeah, it's weak, man.
Above Space Development, previously known as Orbital Assembly. Nobody's ever heard of that company before.
Nope.
So
here's the kicker, man. I've been asking for a high altitude balloon flight for like 7 years. Say, hey man, who's the guy that's going to go up there to 100,000 feet in the balloon? And there's been like 27 companies that have said they're going to send people up on a high altitude balloon to 100,000 feet, and not one company's ever come through in 7 years.
Didn't Red Bull?
No, that's one guy, and he went to 126,000, and it was clearly flat up there, 100%. But
well, I mean, even looking at like onboard cameras of spacecraft that are in like low Earth orbit, it still looks flat. Even with a fisheye lens, it still looks flat to an extent. That's just because think about the Earth. That has a diameter of over 16,000 miles. So when you're only 200 miles above it, it's going to look like a flat plane below you. I think
I appreciate you doing the research and checking that out. Yeah, even at 250 miles, it's like it looks flat, man.
Oh yeah.
So how did they come to the conclusion it was a ball tard? If from every angle we look at it, it looks flat. Why do people believe that it's a globe then?
Well, that's because the farther we go away from it,
Hollywood.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier. Just lower the cabin lights. Get out your camera, shoot it through the circular window, and send it to time.
It's Hollywood Earth, man. Hollywood Earth. Bro.
If Globers can accept the fact that the way we see things in the sky are personal dome of vision, if you will. That is so fucking true, because everything you see, according to your eyeballs, is going to create this realm, if you will. And it's really weird that they will not accept that, because they have to admit to themselves that it's because it's a globe. But no, bro, it's not because it's a globe. It's because you have this realm that's 360 degree around you, and you see things accordingly to this dome of vision. No matter where you're at in the world, you have a dome of vision. No matter where you're at, your eyes present that, and they follow that. But it's really weird how they just cannot accept that. I don't know. It is what it is.
Well, they never been to like what do you call it, a planisphere? You guys, they've never been to yeah. So
South Park reference. Okay. Yeah, they don't know what's going on. Yeah, the planetarians, but even the people they just confuse their peripheral vision as curvature of things. It's weird.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like, it's no different than seeing the ocean. If you were to go out to the ocean right now, in the middle of it, and all you see is water around you, your eyes literally create a hula hoop of water around you. no land invisible aspect of it, but your eyes create this curved water around you in the 360 of it, but they will not accept the fact that there are no horizontal positions on the surface of a sphere. They won't. But that's the facts. Like, there is no horizontal positions on the surface of a sphere at all. Like, you cannot have a sphere with a horizontal position. But they wouldn't accept that. They're indoctrinated. They're brainwashed. It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird, and we'll get through it, man. You guys are really good at pointing out the obvious. And we're pointing out the obvious, people. And that's what we do. Yeah. And that's all we can do, bro. That's it. Point out the obvious.
That's reality.
Reality. Yeah, dude, fire's hot. Does anybody fucking want to argue that with me? No. Fire's hot.
Sometimes when I'm bored, I like slapping my hand on a flat top grill for like a fraction of a second, just on off.
Yeah.
Not enough to feel it, but enough to make you want to pull back.
Yeah, oh yeah. Fire's hot, bitch.
It's like whenever I'm playing Counter-Strike and I throw a Molotov and then some retard runs into it and dies.
That's right. That's right.
Fire hot.
Fire's hot, bitches. Anybody want to argue that? I'll take you. Let's go.
A Glober might tell you.
You know what's real funny, Flatman, is that they think that continuous combustion can happen in the vacuum of space. That's fucking funny.
Well,
continuous combustion can happen as long as you have an oxidizer.
What is the oxidizer in a vacuum? Go ahead. I'll listen.
Oxygen, which is being pumped into the combustion chamber along with the fuel.
What created that to begin with?
The ground stations on the ground, which took oxygen out of the air and
is there an end life for it?
No, oxygen is an extremely stable element.
How does oxygen remain in your paradigm of a vacuum? Go ahead.
Because it's in a pressurized steel cylindrical container.
Hold on. Hey, Pop, you're both talking about different things. You're talking about the sun, and the other mate's talking about fuel, oxygen in a container that's getting blasted out the back of a rocket.
Rocket.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a rocket.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about the sun? Okay, yeah, 2 words. Gravity.
Oh my God!
Wait, that's 2 words. Hey, whoa. He said 2 words.
Grav
off
and itty. Grav and itty.
Is that 1 word? Is that 1 word?
No, it's 2 words. The first is grav, as in like gravity bong.
Grave.
And then the second word is
Okay. Hold on. Slow down. Listen.
Dead. Grave deity. God is dead. Grave deity. That's 2 words, bro.
So listen. If you think that this gravity that you're talking about,
2 words,
can sustain a consistent. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How much is expelled per second from the sun? Go ahead.
So not that much, because a lot of it is being held in. So the only reason that things are being expelled from the sun is because at the core, where nuclear fusion is happening, outward force is being generated. However, because the sun is such a massive object, it will eventually run out. Eventually the sun will stop. It'll run out of hydrogen. So what it does is it fuses hydrogen into helium. Eventually it'll run out of hydrogen. Then it'll start fusing helium into the next element on, I can't remember. Then it'll start fusing that element into carbon, and then that element, it'll start fusing carbon into iron. Iron is the heaviest element that is able to be fused with nuclear fusion, at least naturally. I don't think we've been able to do it like scientifically.
Okay. Hear me out. In that process, hear me out. In that process, how do you prove that? Go ahead.
He said you can look up into the sky and see it.
Okay, so you're saying because we see the sun in the sky, that proves what you said. Is that what you said?
I mean, not really, but you can do your own observations from there and figure it out pretty easily.
Oh, good. Well, at least you acknowledge that.
Theoretical, bro. It's all theory, dude.
Exactly. Everything is theory, just like the theory that Mossad is spying on my Pornhub tab.
Hold on. No. How do you have? Hold on. Listen.
It probably
How do you have a sun in your paradigm to be doing what you think is doing for 14.6 billion years? How do you do that?
Because it has a lot of hydrogen, like more hydrogen in the rest of the solar system. 99% of all of the stuff in the entire solar system is the sun.
Okay, so how do you prove that? How do you prove that?
I love it.
How do I what that?
Dude.
Popcorn time.
How do I prove that? There's many ways to prove that. You could throw a satellite up into low Earth orbit so that the satellite's radio spectrometers aren't being interfered with by the Earth's ionosphere. You could use
No, bro. We're talking about the sun. We're not talking about satellites. How do you prove that the sun is doing that?
You can take satellites.
because other people say it.
Satellites at the sun with scientific instruments. Yeah, actually, no, you can do this around. If you have enough money, you can.
Other people say it, so therefore.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, I created my own commercial space startup in 2018, sold it for about $4 billion, and
shut the fuck
up. Here we go.
I only launched twice. I never made it to orbit.
He's a billionaire, guys. He's a billionaire. He's a fucking billionaire.
Talk about this.
We got Elon Musk on the phone.
We have a billionaire in the fucking Discord right now. He's a billionaire.
There's no reason to focus on that.
No reason to focus.
But the odds of you being a billionaire and knowing what the sun is and exactly how it works are
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you why I know what the sun is.
Here in this,
telling you that I've looked at it myself and
measly little Discord chat, we have a billionaire who goes to space.
Exactly.
I never said I went to space. I've never gone to space.
Well, you tried, right? You tried, but
no,
you failed.
Tried.
You failed.
How did you prove that the sun? Hold on.
How did I try to go to space and fail? If I failed, wouldn't I be dead?
Bro. Let me ask you something. How do you know the size of the sun? Go ahead.
So basically, you look at it and you're like, wait a minute, it looks tiny in my eyes. But then if you zoom in, if you lower your FOV in the video settings, it starts looking bigger. It makes things in the center of your screen look bigger.
Is the sun a gas ball?
No.
What is it?
It's a giant cheese puff.
I do appreciate the comedy, bro.
I'm not trolling. I'm being dead serious.
This guy
for real,
is
Mr. Billionaire.
Trolling, bro.
Holy fuck off.
So the sun is a cheese ball.
Hey,
really?
We're looking for new comedies at the Comedy Store. Comedians at the Comedy Store, bro.
Exactly.
That's pretty funny, bro. I'll give you that. That's pretty good.
So the sun is a cheese ball. Okay. So with the cheese ball sun.
Realistically, here's the thing. If we can figure out how far away the sun is with certainty, and ways that we can do that are changes in temperature, changes in gravity. So for example, we can detect a change in gravity before.
How do you know? Okay, hold on. Wait, real quick. How do you know? Let me give you an example. Okay. Let's say I put a flashlight outside your tent and you see a circle on your tent. How do you know what the contents is made out of?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, go back to change in gravity. What you said, change in gravity. What did you mean by that?
Gravity's 2 words. He said that.
Yeah. Gravity is 2 words. It's grav as in gravity bong, and itty is in
itty. It's grab as in I grab you. Itty.
Yeah. I think grabs you, and if there's too much gravity, it turns you into an itty thing. Itty.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on, wait. Going back to my example, how would you be able to describe if I put a light to the tent that you are living in?
Okay.
How do you describe what that process is for your own, mind? How can you tell me what that's made out of? Go ahead.
So if you are standing outside of my tent, you have a flashlight and you are shining it onto my tent, I can pretty obviously tell that is just a projection onto my tent.
Is that what we do with the universe?
Not the sky. Okay, so sure, let's say that there is a giant tent around the Earth, and let's say that someone is shining a flashlight onto that tent, and that is what we see as the sun.
So then how do you calculate that then? How do you tell me
you're not letting
what that's made out of?
So one thing that we can do, the sun appears, it's about like half a degree in the sky.
Doesn't matter the size, it doesn't matter.
That has nothing to do with the size, that's how it appears, it's the angular size.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. It doesn't matter the size, we're talking about what the contents of. Go ahead.
I already said it earlier, mass radio spectrometry.
No, bro. Because guess what? There is a medium between you and the object that you're seeing. So if you try to say that we have to invoke this,
as I said earlier, you can throw a satellite into low Earth orbit. You can have the scientific equipment on those satellites.
No. I'm not talking about satellites. I'm talking about the sun at this point. So how do you know the sun's made out of if it's just a reflection on your tent? Go ahead.
So every element emits and absorbs lights at specific wavelengths. It's like a fingerprint. When sunlight passes through a prism or a spectrometer, you see a spectrum with dark lines. Those dark lines are called absorption lines. I'm not finished. Where specific wavelengths are missing. Those lines match with the signatures of elements like.
So with that being said, do you know what the sun's made out of? Go ahead.
Yes, it's about 74% hydrogen, 24%
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I just said we can measure the intensity.
NASA told us
so.
Exactly. You can do it with your radio spectrometry. Now, how do you verify this?
Exactly.
I did it myself.
How do you verify what you claim?
Like with my own company, with
what you claim
with my own hands.
What you claim?
Where can we see that? Where can we see that? Where's your company? Is it online? You got a YouTube channel?
I'm sure if I showed you it, you would say the exact same things.
So you haven't published your work. Okay, we'll take your word for it, brother.
So if I told you that, you would get my full name, and I don't really feel like doxing myself.
Wait, don't dox. Here's what I'm saying. If you're saying that the sun is composite of this particular element, how can you verify that without saying? Wait! I'm not done. Without saying that we have a presupposed position of what we're seeing to make that contents of. So how do you How do you physically claim of what it's made of if you cannot reach it, if you cannot touch it, if you cannot smell it, if you cannot breathe it? So what I'm trying to get to this whole point of it.
Not fuck it.
Yeah,
I would fuck the sun. I would fuck the sun.
No, hey, honestly, tell us the experiment you did. Sounds like you did some work. Tell us all about it.
All right. So, built a team, had a few investors. We built a satellite.
Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Just tell me what you did, dude.
I already explained it to Apocryphon. I already told you. Every element emits specific wavelengths. I said it's kind of like a fingerprint.
Wait, hold on. Let me stop you. How do you know that the medium is not going to give you a false reading? Because let me give you an example.
There is no medium.
Wait, hold on, bro.
You're taking those measurements from the vacuum of space, not within the atmosphere.
Bro. Let me give you an example, okay? I'm gonna break it down.
Hold on, APOC. I just want to know something. Quick, mate. Just a quick one. You said you set up satellites. How high up did these satellites go to do your radio spectrometry?
About 2,200 kilometers. 2,200 kilometers.
So not beyond the moon, then.
The island.
So you're not keeping up with globe law. Yeah, you're definitely not keeping up with globe law because the atmosphere extends beyond the moon.
Yeah,
exactly. You're talking about the magnetosphere, the ionosphere that messes with radio waves.
No, I'm not. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
Here's the thing. You're thinking of the ionosphere, but you're
I'm
actually talking about the...
That's your scientific brothers and sisters.
Ignorant.
No, you are. We're trying to help you out here, mate.
Okay, hold on, real quick, Matrix. Hold on.
The guy's full of shit, y'all.
Hold up. Let me say this real quick. Okay, check this out, Glober. Check this out. Let's say I have a position away from you, okay? And then you want to try to claim this is a particular distance away from your position. How do you calculate that? Go ahead.
I don't think he's even claiming that.
No, he is though, because it's all part of his fucking paradigm. Because
first of all, this is a troll. This is a troll that's just fucking around.
Okay,
so this guy hadn't done a single bit of experiment. He's not Elon Musk. He's just a bullshitter on fucking Discord. Let's just all, be honest here. Okay? So that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
he is making his best case. He is making his best case. And I'll give him props for that. But regardless,
that's why I'm trying to break it down. That's why I'm trying to break it down.
I had to get a glass of water real quick.
Okay. So now that you're back,
have a beer, man.
Listen, hold up.
It's not 1820.
Hold up. Now that you're back, and then now I can talk to you. Let's give you a position on the Earth, and then you say that you see something in the distance. How do you know that what you are trying to say, what is, through the medium that you're looking through, how do you know the distance from your position to it without physically measuring it? Go ahead. Tell me.
So, what's your definition of physically measuring it?
Physically measuring it is the fucking definition. Go ahead.
So, by physically measuring, are you talking about like I can't walk up to it with a tape measure and I have to stay where I am and I have to measure it somehow with that?
So are you safe to say that you are then calculating it? Yes or no?
Yes. I mean, one way you could do that, you could use light, for example. We know what the speed of light is through oxygen through the atmosphere.
Calculation. You're calculating it. You're not actually measuring it. You're calculating
it. Exactly.
That's the difference.
Didn't they supposedly fly a rover into the sun, though?
No, we're talking about the Parker Solar Probe, which the periaps is above the sun, which periaps.
Wait, hold on. So did that not happen?
Are you telling me that did not happen? Yeah, no, that did not happen.
So they never flew a rover. Hold
on. Sorry,
I'm gonna have to Google that. Okay.
It's called the Parker Space Probe, but so it went within like I want to say 10 million kilometers. I can't remember the exact number, but it went really close to it, like close enough that it was like within the corona. Yeah.
How can you verify that?
Didn't they, quote unquote, attempt to fly something into the sun?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go check this out.
Okay. Here's my point. How do you know that the calculations that are being acquired here are going through a medium of which you cannot technically prove without a shadow of a doubt?
Okay, are you saying that, like, for example, we take the data from the space probe, we send it from the space probe to a satellite orbiting Earth, we send that data from that satellite to a ground station? Are you saying that somewhere in between that supply chain, that data is getting corrupted and the results are just mute completely and irrelevant? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So what would cause that data to be corrupted?
I'll tell you why. Because if you were to look at something and say spectroscopy tells me XYZ, but I want you to like visualize this. You're in a fish tank, okay? And there's a glass barrier around you, okay? And then there's a human being standing outside, and you're the fish in the fish tank. Now, how do you verify that the glass is not a particular position or distance away from yourself? Because it sounds like a whole lot of fucking hope and prayer mathematically that you're trying to make that barrier.
If I may cut you off real quick, and I'm sorry, I don't like cutting people off, but if I may cut you off real quick, how many shots of E&J have you had tonight?
Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Listen, how do you, Glober, hold on, listen. How
I think we're even making that claim, but that claim isn't even made. The claim they're lying. That's the claim
I
we
would
make.
debate him, but he keeps repeating like filler words. Like
he is a little bit. Yes, he is. Yeah. But regardless, like, let's be honest. Our side thinks that they are lying.
Right. Okay. So
there you have it.
So like my startup for
we don't even need to get into the dirty details of how they had the rover fly into, apparently it's 6 kilometers into the sun. We don't believe any of that. We don't believe that ever even happened. Okay, so we don't need to get into the details of like how that happened. That's irrelevant to us, right?
So if all right, I'll go with you. Let's say none of that stuff never happened.
Okay.
None of those missions ever happened.
Let's basically, for the sake of this conversation, let's take anything that NASA or any other space or government agency has ever said, and let's just set that in this bag to the right.
Okay.
So we can't even use any of that because we think that's all a big lie. That's a big lie.
What about
there's a reason for
that. What about the observations from sailors and explorers from the 16th and 15th and even 17th centuries who circumnavigated?
Well, they looked up in the sky and saw stars.
Right.
Yeah, how did they know that the stars were going to be in the same
lights in the sky? How did they know?
Well, obviously, look, check it out. Back in those days, you had no light pollution. And all you would do is look up at the night sky every night, and they would obviously, every single civilization would track the stars. It was a way of mapping where you were. So we see it across the board. Every civilization did that, and all of them thought they lived on a flat Earth. By the way,
that's not true.
Okay, not all of them, but most of them.
From from the time of the ancient Greeks until like the 1950s.
Okay, I'm not trying to get into that.
That's not true. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, let's not get into that.
That's not true. The point is
hypothetical genius.
What? You're right. The average
people look up at the sky and saw patterns.
Holy shit. Just because a bunch of fucking, like a handful of ancient Greeks supposed that they might live on a ball didn't mean that all of a sudden the entirety of the world's population understood that they lived on a sphere. It's not true. Don't make out like that shit is true. That's
not the stars.
True. Yeah.
Everybody navigated by the stars.
Of course,
and they're both still talking.
Back then didn't
guys,
that the Earth
did
was
you
flat.
both hear what T-Dub said? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, I did, and I am replying to what T-Dub said. Basically, what I'm saying is, obviously it's going to be a handful of people because not everybody back then was a scientist. Maybe like 1%, not even.
So you have to be a scientist to look at the stars.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
well, you said
I'm saying that 99.9% of the population didn't even give a fuck or worry about whether the Earth was flat or a globe because it wasn't relevant to them whatsoever.
Yet
So
they
just
all
didn't care
still
or didn't even think
navigated
about
by the stars. Yet they all
No,
looked
that
up
was a
at the
very
sky and
that was a very
navigated by
few
the stars.
handful of people.
No,
Not
it wasn't a
everybody did
handful
that.
of
You're
people. It was
talking
every
about seafaring
civilization.
people.
Every
Okay.
civilization looked up at the stars and tracked them. Every
We're just going in
civilization did it.
circles.
Wait, hold on. I need you to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I do acknowledge that every civilization
Okay.
looked into the
So
stars. and
every
tracked it.
civilization looked at people. Obviously, the most recognizable star is the North Star.
Yeah, the Polaris. Yeah.
Right. So everybody knew they could look at that star and walk toward it, and they'd be going north. They would be going a certain direction, and called north. Every civilization did that, and they didn't think they lived on a big ball. My point is you can't take what people looked up into the sky and then extrapolate that and somehow make that a globe of Earth proof. Because we see across the board, we see across the board, every civilization did this.
I hear that GPT prompt going.
Yeah. Hey, I own all. How about you have a conversation without using ChatGPT or something in the background and see how you fare?
That's funny.
Yeah, you laugh because you know it's true.
I don't mind him doing it. You just read it out loud as you.
Actually, hypothetical. I do mind him doing it because I'd rather have a conversation with the person, not another conversation with ChatGPT.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're just fucking speculating on what I'm doing. You're fucking accusing me of doing shit that I'm not doing, and you're a fucking drunk Australian.
Okay, Junior, I haven't had a beer yet, so for someone who's drunk, how can you be drunk without consuming alcohol? Right. Speculate all you like. Lucky it's Sunday. What's this? I own. Nice rage mute. Retarded Aussie, keep yelling, fat retard. Oh, dear.
Mongos. Speculation Sunday, Mongos. Easy up, man. Easy up. Easy, bro. Back it up. Back it up. Come on.
Chat meltdown.
Meltdown, bro.
I am curious what ChatGPT does say about this.
Go and ask it then.
I'm curious why we're giving this guy any time of day. Fuck, the moment he said he got investors in his company and shit. Man, for God's sake, you have a listen at the guy.
Wait. We got a certified billionaire here.
Give me a second. I was mid sentence, bro. I mean, come on. We're giving this guy the time of day. The moment he said he got fucking investors in his company and shit like that. Dude, this guy couldn't pitch for a fucking investor to invest in his lemonade stand, for God's sakes.
Elon Musk, man.
Listening to him?
He's like Elon Musk, bro.
I mean, worse than Elon Musk.
Didn't you hear what he said? He tried twice. Not once, but twice. He tried twice to go up into space with his billions of dollars.
Sure.
No, of course he doesn't. Of course he does.
I mean,
does he claim to have any globe proof?
No.
Hey, Apocryphon.
He can regurgitate NASA.
Hold on, man. Apocryphon. I've been there and done it. Easy, cowboy. Just chill, bro. You'll be all right. Dude, I've been muted for days. It happens. You'll be all right, Apocryphon. I love you, brother.
Yeah, I'm about to get muted now.
Exactly.
It happens. It happens.
It happens, man. Relax.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all good, man. We're talking about Earth, Speculation Sunday. You want to bring up some ideas about Earth and how it works. And I heard something recently, man, that it from the center core of the sun, by the time it spewts out those photons and they reach Earth, it's been like 1,000,000 years, bro. 1,000,000 years. It takes the photon to reach your eye.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it was that long. I thought it was 14 minutes. I heard it was 14 minutes.
No, from the edge, but from when it starts in the center of the fucking of the sun, the photon, and it reaches your eye, it's like 1,000,000 years. Yep.
That's what the fuck?
Yeah. Check that out, man. Speculation Sunday, Mongos. Check it out.
Well, theoretically, it is an interesting concept. Like, if it were indeed true, like you really are looking back in time, like by far,
millions of years,
right? Millions of years, millions of years.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I always thought that was crazy.
It's crazy, fascinating,
bro.
And honestly,
man, I'd rather
it's a great
believe in
story.
fucking Star Trek.
It's a great
more. Fuck.
But that's why, dude. That's why they eat on this, bro. That's why they bite on it with all their fucking might. Because it's philosophy, is what it is. It's like it's pseudo philosophy. It's like, what if? What if? Light traveled at a certain speed. What if it were millions of years away and we're literally looking back in time? What if? And everybody goes,
right.
That's amazing. Wow. What if? It's all philosophy, though. It's like an exercise. It's a brain
mental exercise. Yeah, it's a mental exercise,
and it's fun. It's fun. That's why they do it.
Super fun, bro. Super fun. I remember a girlfriend I was dating, man. She's like, "Did you read like it's like the light from that? It's like burned out in billions of years ago." Like, holy shit, man! What do you mean the star I see in the skies? It's been dead for a million years. What the fuck, man? That's weird. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It gets
exploded when dinosaurs were walking around, and we're just now seeing it.
Yeah.
Well, they say every single one of those little lights in the sky that we see, that's a new solar system, just like ours. And by the way, ours is what they say average, right? Apparently, I learned this last night. Actually,
hey, hypothetical genius. I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Yeah, I'll buy it. Is it on the beach?
Okay, leave the cash on the bridge. I'll be by to get it.
I got you, dog.
It's pricey. Just bring your checkbook.
It's a great story.
Blank check. I'll fill it out.
It's a great
beautiful
story.
bridge.
It's a great story. But honestly, what I always fall back on, if it were true, we would know it by now. It would be unequivocal. We would have people flying over to these places. That would happen. We would know it. If it were true, if what they say is true, we would have been to the moon fucking 20, 30 times. If that were true.
Yep.
The idea that we would just have gone a few times and then didn't go back, like, if it were true, we would have thousands of hours of video every year. We would have built, we would have built a fucking base on the moon. If it were true. If it were true, we would have built a base. Like, it's so obvious and so clear. If it were true, we would have so many more pictures, so many more video, so many more people that would have gone, so many more things. If it were true, it would be unequivocal. And the fact that it's not unequivocal makes it not true.
Hey, Apocryphon's, he's pissed. He's really fucking pissed.
We'll let him back in. Fuck it.
I love you guys.
Yeah, that's right. He is pissed, as in blood.
He's like a little aggressive.
Yeah, he's drunk. Yeah, he's drunk, pissed.
He's a little pissed. He's taking a piss.
Love he's all kind of pissed. Yeah,
he's all kind of pissed. Anyway, I love you guys. Keep it straight. Keep it level.
Are you checking out, brother?
Yeah, I gotta go, man.
I hear you, bro. It's late. I hear you. Good man.
Hey, keep
do what you gotta do.
Hey, keep speculating, man. It's Sunday. Keep it up.
Well, that's what I do. So I hear you, brother. Good to hear your voice.
Cheers. You too, brother.
Later, man.
All right. Cheers.
Ciao, bro.
I'm gonna take one. Hold that.
Hey, Crit, you there? Gonna say I might have a new volunteer for Space News.
It's funny here. You're the second person asked for him by name. The other person, I think, might be a recipient of his space news.
Actually, yes. The one that I booted out, who called out for him in the first place. He's just sent me a whole heap of shit in the DMs. Having a little cry.
I wish I was a Glober sometimes to get this space news feed. I never thought to ask for it. But yeah. I think it's just automatically delivered to me.
What's he saying?
They just clips headlines.
Put it this way. The DMs or the Space News?
No, the DMs that he's spurging out on.
This was his spurg. Hey, Fat and Bomb, show me $1,000. RN, I'm assuming that means right now. Show me a band. I promise you can't. Fat and got mad and banned me. Sorry that I'm richer and smarter than you or your friends will ever be. It's like, okay, back to your proof of Globetardia.
Wait, hold on. Is this the Elon Musk guy? The guy who apparently has billions of dollars? Oh my God! Yeah. So,
do you know why he's dirty?
He's resorting to the N-word, huh?
Oh yeah. The only reason he's dirty is because I called him for the ChatGPT shit. Because he was typing like a motherfucker.
He was typing like Destiny died. I mean, he was going crazy on that keyboard, bro.
Hello?
You got hit that mute. You're gonna start doing that shit.
So yeah, as soon as I said that we'd rather converse with a person, not ChatGPT, he just flipped his shit right there and then.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's the point?
He sure did.
I'm a real person.
Welcome. Man raising hand. Hello.
Hey, if we don't have a Globe person in here, did anybody watch the recent
man raising hand might be?
Oh, okay.
He said he was a real person. I think he thought we were talking about him with the Chat GPT, but maybe he's doing the same thing. Guilty conscience. So never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
It's not me. I'm not doing that. Brown Recluse is here. If you're looking to talk to the Glober, that's McLovin there.
What's up, guys?
He's always got a lot to say.
Come talk to us, brother. Come talk to us.
What's up? I'm down to talk to you guys.
I'll do it as well.
Who's saying I'll do it as well?
Okay, we have a couple Globers here.
Got a tag team duo.
Sure, I'll let
you have a question.
I don't want to step in it. So I'll let you take the stage, and if I'll be on backup.
Why does
go ahead?
Can we go to windy.com and have a look at that and just that's pretty convincing for me.
Will you link it in chat?
What?
Windy.com.
Hey, can I ask a very quick clarifying question to both these Globers very quickly? Do you believe that your body and my body, as we sit on our phones right now, are moving at least 2.5 million miles per hour?
Relative.
Right now, as we speak.
Just relative.
I don't know the exact miles per hour, but again.
Well, it's miles per hour, so it's not relative to anything. It's it's literally distance versus time. So like our bodies are literally traveling at 2.5 million miles per hour right now as we speak.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a compounding of rotational speed and speed traveled both in rotation around the sun and the sun traveling through the galaxy and the galaxy traveling through space. Am I correct?
Right, and that's a separate issue. Like, you're not only traveling at 2.5 million miles per hour, but you're doing it in several different directions. I think 6 different ellipticals. But set all that aside, can we just agree? Let's make it on a simple side. We're at least traveling 2 million miles per hour right now as we speak on our phones. You and I both. Our bodies, distance over time, are moving at 2.5 million miles per hour. 2 million miles per hour.
I don't disagree that.
It's a simple yes.
Well, I can't say yes to 2 million miles an hour. Like again,
you have to say yes. You have to say yes.
I would like to agree to the point you were saying earlier that again it's the 6 different axes or whatever, like the Earth rotating around the sun.
Yeah, but that's setting all that aside. At the end of the day, your body is moving at 2 million, actually 2.5 is what they say, million miles per hour. It doesn't matter the different ellipticals or any of that. All that matters is your body right now through space, the space vacuum, is moving at 2.5 million miles per hour. Right. You, me, everybody that's listening to this, my TV that I'm pointing at, we're all doing it.
Again, I just don't necessarily agree with that stat specifically. I would have to see.
You have to agree with it. You can't not agree with it.
One sec.
Let's just say,
bro. One sec.
It's pretty far.
Let's just consider the galactic motion. So that's 1.5 million miles per hour. That's what I've read. 1.5 million miles per hour through the universe. That's the galaxy's supposed alleged speed.
Sure.
Do you think that that's happening? Of course, you're tagging along with it, right? So you'd also be doing that speed.
Yeah, I would agree to that. Yeah, Again, I'm not 100% sure on the numbers, but the galaxy itself is traveling in a certain direction, and that is my current
millions of miles per hour, right?
Yeah, that's my current
miles per hour.
Current understanding of the cosmos. Yes. So I will agree to that. I will agree to that. Yes. What about?
Now, it's fair for you to say. It's fair for you to say, like, if you're in an airplane, I don't feel it, type thing. You can say that, but we just need to at least acknowledge we're moving at these kinds of speeds.
Windy.com.
Will you link it? Will you just link it?
Windy, WINDY.com.
If you link
it, bro, do you need some Gaviscon or something? Like, get an upset tummy? What's wrong, man?
You talking to me? So it's just one second.
Yeah, the Windy.com guy. Is he looking for like something to settle his tummy?
Windy is just shows air directions, air movements, and on a map.
I just want to say, anytime I join this channel, it's like a peaceful vibe. I can sit here and listen to what you guys are saying, and like, honest to God, like it's like a peaceful vibe. Like now, if I join any of these other channels, oh man, it gives me a fucking headache. Everybody's screaming at each other.
All right, Gizmo, settle down.
Yeah. So what's your point with Windy, so we can continue?
Yeah, the direction of the wind and the equator and stuff.
All right, not a very well-formed thought, I'll say.
Okay, so like, you know how it spins in one way above the equator and it spins the other way below the equator? Apparently that's because it's a globe. Like, is there any other explanation for that?
Is there one needed?
For the wind?
Yeah.
Okay, prove it. Can you prove it? Can you prove that explanation?
On the screen.
Can you prove that explanation?
There's like hurricanes that are like modeled on the screen that are actual hurricanes.
Yeah, can you
There's
prove
like anti-cyclones also.
There is, but can you prove the explanation for their motion? You're saying the explanation for their motion is that Earth is a spinning ball.
CGI has come a very long way.
Are explanations with like, is the claim the proof?
You're just confusing me. I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah, is a claim proof?
I mean, have you seen? Is it Jupiter?
Shush. One sec, bro. One sec. Are claims proof?
Yeah. I think the answer to that's obvious, and you're not really addressing anything I've said.
So
no, right? So no.
Right,
so they're not.
This one time, I saw a hurricane. It was twice the size of a normal hurricane.
Whoa. Awesome. Great story, bro.
It sounds like he's looking for a poetry form.
So why ask us for an alternative explanation for something that you haven't proved in the first instance?
It's their model and it's better than yours. That's why I buy this.
I don't care. I don't care what their model is. That's a claim that needs validation. What's the validation for their claim?
The hurricane. The hurricane goes in one direction.
That's circular reasoning. That is circular reasoning, bro.
You can go outside.
Mental gymnastics here, buddy. A lot of mental gymnastics here.
Just feel the wind.
I can just look up at the clouds and say, well, the reason that the hurricane goes in a certain direction is because there's invisible pink unicorn elephants that make it spin that way in the air. They're flying.
That's probably
What's the proof? Well, look at the hurricane. Look at the hurricane. There's my proof.
Have you seen a unicorn pink elephant before? Because I would love to see
just
one.
like nobody's ever seen the spinning globe either.
People have them.
Great.
No, they haven't. I have them standing on. I'm looking at it right now. Look at your fucking feet.
Right.
Yeah. What about it?
It's spin.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm smoking. My bad.
Yeah, maybe we should go back to Brown Recluse.
What's that?
It's me.
Can I
well, real quick, I'm sorry. Who was saying earlier about the motion, like the cosmic motion?
You were talking to T-Dub.
T-Dub, yeah. So, can I ask what your point was?
No, it wasn't me. That was the other guy. Someone. You were talking to someone else.
Oh, it was hypothetical genius. I think. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm here.
Were you the one referring to the?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, we were talking about the cosmic speeds through the cosmos.
Can I ask what your point was?
I just wanted a simple acknowledgement that we're moving at millions of miles per hour. That my body and your body at this very moment. Well, you had a problem saying just simply yes.
My problem was with the numbers specifically. Like again, I acknowledge that we're moving at great speeds. I just can't be sure it's like 2 million, 1.5 million. I just don't know the number.
Okay, well, I know, and I'm going by what Google says. If you Google search what we're traveling through the Milky Way galaxy, you're going to get the 2.5 million miles per hour number. But it didn't seem like you had a problem with the number. It seemed like you had a problem with just acknowledging it.
No, I'm telling you, it was with the number. Again, I fully acknowledge that we were moving at high speeds, right? And I would argue that again,
over 1 million miles per hour, over 1 million.
Yeah, something to that effect. In the grand scheme of things, the cosmic movement over space and time. Yeah,
that's all I was looking for. Yeah,
I would argue that again, we do not feel speed; we feel acceleration, right? So moving at a constant speed.
And I gave you that out. And when I spoke originally, I said I understand. You can say it's just like if you're on an airplane. You remember me saying that?
Yeah, no, you did say that 100%. So
yeah,
okay, well, that's fair. Well, that is my current worldview. That's the globe model.
So we are all traveling over 1 million miles per hour. Mm-hmm. We don't feel it. Even though we are moving, can we acknowledge that we're moving in like 6 different directions, elliptical directions? We're spinning. We're going in ellipses. Those ellipses are going in other ellipses.
Yeah.
Just because you say so.
It's all inertial frames.
Just because you say so.
So again,
you say so without evidence? No, I'm not accepting that, dude.
My point is, it's not a straight line speed. Like we all acknowledge, it's not a straight line speed.
Well, again, it's from point A to B, but the line isn't really straight. It's a predictable motion, but it isn't
right. And so obviously, you see the point of me bringing that up is like to say acceleration, right? It's like, well, you are accelerating to some degree.
No, I mean, again, there's a slight change in speed if I'm not mistaken, but again, it's from what I understand,
and that's what your side would say but we need to at least acknowledge the very premise that. We are moving at over 1 million miles per hour right now. As you and I speak, we are moving at 1 million miles per hour. We don't feel it.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot say it's like an airplane that's going straight through the air because we are moving at different angles, multiple different angles.
So it's not that we're moving at multiple different angles. It's that we're moving in, more than one direction at once. So like again, you're not walking straight forward.
Well, that's multiple different angles.
One second. No, yeah, it's a curve, is what it is. Again, because you're not walking straight forward. You're moving up and to the left, up and to the left.
Hey, one sec, Brad Recluse.
Yeah.
What is acceleration?
The changing, the increasing of speed.
Or turn.
Or what?
Or change of direction.
Change in direction. Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, let me put it in terms you might understand.
I think that counts as acceleration. I'm pretty sure acceleration is exclusively because you're talking about centrifugal force. I don't believe that counts as acceleration.
Uniform circular motion is acceleration.
It does, but let's not dunk on him. It does. The point is
a change of velocity.
If I can put it in terms that he might understand, that when you're at Bondi and a fucking guy goes in to the water,
this helps.
Yeah, this is not helpful.
Yeah, so you get down to the
point
top.
The way to think about acceleration is if you're in a car when you feel a differential. So if you speed up, your head will go back. If you hit the brake, your head will go forward. If you take a left turn, your head will go right. If you take a right turn, your head will go left. That's all considered in the bounds of acceleration, according to physics.
Right, but
you should be looking where you're going, though.
If you're driving on a highway, right, and then you travel in a very large radius turn, you're not really going to feel that turn.
Well, that's acceleration. You will feel that turn. You're going to feel that. You're going to feel your body shift which way you go, whether it be left or right. Now, here's what your side would say, just like everything else, like it's so big, basically, that you don't feel it. Just like why you don't see curvature. It's just so big. The ball's so big, you don't see curvature. These things are so big, you just don't feel it, you don't see it.
Can I say my side instead of you saying my side?
Sure. Okay. Well, what did I say that was wrong?
Well, again, it's not that it's so big, right? It's that we're talking about an infinitesimal change in acceleration, right? So, like, again, when we're talking about like the rotation of the Earth, we're talking about one rotation over 24 hours, right? So it's an incredibly slow movement, right?
So you're going to magically forget about all the other movement.
Again, it's
you're repeating what I just said.
Right, the size.
I literally just said that.
1 second. The size is irrelevant, right? So if you take an orange, which is much smaller than the Earth, I think we can all
Stop. No, the size is not irrelevant.
I agree.
You're going to magically forget. So all of a sudden now, Brown, hold on.
Can I finish?
You're going to narrow it down to one movement only. What about the other 6 or 7 that are all happening at once? Are you just going to magically forget about them?
Again.
Why are you so mad?
Yeah, I'm trying.
No, I'm not. This is normal.
You sound.
Yeah, that's very normal.
Again, I don't have an explanation for everything, but again, I'm talking about infinitesimal.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the others. You're just saying, "Hey, we've got one, so let's just push all the others aside and enjoy it."
Let me finish my point.
Yeah, because you keep talking, and you're just sidestepping the whole point.
You're not mad. You're definitely not mad.
No,
he's not.
He sounds a little mad.
It gets worse. So, Brown, why is it you're negating everything? You're just narrowing it down to one singular motion.
I'm trying to describe
the 24 hours. So what happened to the rest of them?
Trying to describe the fundamentals. If you would allow me.
Yeah, we get it. But the problem is, you keep forgetting that it's not a straight line.
It's from point A to point B, right? Again.
Yeah, it's a curve. So what's acceleration again? It was defined earlier.
The change in velocity.
And?
Direction.
A curve is what? A change in direction. True or false?
Oh my God. Do you want to have a respectful conversation? Because it doesn't sound like you do.
True or false? A curve is a change in direction. True or false?
True. He's acknowledged that.
Excellent. Continue. It went blank on my end. I didn't hear anything. There was silence.
I don't want to have a conversation with you. I would like to have a conversation with the other people because you make it not fun to have a conversation.
So, your idea is to come in here and baffle people with bullshit then? That's fun to you?
That's not what I was trying to do, but if that's what you want to
That's what you're doing. That's what you've just said what fun is.
All right,
Banhammer, if I may, it seems like you aren't
respecting the rules of engagement here.
Bro.
Other people. Go and tone police someone else. Anyway, Brown, if that's fun to you, spinning lies and bullshit, go elsewhere. How about you come in here and learn some stuff?
Then by all means, take the floor, sir. Teach us something.
No, I already have. And now you're upset. You're going to put your little mic up, and you're all upset because someone hurt your feelings.
No, it's because you're unpleasant to speak with.
Because I take the fun out of it. Because I nailed your facts straight to the floor, and you're upset about it.
No.
And now you want your little teddy bear. That becomes a you problem.
Where were you going with it anyway? Like, now that we've all acknowledged that we're not going in a straight line, we're not going at a perfect speed. Things speed up. They speed down. Like, where were you going with this to refute that point? Now that we all acknowledge that, according to the model, that's what's happening.
I'm referring to infinitesimally small changes in acceleration and speed.
Okay, can I explain to you why that?
Can I finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Finish my point, right?
Sure.
An orange, right? If you move it in any direction, in any combination of directions, incredibly slowly, right, will be relatively imperceptible to us as human observers, right? So the same thing applies on large scales, but with larger numbers, right? So again, in essence, again, like you're saying, it is very big, right? But again, we're talking about infinitesimal changes relative to size. So again, if an orange moved at 1,000,000 miles an hour, you'd be like, wow, that's a fast orange, right? But relative to its size, if it moved in any direction, a fraction of a percent of its quarter size in any direction, it would be incredibly hard to notice. So again,
but let's even okay. So let's even take your example. Let's suppose we watched an orange move for 24 hours. That would rotate once 24 hours. Even a small orange, like we would notice that change. I would, with my eye, notice that change.
Not again over the course of a minute.
Okay, once again,
over the course of a minute, you would not.
Well, no, not over the course of a minute, but over the course of a degree of minutes. Like if I watch a clock, I can without a second hand. I have done this, right? We've all done this. We've looked at a clock that doesn't have a second hand, and we can watch that little minute hand move.
Right, but that minute hand moves again. Around 360 degrees. And it moves 6 degrees.
I'm not saying it didn't move slow. Of course, it moves slow according to the size of that clock and the degree at which it moves. But I can still, literally, with my eyeball, see that minute hand move.
But again, that's 1 degree every.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference. You're saying here on Earth we can't, with our eyeballs, see it move.
1 second. Look at math.
Well, that's because you're on it.
So 24. 1 second. So again, a clock rotating around a minute hand rotating around a clock, right? Is 1 degree every 10 seconds, right? Like an orange spinning would be 0.06 degrees every minute. So that would be imperceptible.
Yeah, but it would be perceptible over a certain degree of time. Over 5 minutes. Over 5 minutes, if I watch that orange over 5 minutes, I, as a human being with my eyeballs, will be able to notice that it has shifted.
Okay, I personally think that's debatable.
Okay, let's say over the course of an hour, then.
Again, but watching it the entire time, again, it's like watching a kid grow. You're like, oh man.
Right? Yes, but that's what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about the real world here. Like, if I sit down and watch an orange.
I'm not getting you. I'm not understanding.
Here's my point. My point is, he's saying. Here's the point. Here's what we're arguing about. He's saying it won't be perceptible. I'm saying it would.
Right.
I'm saying it would be perceptible. No. I'm going to play a devil's advocate here, because how would you, if you're on it, you would have to see something else change. And that's why they say that the indication that the Earth is in motion is because of the movement of the celestial bodies, which do appear to move almost imperceivably slow.
Very true. Thank you.
Yes, but they obviously perceive to move above our heads with our stationary flat surface.
But that is under the assumption that stationary.
Like
flat.
I believe we would perceive movement under our feet. That's the rub.
Right,
if it were true.
We do relative to our scale. Obviously, we feel.
Well, we don't though. We don't. All we see are things that move above us. That's the problem.
No, I mean, again, you can see obviously the Earth quakes, right? But when you talk about again, its movements amongst the celestials,
that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I know. I'm trying to talk about Earth moving, right? Again, you feel the Earth.
Yeah. But moves, once again, let's go back to the whole picture here. The whole picture is you're moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour in 6 different elliptical directions, spinning in elliptical things.
Again,
what you want me to say is these things are so big that I can't perceive them under my feet.
Again, correct. I'd like to point out something, right? It's not moving in 6 different directions necessarily, right? It's moving from.
Well, it is. No, you're wrong there.
It's moving from point A to point B in space, right? That is not again.
No. You're moving in 6 different directions. If I spin a basketball and then throw it to somebody, that ball is moving in 2 different directions.
It has rotational speed and directional speed, right? Again, that's
right.
2 different directions.
That's two, right?
Okay, those
according to the model,
it's moving in 2 different axes.
Yeah, but it's still 2 different directions.
That's again the wording matters there because again, left and right are different directions, right?
It does matter. It does matter. If you're an ant on the basketball, which is what we are supposedly,
right?
You're moving in 2 different directions simultaneously, but you're doing it.
I mean, technically, if you're spinning and you're moving one direction, you're still kind of only moving one direction. You're just your body is moving.
Let's say you're moving to the left.
At any one point, so again, if an ant in a basketball, if you throw a basketball forward, right, the ant is on the top of the basketball. The basketball's moving forward. The basketball spins.
Okay, let me rephrase this.
Let me just finish
acceleration.
Hypothetical. Let me just finish my hypothetical.
Okay, go ahead.
It's on the front, right? So again, the ant is traveling forward. Once it gets to 90 degrees, it's traveling immediately forward, right, towards the direction that the basketball is heading. Then it begins to travel backwards, right? The basketball is still moving forwards, but at that point in time, right, depending on at what point the ant is around the radius of the basketball, the ant is moving either backwards or stationary in space relative to like the gymnasium that this experiment is happening in, right? So again, the ant is still moving in one direction. Tell me how I'm wrong.
No, you're not. You're not moving. I'm talking from a perspective of scientific physics, where acceleration means a change in direction and in speed. And so if I throw that basketball, let's say, and then it all of a sudden starts spinning, right? You would, at least at this point, acknowledge it has now moved 2 directions.
It's spinning in 2 different or it's moving in one direction and spinning in an axis. So like again, these things matter because it's not this. It's not like it's not spinning 30 degrees an hour and traveling 30 degrees an hour, and that's 60 degrees an hour.
If you were in physics, if you're in physics class and you are trying to calculate the acceleration with this specific example that we're talking about, you are going to have to impose both of those movements. The basketball spinning and the basketball moving forward. Both of those movements increase the acceleration and thus the way that you would feel it.
Well, again, yeah.
Right? So all of those accelerations matter. Every single one of those changes, those turns, those speed ups, those slowdowns, every one of them matters. And that's very important. We cannot put that aside and say, well, no, it's just one direction. It's actually a lot of different directions in a lot of different ways.
All right. So what now?
Every one of those accelerations matter.
Well, I agree that in physics you would have to calculate all of these, especially with the ant and the basketball. Let me add to the hypothetical. What if the ball rotated over the course of 24 hours and then the ball took a year to reach from point A to point B? Do you think the ant would perceive that?
Oh, yeah. Let me be very clear. I'll even go a step further for you, just to show you how intellectually honest I am. Let's suppose the Earth was the size of 10 times the size of Jupiter. Okay? Let's suppose that. Would we feel it? Would we see curvature? Probably not. It's conceivable that the ball is so damn big that you wouldn't. I'll give you that. It's conceivable that these things that we're talking about are so big that you wouldn't feel it. You can get to that point, of course. But that's what your default is. Like, yes, of course, it could always be big enough. Why not make it a trillion times bigger?
I'm talking about the ant on the basketball.
Why not make the basketball? Why not make the basketball 100 times the sun?
It doesn't have to be. It just we're talking about the hypothetical.
Well, let's hypothetically make it 100 times the sun.
Will you answer real quick? But we can do that. But will you answer my question first about do you think an ant spinning around, if a basketball took 24 hours to spin in a full 360-degree rotation, do you think that ant would feel the acceleration of that ball spinning?
On a basketball?
An ant on a basketball.
Yes, absolutely.
See, that's where I would disagree with you, because I think if a basketball took 24 hours to make a 360-degree rotation, it would be an imperceivable notice of time, especially over a course of 1 second.
You don't think that ant would obviously the ant is like a human being that's smart enough to go, hey, I'm moving. My literal body is moving.
Right, but it can only tell that relative to the space around it, correct?
Well, yes, of course. How else? I mean,
exactly.
And I mean, like the gravitational force and the way that you feel.
Sure, the gravitational force.
All of those factors, right?
In this example, but again, ants do stick to a force. Stick to the ball. So again, they feel far less gravity. Ants would probably feel far less gravity, and probably it would be a far less of a factor than it would be on us. They probably do still feel it, obviously.
I mean, perhaps, but it's not a. It's an interesting hypothetical, and I love hypotheticals, obviously.
Clearly.
But regardless, that doesn't dispute the point. Going back to, if I'm moving you're talking about 24 hours, we're talking about 1,000,000 miles per hour.
Right, but again, over the course of how long?
And by the way, no, it's not whoa. That's, okay, this is important. It's not over the course of how long. You are moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And not only are you moving 1,000,000 miles per hour, you're doing it through a space vacuum.
Right, okay, so
somehow it doesn't suck.
Right.
Somehow it doesn't suck the air off the ball.
We're going off tangents. We're going off on tangents. Let's stick to the.
We're not.
We absolutely are.
Of course you want to go back to your hypothetical. Okay, let's go back.
Okay, it was your hypothetical, but absolutely.
No, I mean the ant on the basketball was your hypothetical, but go ahead.
Regardless, again, you believe that the ant would feel the rotational speed of the ball?
I think yes, they probably would.
Can we open up the room? Who else agrees?
You asked him 3 times.
Well, there's no way to know. We're not ants on a basketball, so this is just a personal opinion.
You want to set this thing up in some sort of sensory deprivation take in the first place. I mean, it's like, all right, come on. This is.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'd feel it. Maybe I wouldn't. But I'll tell you this: if I threw that basketball through a vacuum at 2,000,000 miles per hour, you think that ant would feel it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, probably. That's what they're telling us. They're telling us that we're flying through a vacuum at 2,000,000 miles per hour. That's what you're telling us.
Again,
and maybe that's true. Hey, you know what? Maybe it's true, but you can't be mad at me for questioning that bullshit.
Again, I can understand it's confusing. I don't fully understand it myself. Again, I'm not naive
good. We're all
to the cosmic movements and Newton's laws.
I mean, why in the vacuum sucking the air off the ball that's traveling at 2,000,000 miles per hour?
Okay, I would say that there's several reasons that the atmosphere doesn't.
I know. The gravity. It's the gravity. It's
the greatest atmosphere. There's a layer of ozone. There's atmosphere. There's production of oxygen.
You know what? Maybe that's true, but I'm going to tell you, man. I feel like you're selling me a bridge, and wherever that guy was trying to sell me a bridge before.
Again, ozone is a known thing. It
sounds like some bullshit.
It's like ozone is a known thing, right? Again, it's just O3. It's just
I don't. What does that even mean? What is a known thing?
It means that again, it's a real compound. It's a real O3 is just 3 molecules of oxygen. So ozone is just O3 with 3 molecules of oxygen.
Yeah,
so
that's if what you're saying is there's a gradient as you go up,
right?
Of course, that's a known thing.
Right.
Now we can put words to it like this is the ozone layer and this is that layer and this is this layer, and we can play, we can as human beings try to scientifically make up words to put these things in categories. But yes, there is a gradient as you go up.
Right. So and then as human beings we're naturally curious. We try to determine why is there a gradient going up, right?
But once again, here's what I always default on. Here's how I know it's not what they tell us what it is. Here's how I know. Because if it were true, they would have hundreds of thousands of hours of video. We would be going up there. We would have built something on the moon 100%. Think about it, we're human beings. That's what we would have done.
Yeah, but
if what they tell us is true.
To what gain? What's on the moon that we want?
To what gain?
What's on the moon?
Apparently there's a ton of minerals. And if you're going to say that, apparently there are. Go ahead and use your Chat GPT and Google it. Yeah, Google it. What minerals are on the moon? We will all wait with bated breath. Actually, I'll do it myself just to make sure we're getting the same thing.
Ilmenite, spenil, armacolite.
Yeah, apparently there's tons of very valuable resources on the moon.
Titanium and silicon.
Yeah, there are extremely valuable resources on the moon. Human beings would have gone there.
Right, but again, how expensive is it to get on the moon? And human beings are going there.
Well, if we're doing it in the 60s, it can't be that bad.
Human beings are going there.
That's what SpaceX says. Elon Musk runs this country. I'm sure he can get to the moon.
Okay, so there we have it. But here's my point. My point is, if it were true, and maybe some of it's true and some of it's not. I don't know. I'm willing to accept anything. But I can tell you right now, what all they're saying ain't true.
All right.
Because if it were, we would have a different fucking story.
Again, we would
have a lot more video. We would have a lot more bullshit. We would have you and I would go up there. We would have been up there.
Right. Hypothetically, we're selling bridges on the moon. Who knows, right? I would say that I believe that the Earth is a globe because the globe model, the litany of facts that assemble themselves to cause the people to believe the Earth is a globe have more explanatory.
You mean the litany of propaganda? The litany of propaganda.
All right, call it what you want, but again, the explanatory power of the globe model far exceeds the explanatory power of the flat Earth.
The litany of facts that cause people to believe.
Sure, again, but I would there's several things. Again, gravity in and of itself, obviously the explanation of why things go down.
Oh boy, Brown Reckless, what are you doing? Are you like short circuiting, or
I'm just
you're just buzzwording through this at this point?
Gravity is a buzzword.
You like reading some?
Gravity is a buzzword.
Well, yeah, you're buzzing through your buzzwords. I don't know what you're doing right now. You like abandoned the conversation that was going on. You're making a speech.
I apologize. What did I miss? What did I miss that you wanted to hear about?
No, your little speech ramble just kind of blanked my mind, to be honest. I can't even remember what I said to you.
I've stunned you.
The litany of
You're clearly not speechless.
The litany of facts that cause people to believe.
Yeah,
that seems like a little of a vague and absurd statement from you.
Are you a believer?
We're talking to McLovin.
The side question, like, are you yourself a believer? Do you believe in God?
You talking to me?
Oh, brother.
I do.
I guarantee he does not believe in God.
Yeah, I do not personally. No.
Yeah, there's no possible way he could believe in God with the way that he thinks.
There's no religious man that believes in the globe Earth model at all.
Say that again.
There's no religious man that believes in the globe Earth model.
Oh no, there are plenty of religious people who believe in the globe Earth model.
But they don't believe in God.
We get Christians in here all the time, and Muslims.
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude? You get there are. I can just when I said what I said is because I can tell just by the way that you think and our conversation. I would have put my last dollar that you don't believe in God.
I mean, you nailed it. You nailed it, buddy.
So, I mean, it wasn't that hard, to be honest with you. I mean, do you think that I believe in God?
I would vote yes.
Okay. So, these things are pretty obvious. All right.
Fair enough.
Okay.
What's the root of the question? I don't know who asked it, but
I don't know, but it's an interesting question.
I mean, that's fair. I imagine it's hard to have a flat Earth belief and not be, a believer of God.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, everybody has their own. Well, you know what? Let's ask you. What's your background? Did you grow up religious, or what happened?
I grew up in a religious household, but I was raised non-secularly, so I wasn't forced to go to church or anything like that. But my mom ran a Catholic school for a little while.
Did you go to it, or?
Yeah, for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was introduced to all.
So what happened? What happened in life? Like what made you take a turn? By the way, I mean I'm not judging. I've taken turns left, right, and different.
No, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
I like this conversation.
Yeah. So go ahead.
I was never really a believer. I never when I was younger, I didn't fully think about it quite that much, and then I started having debates, and I would go in these discords and talk, hop in the religious channels and speak with people.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Sorry.
I just turned 25.
Okay. Cool.
But I would hop in the religious channels and talk to people and get their views, and then I just happened to lead myself into technically I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't know that there's no God. I just believe there is no God.
Okay. You want to know a funny story?
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something, bro. I'm so similar to you. When I was 25 years old, I had a YouTube channel. Literally named Jesus Mohammed. It was a troll channel before the word troll even existed. We're talking the early 2000s, okay? Talking 20 years ago. And I was a diehard atheist, and I thought Dawkins and Hitchens were brilliant. I mean, I was all over it. So what I'm trying to tell you is things change.
Well, what led you to believe in the Earth is flat?
Well, I mean, that's a long and very long. I mean, that's obviously a long story, but.
Got the Cliff Notes?
Cliff Notes are people died around me. I went in and out, funerals, this, that. Then I had a child. That changes everything. Then you have a family. Then you get divorced. Then you go through all this. You go this, that. And then, honestly, I had subconscious experiences that. It's like I felt like I was being spoken to type thing that you can't explain. It's like where you have a dream that feels more real than your reality. I don't know if you've ever had a dream that feels so real. It's like that felt so real. But I've had all of these, so it's a very long and complicated story. But with all of it combined, and then of course me using my economics, finance degree type brain. Breaking everything down, going, well, what evidence do we actually have here? And putting it all together, and that's led me to the hypothetical genius that I am today. And I say hypothetical genius because I know I'm not a genius, so that's I was trying to be funny, but regardless.
For sure.
That's brilliant. Hypothetical genius. That's so good.
It's a long and complicated story, and by the way, I've gone in and out, dude. I was in a very traumatic accident my senior year of high school. It was our very first day after my junior year, so the very first day of summer. I had a very traumatic boat accident, lost a buddy, crazy experience. I ended up swimming to shore to I was the only one who walked out of the accident, and then, ended up breaking the news to his mom. This is my best friend. And that threw me into a loop, and then I was like, fuck God. How could a God ever let this shit happen? So I've been through it all, is what I'm saying. I've been through it all. And, this is where I'm at today. But the truth of the matter is I constantly evolve. you know, I just constantly evolve. So like, even like a year ago, I felt differently about God than I do today. Like, you know, it's like a, you know, it's a constant evolution of like my personal. I have found myself wanting to default because if you do have that brain, it's like, well, what if? I do find myself defaulting to like, oh, God, at this point in my life anyway, oh God, I hope there's a God. So I do go there, and I can acknowledge that. But honestly, you can't understand that until you have a child.
Yeah, no,
and you know how they say like there's no atheist in a foxhole? That's not true. Yeah. There are plenty of atheists in a foxhole. There ain't no atheist. You put your fucking kid in a foxhole. You give your kid a fucking, you know, cancer fucking, you're gonna start praying. Like there becomes a point where you get to a point in life where there are things that are bigger than you to lose. Like I could not do it.
No, okay, I understand.
And before you see what I'm saying? Like, so you get into it, and as you become more, like, with more responsibilities, with more people who count on you, and all of these fucking pressures, like, you're gonna start looking for help, bro.
Again, I can understand the comfort that a religious, you know, mindset brings, for sure.
There is a comfort, but my personal, it's not just the comfort. I do believe it's true. And I believe it's true, once again, because of but here's the thing, it's anecdotal experiences. It's like, yeah, I had a dream where my dead buddy came over to me and was like, hey, bro, get your shit together, you're fucking up, you know, shit like that. Or, you know, I've had crazy experiences, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing, too. Let me tell you this, and I'll leave you on this. I promise you this. I can tell you've probably never actually prayed. But if you get down on your fucking hands and knees and talk to God, He will answer you, bro. It will come. It does come, dude. But you have to be big enough to do it. And that's something I only learned that in my 30s. It was like when I first was like, okay, I'm going to fucking... Because you start having things that you really don't want to lose, and shit happens. Like life deals you some crazy fucking shit, and so you start praying.
Seeks a broken heart and a contrite spirit, right?
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, man, the more you talk to God, the more He will talk back, dude. And if you take anything from our conversation, take that. But you have to actually talk to Him.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to actually do it. You can't go, okay.
Yeah, again, there's you can't guarantee divine revelation. With praying.
If you're someone, I can guarantee you something.
You can.
If you're someone that thinks there isn't a God, I guarantee you'll be questioning that on your deathbed. Guarantee.
Sure. Of course, everyone's going to question it on their deathbed.
I would issue a challenge to do it.
I've respectfully done it before, but again, it's maybe not to your standard. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to do it to the standard. You got to do it and you believe it.
Dude, I've gotten on the knees. I've done the whole. I've been in the.
Well, you got to believe it. You got to believe it.
I wanted
you got to be in it.
Trust me, my guy.
See, wanting to believe it's not believing it.
I didn't believe it. That was my problem, and I don't believe it.
I know. You got to submit. It's all about submission, brother.
It's about faith, is what it's about.
No, it's about submission. It says, you know what? I don't know.
Right. It's not. But you're not saying that you don't know. You're saying I believe it to be true. That's what you're saying, correct?
No, you don't even have to go that far. You don't even have to go that far.
That's what you're saying. That's what you said earlier.
Well, I mean, yes, if you can do that, that helps. But you don't even have to go that far. You can simply get down on listen to me. You can get down on your knees and look up and say, I have no idea if you're real.
Yeah.
If you're not real, I have no idea. But I'm open to receive what you will give me.
Yeah,
and then just go into your prayer. If you do that with an open heart, you will get your answers. And that's the fucking thing about it. And see, nobody can prove that shit, but every person that's done it knows it. And there are billions and billions and billions and billions of people who have lived this world who have done that and have seen it and felt what I'm trying to tell you.
hypothetical. I'm respectfully you're ranting. Like again, are you saying that there's no?
I know. I mean, I'm more than ranting. I'm prophesizing.
Yeah, again, I'm just trying to say that you think that there's no one who's genuinely prayed that hasn't found God. There's no one exists.
Say that again. What was your question?
If there's anyone who's genuinely prayed and genuinely sought out God and hasn't received that divine revelation that you speak of.
No, I don't believe that's true.
Okay, well then that's where we disagree again, because I can point to several people.
Well, but here's what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is, if that person who you believe the word genuinely, if you go, please God save my son from cancer, please, or please God make this work in my favor, please, I want this to work in my favor, you're not coming to God and in the place. Here, let me tell you where the big difference is between you and I. Let me tell you the big difference is. The big difference between you and I is I believe there is something better than this after this life.
I do not.
And therefore, and you do not. And that is the difference.
So why do you believe that?
I believe that because, well, if you look into like NDEs, near-death experiences, and all the like similarities that people go through, and when they came up with I forget the medical thing where they they would shock people back to life, and all these new people have NDE, the defibrillator. Okay, if you look into all that, that gives you the scientific evidence that you want. But me personally, I know it because of my own personal subconscious experiences. Now, I can't explain that to you, but here's the thing. I try to talk to God, so he gives me that. That's the difference.
Again, you can use that for anything. So again,
I know. It's an anecdotal. That's the whole thing. It's an anecdotal experience. No. But okay, so let's go back to the NDEs. How do you explain people who do die and indeed watch their entire situation, like literally like rise above and watch the whole room and remember it, and then they come back to life, and then they explain things. They'll even explain things in the room next door, and they all have very similar experiences, walking toward the light and all of this stuff. I don't know if you've ever studied NDEs, but NDEs. Okay, so if you really look into NDEs, like near-death experiences, that's the first step. It's like, okay, what's happening? These people are clinically dead. They're flatlined, and they are having experiences that are
real quick
unexplainable.
So who are they seeing? Can I ask you hypothetical? Who's the figure that they see most of the time in these near-death experiences?
The Hat Man.
I mean, a lot of times it's Jesus Christ, to be honest with you.
Okay,
Jesus Christ. Why that happens?
So, dude, shut up. Shut up, dude. So yeah, they see Jesus Christ, right?
I mean, that's what I've heard in some of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I try praying to him, not God. That's all I'd say.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who to pray to, but
if you believe in him, pray to him, because you sort of, if you pray to God, you're kind of leapfrogging Jesus a bit.
But
I don't.
They're the same guy. From what I understand.
Yeah.
No,
they're not the same guy. But
not the same guy.
But
it just says you come to the Father through the Son. That's all I'm saying. So you got to go to the Son to get to the Father. If you go straight to the Father, he's kind of go, "What are you doing?" In a way, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? Hey, that's a very interesting thing. Very quickly, leapfrogging him to talk to God. Like, I've never heard that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to accept it right now, but I am willing. I am willing to think about that a little more, though.
Yeah, it depends.
I mean, my initial response is like, no, that doesn't make sense. That was my initial response. But now that you said, okay, I'll accept. Maybe that's possible.
The bit where he says you're going to cut it.
That doesn't mean I agree with you. I'm not saying that.
Fair enough. If you're into the Christian thing, I just wanted to say that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and by the way, I have a very similar background to the friend that I'm talking to right now. Like, I grew up in a secular home, So, my mother was a Baptist and my father was a Catholic, or their families were. And so when they got together, they rejected all of it because they didn't want them to be together. And this is small town Oklahoma type shit. And so for all of those reasons, they just grew me up where I never went to church. Never been to a church ever, except for a funeral, or a wedding, basically. So I have my own path. You know what I mean? But regardless, just letting you know. But once again, that's an interesting comment. I hadn't thought of that. I will think of that.
But just another thing, I don't think being an atheist is terribly bad, because I was an atheist and now I'm a Christian. So I think atheists make good Christians. And I think atheists, it's not like they don't believe in God. They're pissed off that everyone is lying about it. I think that's what, and they want to find the truth because they're seekers. So I think that's what.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I was a diehard. Like I say, I was such a diehard atheist. I had a troll account before the word troll even existed of Jesus Muhammad, and I would go on these debates with like Hitchens and Dawkins and all these guys and just argue with all the religious people. I did that for like 2 or 3 years.
Hitchens was a brilliant guy. Hitchens was a very brilliant guy, but Dawkins was a total asshole tool. Useless.
Yeah, no, and I have my own thoughts on all those people, but I mean, my overarching point is like I've gone to so many extremes in all this. But don't we all don't most people go through this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Hey,
as an atheist. Yeah, go, Pets.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, go.
The phenomenon about, I can't say that word, phenomenon about seeing like tunnels, like white lights and shit. Operating theaters. It's a very Western thing. Outside of Western culture, when people die, they don't really see tunnels. A lot of them see like courtrooms and trials and interview rooms in India, for example. The reason we experience that in the West is because we're talking about it now. So if I go for an operation and I have a near-death experience...
I accept that 100%, and I've thought about that because it's like, like I think about my dreams, right? But even then, regardless... Set all that aside, there is still a subconscious experience that is divine, one way or the other, whether you're seeing a bright light in a tunnel or you're seeing a courtroom and a God in a courtroom. Mm-hmm. There is a divine experience that your culture, no doubt, has influenced your brain to bring you to that place that feels... Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like, okay, trust me, I've thought about this. Like, okay, what if it's just like a dream? It feels real. Like when you die, your brain goes through these things, and if you grow up in this particular arena, you start to go, oh my God, I'm dying. Your brain recognizes that. It has these, receptors. It shoots off like you perceive. And then you become back alive, and then you go, oh my God, I had a near-death experience. Of course. Yeah, pretty much. That could be true. Yeah. That could be true. But the truth is, only until you've gone through it. I mean, let me put it this way. I have had experiences that felt more real in my subconscious life than in my conscious life. And until you have that feeling, just like these NDE people who are like, oh my God, this is the thing. This is it. Now, that doesn't mean my brain's not playing a trick on me. Perhaps it is. But regardless, that is what my brain's telling me. My brain is telling me, like, I have seen things, bro, in my own subconscious life where I'm like, that's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It doesn't matter. I've seen some crazy shit in my subconscious life under crazy circumstances. And so I've experienced that, and that's my anecdotal experience. So everybody can write that off. But
no, of course, yeah.
Once again, nobody knows. Of course, we could be on a floating rock. Maybe. I mean, I guess. I mean, even then, it's still like there has to be a creator. So we still run into that issue, even if it were true, which it doesn't seem like it's true. But even if it were true in the way that they say it is, there's still all of these issues. Maybe I don't think we're supposed to understand it.
That's quite fair.
I always fall back on the fact that I'd rather believe than not believe at this point.
Hypothetical creator. Do you believe in a creator? Do you believe in a creator?
Of course, yes. There has to be.
That's the only thing I was going to say. You have to be absolutely ignorant to deny the fact that there is a creator. I mean, the fact that life can exist in such a harmony that we live in, and being able to understand now through our studies of solar systems and know that our solar system is so rare, and our rotation around the sun is so rare, and our Earth is so rare.
Here we have it.
I mean,
so here we have a Glober.
Deny it.
Here we have a Glober who is on our team
the rest of my life.
Exactly, but he's on our team. Here's my point. Here's my point. I know that there's a creator in the same way. If I walked on a beach and I found a laptop computer sitting in the water, and I pulled that laptop computer up, I would look at all the things involved in that laptop computer, and I would say, there has to be somebody who created this.
Okay, real quick. I respect that you guys feel this way, and I'm not trying to call you guys dumb or anything like that, but like from everything you've been saying for the most part, and from religion to flat earth, is that you don't feel like these things would be true, whether it be God's non-existence and our random place in this universe, and or your perception of the movements of the cosmic bodies being like here on Earth, right? So like you guys don't feel that you feel it to be true, and so you believe it to be true. That's just faith. You guys have faith in those positions, and that's understandable.
Well, I mean, science is faith too, brother.
You
have faith in NASA. You have faith in what they have told you.
My epistemology.
Can we acknowledge that?
My epistemology and my belief system is based on presuppositions and assumptions based on what I think is most true, right? And everybody's is.
But we all do that, yeah.
Everybody's is, exactly, right? So, but some of us rely more on faith, which is the conclusion that you believe.
Okay, that's where we disagree. That's where we disagree. I believe you believe more on faith than we do.
Again,
that's where we disagree.
I do too, because I have a problem with science, personally. I really do have a problem with science.
What's your problem with science?
So just before we do that,
it's not human. It's just not human.
And it's not scientific. It's not scientific.
We're going to
conflate science is a very specific thing. There's a scientific method that has very specific parameters in which that you do an experiment that falls under the scientific method. Unfortunately, people use the word science when that scientific method has never been used, and that's like 99% of the time. When the word science is used, that scientific method was not used. And that's the problem with quote-unquote science. Is we have raped the word science. And by the way, we've raped the word rape. We've raped a lot of words. And so, therefore, that is the crux of the issue.
Fair enough.
Very well said, actually. Very well said.
I can understand that. Again, misinformation is rampant on all sides of the globe. So again, I can understand why you're saying that, but again, there are people conducting science, and science is a great way to determine truth. And again, science is a broad term, and obviously, again, everyone can interpret.
No, I don't.
The scientific method, like you said, is an accurate way to determine what is most likely to be true.
Science is the best way to determine what to be true in our conscious life that we can. There will always be things in our subconscious that we cannot explain.
Earlier, he only has a way to see how if things.
Ooh, someone's
your mic sounds pretty
breaking
bad.
up.
Your mic sounds
Yeah,
pretty
you're
bad.
breaking up, brother.
It's a bit windy.
Yeah, a bit windy and nasty.
Hypothetical, bro. Just going back to like the religious thing. You talked about like divine intervention and a deity.
Hang on, pads.
Divine revelation.
I was just saying before you couldn't hear me. Right?
Oh, sure.
I was saying that Brown Recluse here already declared that he only has ways of determining what might be true.
Yes.
Or is likely to be true. He doesn't know absolute truth.
Yeah, I admit to that.
Can't do anything
really
to establish
does.
truth.
Nobody really has absolute truth. Again,
You're going to impose that on everybody else, right? That's not right. You don't do that.
all right, you can claim to have absolute truth, and I would disagree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you feel like you have absolute truth, I don't feel like you should claim you have absolute truth.
So then,
Not in this world.
You shouldn't then say that science is a good way to determine truth.
That's
No, I'm talking
clearly
Brown Recluse. Brown Recluse said that. He said science is a good way to determine truth.
What I said was, when I clarified, I said the scientific method was a good way to determine what is most likely to be true.
No, you didn't. You said to determine
I said
truth.
that at first. I said that at first, and then I clarified. The scientific method is.
All right.
Well, I mean, just think about flat Earth alone. Apparently, everybody thought there was a flat Earth until Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, right?
That's not true.
And so I know, but that's what we were told, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my point.
Yeah, again, there's a bunch of mistruths and nonsense told all the time.
So the point is, you really can't trust any written word of man.
Again, you trust but verify, right? So again, you can take something at face value, but you can't believe it to the full extent unless you verify it to be true.
And here's where you and I differ. I don't believe you can ever truly verify.
Again, never truly verify. We can verify at different standards. Again, we can agree that you can never truly verify anything, right? I believe I verify my. Let me finish my sentence, dude. I can't truly verify anything. I can verify it to what I determine to be a satisfying degree of believability.
Exactly. We're doing our best. We're all doing our best.
Yeah, that's a load of shit.
That's again. I agree with hypothetical. We all are doing our best to determine what is true, as true as possible, as we can determine it to be. You know, that's what and the truth that we base our life and our experience upon. That's what we're all trying to do here. Right.
And
we agree.
Or you can say that I'm uncertain.
Right, but then two things can be true at the same time. Can we agree to that? Two things can't be true at the same time.
Yeah, of course it can
be.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So again, there's gray areas, and there's again, it's not white and black all the time.
It can be if you lack information. Yes, you can be honest and say, I'm uncertain about this thing. It's not verified. There isn't. Yeah, shut up for a minute. You've been talking so fucking much, bro.
You got it.
Yeah. If you have lack of information, right, and something is unverifiable, then you can say there is uncertainty here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree.
But then there's other situations where the information is available and you can be certain.
Name one.
Name one?
Yeah.
What do you mean, name one? Every day you wake up and you get up and you probably have breakfast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're certain about that?
I don't eat breakfast.
Are you uncertain that you had breakfast?
I don't remember if I locked the door, even though I do it every time.
Are you uncertain if you've ever eaten before?
Again, like I said, I can't determine anything to be 100% true. There's always the possibility we're a brain in a jar.
Bro. That's insane. Okay. So what you're telling me is you're not 100% certain that the Earth is a sphere.
I know. No, I'm not.
There you go.
I'm as confident as I can be that the Earth is a sphere.
like
a good scientist, I leave room for improvement.
You can't be sure, right? You can't be sure.
I'm sure. I'm not positive. You know. So again, I'm as sure as I possibly can be.
You can't be certain.
And no, I can't be. Again, like I said, I can't be certain about anything. I can say that I'm certain about things, but it means I believe it to the highest extent I can. Right. So again, we're talking about
you can't prove it, right?
I can
prove the Earth.
You already said earlier that I don't deal in absolute truths, right? So we're talking about the exact same thing. I don't deal in absolute truths. I deal with the truth and the facts as greatly as I can determine them to be.
Everything's a gray area, right?
There is a gray in everything. There again, if I can break it down for you, but the only thing that you can be as sure of as possible is that you exist in some way, shape, or form, right? That's the only thing you can do.
Honestly, bro, can we be sure of that? It's not a simulation, or
well, if it was a simulation, you would still exist in some form.
You're still having an experience of the simulation.
No matter what, and you're having an experience. You exist in some way. I actually have a list of things I can break down for you. I actually worked with AI Overlord a little like a year or so ago on like a base of truths and like I said, everyone exists off a set of presuppositions and assumptions, right? And there are things, and I wanted to come into. I forgot to say at the beginning, but I meant to come into this saying like I want to try to agree on as much as possible, because again, I'm not trying to fight you guys. I want to come to common ground and then see where we can agree and then see where we disagree and yada yada, right? So like we all exist on a base of truths, right? And there's like from what we determine, and if anyone has any additions, feel free to add. But truths, as we can determine them, are self-evident via experience. We all know that we experience things, and like we're saying, we be sure that we exist and therefore we perceive. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. And then we can all, I think, agree, and it would be hard to disagree, that we exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience, So again, there's something that is apart from you, and your experience is linked to that external area. And that the mind and the body, and however you want to define them, are linked some way, shape, or form. Our mind controls our body. Our body is
okay. Yeah. So can you? All right. So I asked you, can you be certain that you've ever eaten before? And you said no, right? Can you be certain that you've had an experience that you've eaten before?
Yes. Yeah, I can be again, like I said, as certain as possible.
It's the same fucking thing, bro.
Well, again, the wording matters there, right? Because again, the experience of an eating. I can remember the experience of eating as we speak, right? So again, when we're talking about absolute truths, I think that those very minute details matter. So again, I'm sure you've heard like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I think absolute truth is an extraordinary claim. So
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you, Brown.
No, you're being lackadaisical about the importance of absolute truth. In my opinion, it's a very important thing when we operate on it every single day.
That you've just declared, that's an absolute truth. That's an absolute truth.
Hold on.
You've had an experience of eating before.
In fairness, I forgot about it until this moment. I misspoke earlier when I said I don't necessarily deal in absolute truths. I would think that that is an absolute truth as far as I can determine it to be. I don't think you can disagree with that.
Can you repeat your second truth again, bro? What was the second?
I exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience.
Okay.
So those are the three
in terms of like a computer program. So a computer program like exists, bro, but it's not necessarily aware of its surrounding. It operates within the confines of its surrounding.
Does it
but
perceive?
It's not aware of it. No, like the program won't perceive the language it's using.
So that's the first one. So then that program hypothetically could be fake, and you're just thinking about it. And it's a hypothetical program. It doesn't necessarily exist yet, right? So, but the first truth is that I exist, therefore perceive, right? So it's a personal truth that anybody can base the rest of their life on. You can be sure that you exist, right? As much as anybody can be sure about anything. So beyond that, then there's presuppositions that you have to operate on if you want to get anywhere. Anywhere in terms of epistemology, right? So number one, my senses are reliable in perceiving an external world, right? You have to rely that you can see things, you can touch things, you can taste things, yada yada, right?
Mm-hmm.
Two, my mind and body have certain properties in said reality: length, height, intelligence, yada yada. Three, I can interact with the external reality in limited ways. You can pick up a sriracha bottle, you can't fly. bada bing. For said external reality has real independent agents with a consistent experience of said reality. That one's a bit muddy, right? Not everybody has a consistent experience with reality. Some people are insane. Some people see things, right?
Is it not perceived reality though? Instead of external reality, is it not just perceived reality?
Well, there's one's perception, and then there's the external reality that is congruent with the experience, right? So like again, I am separate than the window. I perceive the window. The window is part of my perception.
Everything is perceived reality. Everything is perceived.
Not necessarily. Again, a tree alone in the woods with no one around to perceive it obviously is unperceived, right?
Yeah, but we don't know anything about that. That's a hypothetical.
No, but again, there is a tree. I think we can all agree there is a tree no one's looking at right now.
Okay, there is a tree in the woods. Therefore, what?
So not everything is perceived, right? So that would be part of the external world that falls out of the perceived category of reality. So I'm just referring to
I don't agree with that.
So but it does because we agreed that it's unperceived.
I don't agree.
No.
Then who's perceiving it?
I don't agree. If there's a tree, somebody perceives it.
How to perceive something, you must be engaging your senses in it in some way, shape, or form.
If there is a tree, somebody has perceived it. If somebody has not perceived it, there's no tree.
That's not necessarily.
There ain't no tree.
There's a tree that has never met humanity, right?
Yeah.
There's not a tree that's never met life.
Fine.
Right?
Fine.
One second,
I'm getting echo as fuck.
Yeah. I don't know who it is. It stopped. So, but yeah, again, there's an unperceived tree, right? So again,
there are no unperceived trees.
Is there an unperceived rock at the bottom of the ocean?
No, there are no unperceived anything.
Who's perceiving it then?
The water around it, the fish.
You and your stupid hypothetical.
No, it's to become aware of. So again, how is the water aware of the rock?
Something is perceiving.
He just said there's no rock. Weren't you listening?
All right,
but we are aware there are rocks down there, so we can perceive them, bro. Like we don't have to witness the tree to perceive the tree.
You do. Again, you have to become aware.
If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? Right?
No, it's not. No, that's not what we're talking about. Okay, so one second. If I may clarify, right? To perceive something is to become aware of it or conscious of it, right? So again, this hypothetical tree, we're conscious of it. We're perceiving this hypothetical tree, right? But again, the rock in the middle of the ocean that no one has laid eyes on or become in contact with, right? They have not become aware.
It's a poor analogy, Brown.
Yes,
you're using this long-winded bullshit to try to say we don't perceive flatness, so therefore it's curved.
That's not what I'm saying. That's again.
That's what your weasel was last time you were in here.
Respect.
Yeah, you can huff and puff all you like.
You don't want to have a conversation.
I'd like to hammer you back on rule number 2. Which one of your senses perceived the curve?
I want him to go there. Let him go there. Let him go there. I want him to go there. So what you're saying is, if no conscious, did I get kicked out? I feel like I got kicked out. Fuck. Oh well.
Oh no, you're here.
No, you're still here, bro.
Oh shit! Oh my bad. My bad. My phone died. Okay. What you're trying to say is, if there is not a conscious being of some sort that perceives a rock under the ocean, a tree in the Amazon, whatever, then therefore what? It doesn't exist?
No, it just isn't. No, it just isn't perceived. I'm just saying it's still there. Obviously, we all agree that there's a rock there.
It's all still there.
So again, we're just talking about semantics here, right? The thing that in the
right, but where does your grand point come into that?
This was all, again, these are just 7 things that we can all agree on, right? The only disagreement was the wording of external reality versus perceived reality.
That was my fault. Sorry, bro.
I would say that external reality is more correct than perceived reality, but we can disagree there if you'd like on the wording. I did say number 4 was muddy. Right?
Hey, go ahead. Hey, you know what? You were doing a great job. Go ahead and repeat that number 4 that you thought was muddy, just so I can hear it one more time.
Said, if you don't mind. External reality has real independent agents with a consistent experience of said reality.
Okay, one more time, very slowly.
I'll post it in chat if that makes it. Yeah, that's a little bit.
Well, you said no. I want to talk about it. You said said external reality.
So again, there's the truth that we there's if from number 1 out of 7. Or
I want you to spell it out to me. Spell it out to me.
Again, 3 things. Again, I can go from the top. 3 things that we can't.
No. Just this one. Said external reality.
Yeah. Has real independent agents with a consistent experience.
What do you mean by real independent agents?
Other people and beings and animals.
Okay, hold on.
Organisms.
So hold on. Like, let's talk about this elementary style. So, said external reality has real independent agents, meaning there are real people who can observe external realities. Have I got that right?
Nailed it.
Okay, keep going.
With a consistent experience of said reality.
With a consistent experience, meaning that I can see that over and over again.
Well, it's that you and I both see the same thing.
And so I want you to, in a very elementary way, tell me what that was telling us.
Yeah, we were simply talking about truth structures before.
Yeah, I know that. But what is that point? I want to stick on this point.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that
it's simply that we can use other independent agents to determine more about the truths of reality.
Okay. Can I throw some things out there? Maybe you can clarify this.
For sure.
So if you and I both experience something like that guy jumped off this cliff, then therefore we can. Am I way off here?
Yeah, I mean, if you and I both experience something, it's more likely to have happened for sure. But like again,
is that the point of this whole number 4?
Yeah, it's that it would be a point to
if you have multiple. Okay, hold on. If you have multiple agents that witness something, therefore it's more likely to be true.
Exactly.
Okay, that's the way you should say it every time.
Thank
you. You're welcome.
That's what it says.
That would be 5. Again, that is a very good point. That's not what 4 is saying. 4 is saying that the independent agents are real and have a consistent experience, right? 5 could be that increased number of independent observers increases likelihood of
Okay, so I kind of combined 4 with 5, but what you're trying to say is if you have multiple agents, you and I, two different human beings that witness something, then therefore we can extrapolate that might be more true.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Well, this guy's just talking, he's talking in words, bro. He's talking in words that nobody understands until I just painted that.
Again, I'm trying to
Nobody understood what you said until I just painted it.
I got it, bro. I think it was inferred from if you just think about the sentence.
Well, if you got it, then you already knew about it.
No, I just listened to his previous points.
Okay, well, it doesn't make any sense. Go ahead and make that number 4. Hold on. Go ahead and make that number 4 point the same way you did previous.
Yeah, I said external reality has real independent agents with a consistent experience of said reality.
Okay, go ahead and explain that to me, mister. I understood everything.
Well, like you said, it seems like...
No. And explain it to me, mister. I understand everything.
Hypothetical. Let him finish.
Oh, real independent agents that can then obviously be used, with each other to verify other shit that's more likely to have happened. Like I said, he's not written it word for word directly, but if you just actually read and think about what he's put, it's pretty obvious that's what it's like. He's going to be the next point on the next.
Okay. It's called, bro. Are you seeing this shit?
Maybe, you're a fucking genius, brother.
Yeah. It's called, bro. Are you seeing this shit? Yeah, I'm seeing this shit. Holy shit.
Exactly.
You got it, brother.
Talk about independent agencies, then the next step's going to be how you're going to use them independent agencies to verify some shit. Yeah, just seems very logical.
Thank you. So my point was being,
you got it. Okay,
only
good.
being that this is a secular. This is my foundation of truth that I believe is secular and without needing a creator to explain it. Again, there's obviously the existence of question of existence and yada yada yada. But that this in and of itself for a truth structure is secular.
Yeah, fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
So that was my only point from whatever we were talking about before.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I still don't understand what you said.
I'll link it in chat. I'll put it in chat if you guys want it. Feel free to
go ahead and
expand on it.
Yeah, go ahead and write it out so I can read it. Yeah.
You said it was AI Overlord?
Yeah, AI Overlord Note 2, yeah.
From around here? I've seen the name around. That's
yeah. It was in this chat. It might have been it might have been the religious chat on this server, but yeah, it wasn't recently. He might not remember it, but I did work it. It was one night, like 2 years ago or something like that.
Oh shit! One high night, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like every night. Yeah, so that's it right there. It might be scrambled a little bit, but again, those are right there. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm sure if you put it in words, I can read it all out. And I'm just a dumb Southern boy from the United States. It takes me a little time to work these things out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So I'll read right through it.
Yeah. So again, like what we were saying earlier, there was a talk about how I can't be sure of anything, and you can't trust a word I say because I don't know nothing. I know things. I'm trying to be as honest as possible so that you can.
Yeah,
trust
no, I said that's fair enough, bro. I said fair enough. That's cool.
Yeah. That's about it. So, if anyone's got a flat Earth,
no, you've kind of contradicted yourself, but yeah, I get it.
How have I?
Because those are absolute truths.
No, again, that is fair. I did.
Yeah.
Contradict myself, and again. I don't like saying it's an absolute truth. I think it's as true as possible, and I haven't found anybody that can disagree with any of these things. So as far as absolute truths come, this is as close as I can get for sure.
I mean, you got a whole Discord that's willing to disagree with you, but
not on these things, Unless again,
on what things?
On the things in the chat that I've been talking about.
A lot of people in this Discord, other channels would agree. I've heard people say similar shit in other channels, man. Called 1%ers, apparently, bro.
Anywho's. Yeah, flat, it's round. We want to go back on that train.
Okay, I'll switch gears on you here. Let's do this. Let's switch.
Oh shit, it's Sunday, isn't it?
It's Mother's Day today, guys.
I'm sure it is. So we should all thank our mothers and our baby mamas.
Take her out. Take them all out.
Wait, it's Mother's Day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not an international thing. Fuck.
Bro, I'm over in Houston, Texas. They have so many flowers. I don't know how they're going to sell all these flowers. They have flowers literally in the the flower section, and then they have flowers going up and down the other aisles. I don't know how they're going to sell all these, but it's a big money maker, bro.
You know what's weird, Pads? Okay, so America and Australia share the same Mother's Day, but not the same Father's Day. So go figure.
That's fucked up, bro.
What?
That is fucked up.
Mate, I just got worried.
Like
I googled it. Ours is in March, apparently. I've already passed it this year. I got worried. But yeah, that's weird, Tito.
I do not like that.
Real quick. So to any flat earthers, is there a thing that is there one thing that specifically convinced you guys? Or is there one fact you find to be the best, like the best gotcha for any globies?
I mean, the best gotcha is, once again, that you don't have any... The fact that you don't have a smoking gun. That's the gotcha, from my perspective.
And the pictures aren't good enough?
Yeah,
the gotcha
not only are they not good enough, not only are they not good enough, they're inadequate. The pictures are terrible.
I did post earlier. I posted again, like a full.
Do you not? Hold on. Do you not agree that the pictures are bullshit?
I don't agree that the pictures are bullshit.
Have you ever looked at any of the pictures and been like, okay, that looks fake?
There are some that are obviously composited, right? So, but there's one called the Blue Marble from one of the first Apollo missions that's taken on a film photography photo.
I know, but my point is like you personally have to mentally take yourself there to do that.
That's called mental gymnastics, though, bro. That's not good advice to give somebody. That's not a good way to put it.
Like, here's my deal. You could end me as a flat earther tomorrow. You just go up there. You take live. You could do it with a cell phone. Just put your cell phone up and take a little selfie. Hey, Katy Perry could do it. Katy Perry could go up there and be like, "Hey guys, hey, girl power, yeah. Hey, look at the globe spinning."
Here, 1 second. I do have a video. Again, it's a long ass video. It's a 15-minute like full ISS tour. But he points the camera out the window. He shows you Earth from above. You know.
That doesn't do anything for me, bro.
All right. So why not though?
But consider the source. Source, and the problem is the source that you're about to show me.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you videos from that source that is highly suspect.
Right, hypothetical. Just to jump in though, like I think the shape of the Earth is flat, but that is a disingenuous like form of questioning it or whatever. Like, why ask for evidence and then? Like physical evidence, show me a photo. Okay, here's a photo. Yeah, but what's the source? Like, what's the point in asking for a photo? Like, if we're just gonna discredit the fucking source anyway.
Once again,
what could he possibly show us?
Okay, I can explain this to you. The single most reason that I know it's not true is because if it were true, we would have thousands of videos. We would have so many people. We would have built a structure on the moon, if it were true.
Respectfully,
you would just want to ignore that. You just want to ignore that and be like, "Oh, no, we wouldn't have. We wouldn't have. No, we wouldn't have. Yes, we would have."
How much do you think it costs to build a base on the moon?
Yeah, weak ass arguments, bro.
Jesus. Let's not talk about.
Okay, well, hey, how much?
I'm just saying it costs a lot of money. It would cost trillions of dollars.
Whoa. How much more? The question you need to ask is how much more would it cost? Well, first of all, the moon is a natural satellite, right? According to your theory, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why wouldn't you put something on the moon? The fact that you don't have something on the moon is an indictment.
There's reflectors on the moon. There's
I
rovers on the moon.
I have to take your word for it.
Again, there are labs that you can shoot lasers at the moon.
No, I can't. I don't have a lab that can do it.
What you can do if you wanted to, right? Is again.
What can I personally do?
I'll tell you. If you can look at the ISS, you can see the ISS floating up in space, right?
Yes, I know. No. I see things flying through the sky. Well, I agree with that. There are things flying through the sky.
Right. So why are those things flying through the sky? Right. What is this?
Well, I think we have thousands of things flying through the sky.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But what is this thing floating through the sky? Why is this weird shaped satellite looking, sci-fi thing flying through the sky? Right. Maybe.
Well, obviously, obviously, I think it's a psyop. But regardless, set that aside. I mean, you don't believe psyops have ever happened?
I don't think it's something that psyops have never happened.
Hold on. Do you believe that any psyops have ever happened?
Hypothetical, bro. How have you just jumped to that line of questioning? You asked him about one thing. That's a silly question, hypothetical, bro. You made a massive.
In what way?
I don't believe one conspiracy theory, so therefore I don't think there's ever been any conspiracy theories. That's very silly.
Well, I need him to acknowledge. Well, first of all, I need him to acknowledge that there are conspiracies.
Yeah, obviously, there are conspiracies, there's covert operations, there's lies being told, misinformation being spread all the time.
Good. Okay, you realize there are many people who will not acknowledge that.
Sure.
Many
I'm not,
people.
You're not arguing with one of those people. You're arguing with
like
me.
Maybe 50%. Like maybe the majority of the public will not say that.
I'm trying to send you very clear, real videos of things that can.
Yeah, and once again, and you earned, and you earned my ability to say, okay, I'm going to give this guy a little more credibility.
Well,
when you say yes, do you think Epstein killed himself?
That's highly debatable. I can see why he would. I can also see why he wouldn't. I can see why people would want him dead, and I can see why he wouldn't want to face trial for all the things that he did. So he failed that litmus test. Yes, I have litmus tests. Sure.
If I ask you, do you think Epstein killed himself? I want an unequivocal no. Of course, he didn't kill himself.
Right, but do you know that, or are you sure? Or you think that happened? Because you don't know what you don't know.
And the fact that you're even trying to justify and argue for it is actually hurting your case now.
The fact that
he asked you a question.
Skeptical.
Why don't you answer his question? No. Answer his question.
What was the question?
Answer his question.
Did Epstein kill himself?
Answer Brown Recluse's question.
He did.
He did. No, you answer his question.
Yeah,
I want you, hypothetical genius. I want you to not dodge his question to you.
Oh, what's his question?
It does feel good to be on this side a little bit.
Well, I don't know what his question is.
Neither do I.
You didn't listen.
Well, he doesn't even know it. So tell us.
I don't remember.
He asked you, do you think he killed himself?
Oh, yeah.
Not that we're even supposed to be talking about people being unalived and unaliving themselves.
Obviously, I think the odds that all the cameras in the jail and the two guards that were supposedly watching him fell asleep because they were shopping online, and all of I can go on, and then he hung himself on bed sheets. Like, I can go into all that. Yeah, I don't believe that.
But you don't know.
And once no, I mean, anything's possible, of course.
Right,
but the idea. But here's my point. The idea that both of the guards that were in charge of watching him quote unquote fell asleep, and that all the cameras in the jail happened to not work when he hung himself on his own bed sheets.
Okay.
If you can't cross that bridge, sir, if you can't do that, then you have lost credibility with me.
Right. So what I'm saying is that one second, hypothetical. Okay, what I'm saying is that it's possible that he was killed by someone didn't like him.
Possible.
Well, okay,
I mean, maybe Hiroshima.
My guy,
you're
let me just finish.
What was the point?
I'm saying I don't know. You're saying that I lose credibility because I'm saying I don't know. That's where I find issues with your.
No. You lose credibility by not purely saying absolutely that looks
exactly.
Like he did not kill himself.
We're saying the same thing.
For all the cameras in the jail to go down.
Yeah.
At the precise time that he hung himself on bed sheets. At the precise time that the two guards that were in charge watching him, who, by the way, got a deal to get off, set all that aside,
crazy,
they fell asleep. Anything could happen. The fact that that's your default.
No, I'm saying I don't know, and it's possible he was killed by somebody else.
No, that's your default. Your default.
Hey, you know what else is possible? That he himself wanted to avoid responsibility for his own actions and paid somebody to have all that take place so that he could do it.
Also possible. You don't know. And then, I'm saying I don't know. And that's losing credibility.
I killed him. That's how possible it is. I did it, bro.
It's possible.
But anyway, let's take this back to where it was before we got on to Epstein. Let's go back to this. To the moon. Yeah. To the moon landing. Why don't you take it back to there?
Yeah.
Speaking of anything's possible. So you believe that these guys went to the moon? How many times did they go to the moon? 3 or 4?
About orbiting shit. Satellites and orbits, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. Again, there's a video of the ISS, which again, I think this video alone is great proof.
Yeah, well, hey, show me a video of another satellite. One video, one singular video of another satellite.
Let me see. I mean, there's like the Chinese ones. I don't know if those are widely available.
No. Any video.
There's the SpaceX one. There's a SpaceX.
Any singular video of a satellite. Period.
I posted the SpaceX flight.
No, not a SpaceX flight. I'm talking about a satellite.
Okay, one second, my guy. 1 second. Okay, we're shifting the foundation. This is what I got.
No, it's a real simple one. Just a video of a satellite.
Just a video.
He wants a video of a different satellite. Again, I have this satellite. I want to talk about this satellite because again, I have pictures of it. Banhammer, please.
Brown Recluse, how about you breathe for a second because you're getting a little bit excited.
No, it's
simple video of a satellite, not of itself.
I have it from the ground.
For example, so you don't get too excited, why are you talking? For example, a satellite passing underneath the ISS or beside it or something like that. Very simple.
It's a very...
There's like 4,600 of them up there, isn't there? There's some ridiculous amount of them zipping around.
Yeah. Anything like it. Anything.
I don't know.
It doesn't exist, brother.
Okay, I don't care. I don't have it. I can't give it to you.
Well, I care. That's the problem.
I have a video of the ISS in the ISS from space.
Once again,
from space.
This goes.
Yeah, how do you verify that?
I have.
This goes back.
You can look at it yourself.
This goes back to me,
dude.
This goes back to my. If it were true, you would have videos of satellites everywhere. If it were true.
That is
somebody worked it out.
That's how I know.
Somebody worked it out that if the ISS was truly up in space and all these other satellites are there, you should see one every 37 seconds.
Yeah, well, no, obviously the ISS is a psyop.
It could be like minor curvature.
Huh? The ISS is a psyop.
Not a sphere, but like minor curvature is totally possible. You know?
Yeah, no.
Like a mountain's kind of curved. If you look at it from
we're not talking about mountains. We're talking about our reality being planar with topography. So the mountains would fall under the topography part.
That's what I just said, bro. That's what I just said.
No, you said mountains have slight curvature.
I mean, they do. Like the surface of a mountain does have curvature.
So what?
Not locally, but
I'm
just saying that it's entirely possible that you could not see a satellite from a given position because it's not in your line of sight.
Well, from the ISS, they should be passing underneath on a regular basis.
No, let me clarify. Have you never seen them do like those like mirror holograph like tricks
from the ISS? You should be seeing them pass on a regular basis.
How do you even know that the ISS is a thing, bro? It's a projection.
I know. It could be fake.
It could be a plane.
Yeah.
The ISS is political. We know
absolutely.
This, right?
It's owned by the Russians.
No. Fuck you.
Wow.
No, we know.
I don't know about all that, but let's just see a fucking video of another satellite.
I got it right here.
This is incredible. We can't agree on the ISS ownership.
I mean, we can't agree about anything. We're technically all solipsists.
Yeah, society's fucked. We can't agree on shit.
Hold on. Who owns the ISS?
Once again, hold on.
Who owns the ISS? Like, where
UK, France, Russia. I think it's India as well.
Care. No, it's Ads don't entertain it, or you're joining.
Well, they asked, bro. I mean,
no one gives a fuck who owns something that's flying around in an alleged fucking place that doesn't exist and that can't exist. You're all just whistling past the graveyard. Oh my god, there's photos from the ISS. Oh my god, we've got the ISS. The ISS. Guess what? It's not there.
But okay, so real quick, if I may add, again, I'm sending videos of other satellites seen from Earth with the moon as the background, right? And I posted another video of the ISS from Earth.
That's not what we asked for. Why have you dodged what you asked for?
I'm giving you everything I can. I don't have it. I just said earlier, I don't have what you want. So you can't have
Why not?
Because I don't
Something
have
so
it.
simple that should be out there for all of you to see, but yet you can't get it. Why is that?
Do you think
Can you provide cryptographic proof?
Yeah,
I want to throw up, Ben.
What about
muting me?
Me too.
Crazy move.
Me too.
What an incredible move, dude.
Look, stop crying. We couldn't hear what you're saying because there's like 3 others already talking.
I won't stop crying.
You want to throw up? That's a different kind of like.
Right. Don't cry. Get over it. So, Brown, you're still yet to post what you're asked for.
You can't have it. I don't have it for you. Yeah, why don't
So it's not possible to do.
If you're gonna mute Miss, you're gonna have to mute me too.
Yeah, why don't you mute? Just again, let us have a conversation, Banhammer, because you are annoying.
I'm annoying because I'm holding you to task, and it makes you cry. Yes,
I said
you are being held to task. So if you don't have it, you must concede to the fact that it doesn't exist.
Those are 2 different facts.
Those are 2 different facts. So why is it so impossible for you? Why is it so impossible for you to provide something that's been around since pre-ISS? Think about it. Use your brain, son. The claim is these satellites have been zipping around us forever and a fucking day. And all of a sudden, all we want is video footage of one of them. That's not the fucking ISS.
Okay, I sent you 3. Is that what you want? I said 3 in chat.
And you said that 3 of them were ISS.
No. I said one of them was ISS. No, that one different one. So 4 videos from Earth of looking at satellites. 3 of them are not the ISS. 1 is the ISS.
So none of them are from the ISS.
I can assure you that the two that he posted, I can assure you, are super sus and not legit. There should be thousands of these. There should be thousands of videos.
Argument, man.
Well, here's my argument. Why are there not thousands of videos of all of these satellites?
That's not an argument either.
Rotating around. Why is that not an argument?
You can feel however you want about how much evidence there should be, but I'm giving you as much evidence as widely available. I'm not digging up archives.
If it were true, you should have thousands, not 1, not 2. This one's an ISS. This one's maybe not. There should be thousands of videos of the how many? What was it? 4,200? How many satellites do they say?
From where?
Here, I'll do a Google search. I'll do the Google.
From where?
I sent you 4.
From where? Thousands of videos of them from where?
Yeah, exactly. From NASA, those lying scum. Hate those guys.
No, like from what vantage point?
Yeah. Because again, I don't. Yeah, from the ISS again is a tough ask. I give you as much ISS footage as I got.
Well, apparently the thing runs its cameras 24/7.
Yeah, I can send you the live stream. You want it?
Don't ever seem to see any satellites in it for some reason.
Do you watch it 24/7?
Why would I watch something that's a load of shit for 24/7? Okay, hold on. I got it. I just googled it. There are over 25,000 objects, including satellites and space debris, and currently orbiting the Earth. Of these, over 11,000 are satellites. This is according to Google. If you just simply search how many satellites are in space, there are over 25,000, and they say of these, over 11,000 are satellites. Many of these are a large part of the constellations like SpaceX, Starlink. Go figure. Okay, so where are all these satellites? These 11,000 satellites.
That's that's not many though. One sec, that's not many for the size of the globe, right?
That's enough. Well, hey, is the everybody can seem to recognize the space station going by, right? So there's only one of those, but everybody can seem to recognize that satellite.
That's true,
right? Okay, so why can't we recognize any of the other 11,000 satellites except for, and I'll give you SpaceX's, like whatever they have that all follows each other.
Starlink.
Set SpaceX aside. Yeah, well, that's what they call them. We can call a lot of things satellites, right? So where are the other 11,000 satellites? Where are they?
I sent you a few of them.
Okay, I'd love to see them.
He sent us 3 dodgy ones.
This is Starlink.
Yeah, Starlink. Whoa. Starlink doesn't count. Starlink's a bunch of drones flying through the air, dude.
What's your proof of that claim?
Yeah, exactly. My point is that's what they will.
You dodged that right. You dodged that right quick, dude. What's your proof of that claim?
Exactly.
No, what I'm trying to say is Starlink and the space station do not count. Show me the other 11,000. We believe those are psyops. Obviously, we all believe those are psyops.
Right. So, but you don't have proof of that claim.
Well, I know, but let me be very clear to you. We, as in flat earthers.
Oh, really?
Oh, you think those are real? Wait, hold on. You think those are satellites?
I didn't make a claim about them.
Okay, so you believe they're satellites or not?
I think there's technology in the sky, yeah.
Okay, but they're not satellites.
Well, what else are you going to call them?
A psyop, just like I did. So allow me to speak for you.
There's these things in the sky called psyops.
Speak for him, dude. That's what he clearly wants you to speak for him.
Yeah. I mean, let's keep it.
So now it's your turn. So the next time I'm standing out in my backyard and I see something go over my head, and my neighbour goes, "What the fuck is that?" Don't worry, brother. It's a psyop. I know all about
them.
That's
a psyop. Yeah. That's just a psyop.
Yeah, it is a psyop. If they're telling me it's a satellite, then it's a psyop.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to call it a satellite in the conventional sense of like a body that's orbiting around a celestial object, right? Like they say that the moon is a natural satellite, right?
I'll speak for myself. It's a fucking psyop. I'm speaking for myself. Anything that is the space station or fucking has to do with Elon Musk's fucking shit, that's a psyop to me. Show me the other 11,000. You have a whole 11,000. Yeah, Show me one of those. Show me one of those.
I'm doing it right now. Give me 1 second.
No. Let me rephrase this. Don't show me one of those. Show me 10 of them.
Genuinely, that's what I'm fucking looking at.
Show me one of them.
Right here, dude. Look at what I just posted. Look at what I just posted.
I know. I've seen one of those. I've seen one of those is highly suspect.
No, look at the next one. Look at what literally just came out.
I'll look at them. Yeah, just keep posting them.
Yeah, absolutely. At 100, they're everywhere, dude. It's so easily available.
They're not everywhere, bro.
I'm looking at 12 of them in front of me at this moment. It's just
you're not looking at 12 of them in front of you. You're looking at 12 bullshit fucking videos, perhaps.
Again, you're grasping at straws here because you're just assuming.
No, you are because you've got this assumption that these so-called satellites, hypothetical. Take a breath. Fuck me dead, the pair of you. Lucky I haven't muted you and kicked you out. Seriously, talking all this shit.
So pleasant, dude.
Right, excellent. I know. The problem is, Brown Recluse, the majority of flat earthers, and I won't speak to all of us, do not deny the fact that there is mechanical devices flying, zipping around, or however they get around above our head. Nobody denies that. The problem is, you claim they're up in this vacuous environment called space. We don't.
How far up are they?
That's not my fucking problem. You'll claim that they're flying around up there.
Thousands of balloons. There are thousands of balloons up in the air. We already know that.
How high up can balloons go? I'll tell you. I can find out.
Fucking high, but regardless, that's my point in my world. Anyway, is it's very easy to float a balloon and call that a quote unquote satellite, right? Whatever you want to call that, and that takes the cellular phone stuff and all of that stuff.
Real quick.
Like they obviously have to hold on. They obviously fly things high. Don't make me out to be the idiot. That's what they do. We all know they fly things high.
Right, but how are they flying high? You say balloons, right?
But what
balloons?
you're trying to tell me, is they fly things high and then throw them into an orbit. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Where's all the pictures of these balloons?
Yeah, where's the balloons pictures?
Oh, there's thousands of pictures of balloons. Nobody denies the balloons.
I got satellites. I'm denying the balloons. You're saying that every satellite is flying via non-gravitational means, right? Non-orbital mechanical means.
Anything? Yes. I
there you go, hypothetical. You've been called. Push out your balloon pictures. Come on.
So yeah, thank you, Banhammer. Finally.
Anything that you would call a satellite is merely a balloon, or perhaps a plane of some sort. Of course, I'm speculating at this point.
I've seen so many videos and pictures.
Okay, well, let me look at them. I haven't seen them, so let me see what you're actually sending me, and I will break every single one of them down.
It's in Flat Earth chat right here. Everyone can see it.
Because here's the deal. This is the equivalent of me saying, "Well, send me a picture of the Earth from space," and then you go send me a bunch of pictures from Earth from space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, "I'm sending them to you."
Well, I did what you asked. Yeah,
I know, but they're bullshit. But they're bullshit.
So you just admitted that you haven't looked at them, and you're claiming they're bullshit.
I don't even know where to find them. I don't even know where to find them.
24/7 Flat Earth chat, the voice chat that you're in right now, the text.
Okay, hold on. Let me look. Hold on. I'm in the Discord. Hold on. I'm in the Discord.
That's where they've been.
Voice chats. I don't know how to operate this whole thing.
Never been on
Okay, I see. Hold on. 24/7 Flat Earth. I don't see where do I find these?
Scroll up a little bit. You can see this. You scroll up a little bit. You see the Starlink, the formations of Starlink, satellites in the sky. You scroll up a little further. You can see a Starlink deployment from space. Scroll up a little further.
No. I don't even see. I don't see any of that.
Ugh.
I need to find a chat or something.
Go to the voice chat that you're in right now, 24/7 Flat Earth, right? If you go to that voice chat at the very top, you'll see a little open chat symbol at the right hand side of 24/7 Flat Earth, right at the very top. Oh, you see right above YouTube.
Know.
Oh man.
Oh, hold on. Maybe I found it. Oh, okay. Hey, hold on. I think I found it. No, this isn't it. Straight out of proof.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. That's it. Scroll up.
Oh, okay. This is it.
Scroll up. You scroll up a little bit. Again, you'll see the trains of Starlink satellites as seen from Earth. You scroll up even further.
Oh my God! Is this really what you're sending me? Oh my God! Is this really what you're sending me, bro?
Go ahead and look at them and then comment on them. How about that?
All I'm looking. Are you okay? You're Brown Recluse. Okay. Let's talk about your first one. Let's talk about your first one right here. See, I fucking knew it, dude. I fucking knew it. Okay, YouTube watch !V equals _ A1H upper H dash. I think it's your first one. You see that? It says SpaceX Starlink V2 deployment.
Sure, I see that one.
Do you see that? You see that? Okay. Okay, you see the curvature of the Earth right there?
Mm-hmm.
You realize that curvature, I don't even have to click it. That curvature, based upon how high that Starlink is mathematically not accurate. You understand that?
Yeah, it's a fisheye lens. Again, it wasn't displaying the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so I know, but what I'm saying is, on the very first video you sent me a fisheye lens that already has the Earth already looking like a ball, which is not.
Okay, you're missing the complete wrong point. Again,
no, you're missing the point. Like I said, I can break every single one of these videos down. I knew I could.
No, you're not hypothetical. Let me finish the sentence before you talk. Right? Let me finish the sentence before you talk.
Throw that video out. That video doesn't count.
Let me finish the sentence before you talk. Right?
Don't even need to watch it.
Wow, you just can't listen to one word.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This was not a display of the curvature of the Earth or the lens of the camera, right? This was simply displaying you asked for videos and pictures of satellites. These are videos and pictures of satellite, both from on Earth and from in space, right? Both of the Starlink, the random unidentified satellites. If you scroll up further, with just behind the moons, right? And then if you scroll up even further than that, there's an onboard video of the ISS and a from Earth video of the ISS, right? You asked for videos of satellites. I give you videos of satellites.
Okay.
Right?
And,
I wasn't displaying the curvature.
No. What you didn't know, you didn't give me videos of satellites. That's not
exactly
what you did.
that's exactly what I did.
What you did. No, what you did was search in the search bar video of satellite, and you got propaganda. And look at the next one: false flag season, PSYOP season. Is that you? No, that's somebody else. Okay, and the next one. Okay, but what I'm saying is, your very first video has a fisheye lens.
Why does a fisheye lens immediately equal untrue?
Well, it's not based in reality.
Does a fisheye lens actually exist?
Well, of course, fisheye lens.
There we go.
If your first video that you sent me,
it wasn't my first video.
Look at this satellite. Here's a satellite. It is your first video.
Scroll up further, dude. You'll see 6 more videos.
Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Again, I mean, regardless. Again, I'm just saying it wasn't my first video, and fisheye lenses don't automatically equal.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me look at this.
My point was simply that it was a view of a satellite
passing in front of the moon.
Yeah.
Hold on. Satellite passing in front of the moon. Let me look at this one. Dude, that is not a real video. That is not a real video, bro.
Yes, it is. It's from 12 years ago.
I cannot believe you believe this. Oh my God, I cannot believe you believe this. This is the satellite passing in front of the moon.
There's 3 of them. Scroll up. They're random.
But you see the one I'm looking at?
Yeah, I see.
Dude, that's outrageous, bro.
Why is that outrageous? Explain to me why you think that's outrageous.
Okay, let's go. Hey, let's go look at this guy's profile here. Hold on. Well, first of all, I mean, it's outrageous in the fact that if you hold on, let me close this video out for a second. It's outrageous. Okay, first of all, have you ever taken a picture of the moon with a Samsung phone? Or apparently now the iPhone does it. Okay, so what the Samsung phone and the iPhone are doing when you take a picture of the moon, it uses AI and it projects it all together. This is a well-known fact. You can go Google it and accept it, that these phones are faking pictures of the moon.
Sure.
Okay? I know this because I have the Samsung. I've taken a whole bunch of pictures of the moon.
I don't disagree with you, but also I don't care. That has nothing to do with what I said.
Hold on. What I see in that video is an AI picture of a moon. I know it because I'm so familiar with it. Because I take so many pictures of the moon with my AI camera. And so I know for a fact that I don't even see a satellite crossing it at all. I see a speck, like a little tiny speck, apparently. But I can tell you right now, that's an AI picture of a moon.
It's from 12 years ago.
I'm 1,000% sure of it.
From 10 years ago. Did they have AI Samsung photo moons 10 years ago?
They did. Yes, they did.
Oh,
they had,
wow.
Whoever posted this.
10 years ago.
Okay, well, let's look at them. DO register. Hold on. Damn it, I can't.
Let's break it down. Let's see what else. Avatar.
Let's break it down. Well, what else are they posting?
It looks like videos of weddings.
There's literally, hey, how many comments on this video? How many comments?
Next to none.
0. Look
at the other 2.
So you're showing me some bullshit video, bro.
Oh my God.
Okay, so now I've looked at. So hold on. I've looked at 2 of your videos now. randomly. By the way, I didn't cherry pick them,
and they're both bullshit.
Randomly picked
really
two of your videos.
I almost convinced
you. Now, and I knew that would be the case, but it doesn't take away from the fact there should be thousands upon thousands of videos.
I only sent
with the 25, with the 11,000, satellites that are up in the air. We should have thousands and thousands of videos of them.
Listen, we're not going to agree. I've sent you what you want. We're not going to agree, but I just want to say it was very, very funny.
No, you didn't send me what you didn't send me what I want.
One second. Hypothetically, let me just finish.
You didn't send me shit. You sent me a bunch of bullshit.
You said send me 10 satellites, and that's when I found the Starlink ones. And it's literally like fucking 20 satellites in a row. And
yeah,
I was like,
what you did.
Oh boy, you're gonna shit your pants.
I said, send me videos of it, and you went and Googled it. You went and Googled it. Yeah.
Did you think I had them on my phone? You think I had? What do you think I was already out there? Fucking star searching. Leave me alone. I only have as much as I could give.
I know, but don't act like you did something. Don't act like you did something genius. All you did was go and Google. You went and Googled it, and then go, oh, here. Oh, yes, here.
I went where the information was.
Let's just upload this. Oh, yes, here.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, that don't mean shit. That don't mean shit.
You're telling me I went where the information was? I'm so fucking dumb. Damn it.
Oh, bro, yeah, dude, you can just Google anything and just get your answers, right?
You can get, again, I can get videos.
That's literally that is who you are. That is who you are. I can just go Google
I am. I've given you logical trains.
That's what you just did.
Hypothetical genius. I've given you logical trains of how I determine my truth.
That's literally what you did.
Again, that's not what I did. I already had.
You want satellites? I'll give you satellites.
I gave you satellites.
Go Google it.
That's where they are.
I'll just go Google it, and then you give me a bunch of bullshit videos.
You
two videos now. Look there. You want me to look through the rest of them? I guarantee I'll debunk the rest of them.
You win. I'm a charlatan. I'm a misinformer.
Here's the problem. You can send me 10. You can send me 10. Where's the thousands? There should be thousands.
You're both spiraling, girls. Shut up. Come on. You're both spiraling, ladies. Chill it out a little.
Yeah, guys, chill.
Thank you for the helpful.
I can't even fucking find a gap to ask if we're live right now. God damn.
Thousands of videos. Hundreds at least.
Are we live?
I don't know. I said hit the cameras, and someone might have beaten them up physically. I don't know. Someone goes 3, 2, but then don't say 1.
I don't know. I am 87.5% sure that if I looked at the rest of these bullshit videos, they turn out to be bullshit just like the first two.
There you go. Sounds like your mind's already made up.
Yeah, my mind is already made up because I've been through this, bro. You don't think I've searched satellites? You don't. Here's the thing. Here's the difference between you and me. You just searched videos of satellites for the very first time.
That's incorrect, but okay.
I mean, I tried to give you what you asked for.
I did that 10 years ago, brother. I've done it 10 years ago. I did it 5 years ago. I've been looking for these. So you going and just making the okay? Hey, you did it, bro. Thank you. You're right. Hey, you know what? You're right, bro.
To be fair, you moved the goalpost because you did ask him for something, and he tried to provide it, and he provided something for you, and you moved the goalpost to, but where's the other 11,000?
No, I didn't move the goalpost. No, I didn't move the goalposts. I simply said, if it were indeed true that we have 11,000 satellites spinning above us, that we should have at least hundreds of videos.
So yeah, whilst you've been talking,
and he provided me 5. He provided me 5, of which the first 2 were bullshit. That's what happened. So don't you fucking change what happened here.
What's your grounds for saying they're bullshit?
Oh, look at him. You go look at him. He made me look. Yes, just go look at him.
How would you know what a real one looks like versus one that's bullshit?
Dude, you're talking about a speck moving across. Go.
Oh, there it is.
I've looked at. Hey, I've looked at them. You haven't. So you're the idiot.
Got him.
Yeah, checkmate, bitch.
Oh shit!
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Have you looked at them?
Got him.
I have.
Well, hypothetical. Just to put you back in your little seat, one of your arguments was to do with Earth curvature, whilst they were talking about satellites. So you're totally off point there.
Got him.
Yeah.
You really
Yeah, good call.
Hammer. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, got him.
And hypothetical. You said obviously you'd Googled this like 10 years ago. Do you know what satellites have collided before?
No, I've never heard of that.
Older guy, again.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me the story that NASA told you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I was just curious because you said you'd done a lot of research on it.
No. I want to know the story. I want to know the story. No. I want to know the story that you have asserted that I do not know. I want to know that story.
No, I actually.
That sounds like a very interesting story. Actually, sounds like a very interesting story. I need to know it.
Just Google.
That's what I fucking thought.
Yeah.
That's what I fucking thought.
Just Google 2009 satellite crash.
Okay, yeah, I'll Google it. Just like I'll Google satellites in space.
Google it being like a verb, a doing term, as in like take action.
I'm just going to Google videos of satellites in space, and then I'm going to post it to this chat. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, 2009 satellite collision is a bit more specific, so I'm just giving you something to take away and you Google. And I was curious if you'd ever.
You know what? Spare me the suspense and tell me what happened. I'm sure it's amazing.
I mean, in 2009, 2 satellites collided. I mean, it's
what happened? Did anybody die?
No, the satellite people.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so what happened?
Satellite collided. We witnessed all the debris falling down and everything. There was like full investigations and shit. It's what the standard shit that happened. Like, there's nothing major about it. I'm just saying, it's not out of the ordinary to see a lot of satellites or see the effects of satellites, and there's that many up there like that. You know, we've had collisions and stuff. It's not. You said you'd done years of research on it, and just
I have never. I have to admit, I never heard of the 2009 satellite collision. Maybe I need to do a little more research on these satellites. I mean,
the whole thing could be bullshit. It was just.
Hey, here's my question: where's the thousands of videos that should exist?
So if you look in the side chat, I've posted what actual.
No. Hold on. Well, let me be very clear here. Actually,
no. Every time you say hold on, it means you're interrupting somebody.
We have a lot of videos of the supposed space station, right? We have a lot of those videos.
One that's the size of a football field, yeah.
All right. Okay. How many video? Why don't we have equal amount of videos of the satellites?
So give me 20 seconds, bro. So as you can see in the side chat, I posted a picture, right, of a very small device. Right, together you can make a network of these satellites. So this is often what satellites are. They are tiny, bro.
Okay, let me look. Hold on.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not.
There's a reason, but I'll just talk and.
Are you one big Mongo here?
No, just scroll up. It's pads. It's just a little cube. Granted, we do put these together. They do get a bit bigger, but only like a small network of them.
Wait. Just so I can see what you're posting here. What's your name?
Pads. It is the last message in the side chat. You see that dot in side chat? If you just click the attachment.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I see a dot. I see pads and I see a dot.
Yeah,
I do see that.
Attachment bit, and it'll take you straight.
What do I need to? It's not letting me click it.
Oh God.
All I see is it literally looks like a period.
1 sec. Yeah, it does. Right, you see that cube? Sorry, my bad. You see the cube?
I see that. Yeah, I see the box. There's a box with a.
Yeah, and to cut it short, we ain't gonna see this shit from fucking the ground, bro. There's a reason we see the ISS. There's a reason we make big, massive things out of it when we say it's the size of a football field. It's because not everything that goes up in there is the size of a football field. We're not expected to see everything. And I was just highlighting with the
Well, hold on. You can't have it both ways.
You're
you
a
can't have it
fucking
both
fag.
ways.
Shut up, fag. Shut up, fag.
You can't
Shut
have
up, you
it.
fucking fag.
You
Shut
can't
up,
have
you
it both
nigger-loving fag.
ways.
Hey.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, to mute that guy. Okay, you can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, tell me we're not going to see it, and then I've got this other guy telling me he's got all kinds of videos where we can see it. So it's one way or the other.
I'm just trying to highlight. No. It's not one way or the other. I'm highlighting not all satellites are the same. It is perfectly reasonable to see
obviously,
the
yes.
see other satellites and then not
I'll
see
acknowledge that. Yes.
So out of the 11,000, one sec. So out of the 11,000 satellites, your next question should be: okay, how many out of these satellites are reasonably big enough that we should be expected to have video? Not just
That's a great question.
Videos. Right.
Fair. Very good.
So
what's the answer to that?
I don't know, but I'm just saying let's try and find this out between us now. Let's have a look. Let's try and find out. Rather than just
that's a very fair. Everything you've said has been very fair, for sure.
So that's where we're at.
It's conceivable. Like, hey, look, these are so much smaller, but then I have to accept the fact that, like, I mean, I feel like if I can see the space station, I can at least see some degree of, I mean, considering that there are 11,000 out there, some degree, because I've seen pictures of the space station that, are very clear.
Yeah, but consider the only reason we see these things is when sun reflects and, like, hits the ground. Like that, we're not seeing it, like, it's not like when a plane flies over and we actually see a red flashing light. No, we're just seeing reflections, right? The ISS, being as political it is probably made to stand out in the fucking night sky for political, like,
obviously, yes. I think we can all acknowledge that.
These other things are
they have a literal website dedicated for people to see it.
Yeah, exactly.
They literally hey, you want to come see it? Here's how you can see it. So it is a political thing, regardless of where you believe.
No, but what I'm saying is these little satellites, bro, there's no need to even put cameras on them or do anything or film them. When they go up and they shoot them up, people are waiting for a green light.
Here's where you lose me.
People are waiting for a green light on the computer screen. They're not using telescopes and navigating it like a drone. It's all computer screen. They don't need to look or be visible or anything. They're just tools.
Here's where you lose me. You lose me at there's no need. I always hate when people say that. It's always a cop-out.
No.
It's always why would they go back to the moon? There's no need to go back to the moon. Right?
No, bro. What I mean is when I say there's no need, look at any bit of like machinery ever. The branding's on the outside where people see it. Right? There's no need to put branding and spray and colour the insides of an engine, bro. There's no need. Like people don't.
I'm gonna just tell you from a personal. I'm gonna tell you from a personal perspective. Every time you say there's no need, I immediately reflect. I immediately go, that's bullshit. That's what they say about there's no need to go back to the moon. There's no need to do this or that. It's always political bullshit. Anytime they say there's no need,
edge of the world, or is there no need to have one?
Yeah, every time I hear that, that's just bullshit.
No,
I don't buy it.
It's that you're a flat earther and you have no edge of the world, and the only response can be there's no need to show you that, right? So you're retarded, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know.
I don't even know who you're talking to right now, bro.
I don't know whose side you're talking.
It seems that you're both retarded. That's okay.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, perhaps, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Dude, money runs the world. It's not hard. If there's no monetary incentive to go back to the moon, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen out of just pure curiosity.
What's making me retarded is how quick we're jumping conversations. Just because one topic gets mentioned, we don't have to deep dive that topic, boys. Like, fuck's sake.
Jesus Christ.
I would recommend to our friend. I would recommend to our friend that has imposed on our conversation. I would like for you to Google what resources, what economic resources are there on the moon, and when you Google that, you will find, according to their paradigm, that there is a lot of economic reason to go to the moon. Actually.
But it doesn't outweigh the cost, right?
Oh, okay. Well, let me see that cost analysis as a taxpayer.
Let me see that value analysis, like retard. It's not that hard. There is a lot of minerals.
You just accept what they say.
Chill out. Don't interrupt me. There are a lot of minerals in.
Why do people come in here and shout retard straight away, man? It's wow cringe.
Yeah, like, hey Nate, haven't seen you for a while. How about you take a step back and breathe, or I do my thing? Which I'm getting somewhat efficient at, if you check the side chat. So, dropping in and calling people retards wasn't a good move.
I'm being a total asshole too, so I accept it. I probably need to call it a night, to be honest with you. Fucking drunk and being a dick, so it is what it is. But yeah, I enjoyed the night.
Calling people retards. So
no,
anyways,
I didn't do that. I am going to call it a night, though, y'all. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry if I offended anybody.
No, good chatting.
I like the combative nature. So I don't mind.
No, I know. I got a little. I did get a little triggered. I'm not going to lie. I did start to fight. But hey, I love you guys.
I don't mind that at all.
Do it again. Yeah, I know. It is what it is, bro. I'm not mad about it. It is what it is.
Hey, love y'all. Either is what I'm trying to tell you. You're doing fine. I'm not mad at you. Okay, I don't care that you're drunk.
Cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I do, and I hope the other people.
I just want to say, like, there's a shit ton of minerals on Alaska. There's a shit ton of minerals on Greenland. There's a shit ton of minerals in Antarctica, right? We're not really harvesting those yet, at least at scale. And the reason why is because...
Take it easy.
It's because those environments are so hostile that the cost of doing that is tremendous. So we wait until it's feasible, and it's not right now.
Yeah, and that's a perfectly logical explanation for that. So I agree with you. With all that said,
you become so reasonable out of a sudden. I don't like that. Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
No. I mean, I'm not saying that that's true. Let's be clear.
No. I know. I'm aware.
It could be true. It could be true.
I'm aware
for sure. Yeah. All right, very good. I love you guys.
Take it easy, bro.
That's going too far.
Later, y'all.
I don't love any of you.
Catch ya, HG.
Yeah, where's the edge of the world?
I've been there, bro.
Oh, you've been at the edge?
Yeah. Been on the edge.
Did you happen to take a picture?
I'm on the edge right now, bro. I'm edging right now. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, okay.
Shit's cool, bro. I'm on the edge of love.
And I'm hanging on.
No, seriously, what is this edge you keep speaking about, though, Nate? What is this edge, bro?
Well, TLDR, geometry, flat plane, mapped on a 3D object. Not infinite. Curve exists. Where a curve.
Yeah, so what's this edge? I mean, fuck knows. What's the edge?
No, flat plane, curve exists.
No.
Flat plane, curve exists. Is what you just said. So if it's flat, it's not curved.
No, I realized as I said it that I had said the wrong thing. What I meant to say.
Right. Hold on. Start again.
Okay. So in geometry, right, any flat plane must be mapped onto a 3D object when in a 3D space. Otherwise, it's not flat. It's something else. Now, you guys are claiming flat, which means that this flat thing mapped on a 3D object, at some point, if it's not infinite, right, has an edge. An edge is a place that is the furthest away from the center. and it has an angle to it, right? There's an angle chain, and it's sudden. It's a point. Now, you can find a different definition, but it'll align with that somehow or somewhat. So the flat earthers have a problem because either they say, well, Earth is infinite.
Well, this is your straw man. It's not our problem.
Yeah. Well, either they say Earth is infinite, and I say prove that claim. And if they don't say it's infinite, I say find me the edge. And I've never seen anybody succeed.
Well, let's just kick the infinite one. Since it's Speculation Sunday, if either one of us was to go for a walk, fly, swim, jump infinitely, we're never ever going to find out because we're never ever going to get back to tell our mates, hey, by the way, it's infinite, because what are we going to be doing? Infinitely walking, swimming, flying, jumping, or however else we're going to get there. So there's your infinite. That was easy. Next.
Well, yeah, wait, so you're saying it's infinite, huh?
He missed it. I'm trying to be nice here. If it's infinite, how would you tell? Let's just say you've got a magic vehicle that can traverse air, land, water forever. Unlimited battery power. It just keeps going. You're going to test this infinity of land. Off you fly right now. Tell us about it when you get back.
But so I'm going to answer your question.
Are you going to get back to us? Yes or no?
I said I'm going to answer. Okay.
Well, it's really simple. It's a yes or no.
Well, on Earth, yes, you would get back. But
so you are going to get back to us.
Well, because the Earth is not infinite. So yeah.
Right. So now you're telling us what our living conditions are. No, I gave you the example. You're in a little vehicle that can go forever, and you've just been set off to fly that way to test for this infinite plane. Will you ever get back to tell us about it? If it's infinite, of course.
Yeah, in a hypothetical, you keep going.
Excellent. So that's a no. You're not going to ever get back to tell us. Great.
Yeah, so two things are going on here, and thank you for changing my hypothetical. But if you were to only change a car that could drive straight infinitely, but that we don't have, by the way, so that's not a good methodology. But if we were to do that, and we have done that, it's almost as if we do a round trip and that we've mapped the whole thing, and there are no places we haven't mapped or haven't gone, which is why it's not infinite.
That you know of?
No, it's like you can literally open your phone and go on a map, and you can just go to the side, and you'll find.
So you're just a believer. You've accepted the information that you've got jammed down your neck. That's all.
I mean, you can't invent every science yourself. At some point, you have to suspend belief. But I'm saying, like, you could open your phone and you could walk down the street, and you can pre-plan the route on your phone, and it will match up with what you're walking, right? It'll have the same distance if you do a step counter, and you can do it on a different device.
And what does that prove?
It'll have the same time if you measure it on.
What does that prove? You can look at your phone; it's got a map on it. Great. So that means I don't have to carry a great big Gregory's map with me anymore. Awesome.
Yeah, it shows that your phone has a system that accurately maps the world, right? That we can follow, and it aligns. And with that,
it maps the world or maps my locale.
But you can sue is the thing, right? So the whole thing.
Yeah, I live in Australia. We go to sue people. They tell us to fuck off.
No, soon, but that is the.
Or assume.
No. You're just an S. Leave out the you. But that's besides the point. You can also see, you can observe, right? I mean, there are mathematical proofs to infinity, but I'm not going to go into that because there are some mathematicians. There's like infinity is like this weird construct.
So your proof of Earth is grab your phone and have a look at a map. That's great.
No, my
worse every time you come in here.
My proof of the globe, not Earth, right? It's a two-parter. It's first, we must assert whether or not Earth has a finite or an infinite size, right? And then after that, when we found that out, we must either look at, is there a way to do a round trip if it's finite, or reach the edge? And if it's infinite, how do we prove that, right? Now,
okay, so stop. Let's go back to the start. You're talking about a ball here. If it's got a finite or infinite size.
No.
It doesn't work like that. If you come in here as a ball-tied believer, the size that gets locked to your belief system is 3959 mile radius, whether you like it or not. So we can measure for that. You know that as I can.
Yeah, but you don't understand. I'm not saying that it's a ball. That's not my prerogative. I'm saying...
Let's say you're a flat earther. So now you're going to straw man me. So your proof of curvature is telling me what my belief system is.
Why did you get triggered?
I'm not yelling.
So fast?
Your proof of curvature is telling me. Okay, so you have to talk through me. So how about we just make that not happen? Your proof of curvature is to. Okay, well, I can play even better. Watch this. For those that don't know, anyone that headphones themselves gets the naughty fucking stick. For those that don't know, myself and Nate have got a history.
Yeah, I started to figure that out. I didn't realise it at first. I thought it was just an average troll, bro. But
no, he's a troll and then some. He will strawman the shit out of you. If you're going to play with it, he will strawman the shit out of you. And most people don't have the balls to stand up and call him out for being a slime. So when he does, then his next move will just be to try to grind through you and pretend it doesn't happen. And that's what's happened the last 3 times he's come in here. And then when he gets called up or muted, so you can get your point across, which was very simple. And if he hadn't have done that, I would have been over and done with his sub 10 seconds. He'll headphone himself. And it's just like a little kid. La, 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 I can't hear you. And yeah, a while ago there used to be quite a few of them that would do that. So we said, you know what? Stuff them. They want to headphone themselves, we'll just boot them out. It's easy. Give them a 2-day vacation.
Yeah, that was pretty clear to see. He didn't have an argument, so he ran away, muted himself so you couldn't hear. It was clear to see.
Anyways, apologies for killing the room, but yeah. How you been, KC?
So that's what I'm saying. It was clear to see that Nate did not have an argument, and when he's hung up on that, he ran away and muted himself. It was clear to see for everyone.
the first thing he did is just literally came in there and just started calling people retards for not jumping in the complaint. Straight away, I just switched off as soon as he entered the fucking room, bro.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to do as well. You hear that a lot.
It's the trend, isn't it? Retards the new fucking, like, gay. Like, do you remember how everything used to be gay? This is gay, that's gay. Now it's like, this is retarded, that's retarded.
Yeah, retards the new gay.
What you just said there, Pads, that is something I haven't heard since I was in me, mid-teens.
What, this is gay, that's gay.
Yep.
Everything used to be gay, didn't it?
I'll tell you one thing, earlier on, when all the GF6 clowns were in here, I nearly dropped an F-bomb, mate. Fuck me dead, I hate all them clowns.
Everything used to be though, bro, like, yeah.
Oh, shit.
How old are you again, bro? You're about the same age as me, aren't you? 30-odd.
Me?
Yeah.
46.
Oh, shit, okay. Mate, Australians always sound so fucking youthful, bro. Like... but...
You could have told me you were, like, in your 30s. I would have believed that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, cool.
You're just clearly immature as fuck, bro. That's what it is.
Alright, who's next?
yeah.
Oh, shit, that's funny.
What is Australia saying today, though, mate? Anything interesting? Seeing as though it's Speculation Sunday, what have we got in Aussie land?
Well, I haven't really got any speculations. Sort of, I was hoping that people would bring them to me and I can go, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But my old speculation used to be the place where we live is a timepiece put forth by our Creator, and we just have the privilege of living on the face of it. The sun, the moon, the stars represent seconds, minutes, and hours.
One sec, let me just put a bit more weed in this joint, bro. That's heavy, bro. Not gonna lie, it's heavy.
So that's my little one, but yeah, outside of that, yeah,
I more like government corruption and shit, you know.
Oh,
simple,
right.
simple.
Nah.
Blaming shit.
Even my speculations are still ground related. So
I think flat Earth. I think just to go on to a bit of a rant, whatever. Flat Earth has definitely opened me up to the idea of a creator. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think Flat Earth is like. I know it shouldn't, considering like how scientific, like the basis of Flat Earth are. It shouldn't lead to the thought of a creator, but I don't know why it does. I was asking, why is everybody tend to be heading towards the creationist when I first got here, and I can't explain why. But even myself, I feel the transition. Not a deity, not like a god that answers and intervenes in prayers and shit. Not like some fucking guy over here, but like an actual creator. Like, why does Flat Earth tend to have like a high number of people?
Well, that's with my little hypothetical. My little hypothetical with what we're living on is just a timepiece. Is one of the ultimate forms of proving your abilities to create something is to create a timepiece.
What do you mean? In what do you mean? Timepiece.
Go and make one. You'll see.
Oh, you mean like an actual time, like a watch? What do you mean? Like?
Yep.
Oh, fuck that, bro. I'm good.
See, exactly.
I haven't got 50 years
now you're starting to get it.
You know what I mean?
Right. You'll be a lot more patient than me, that's for bloody sure.
Yeah, fuck that. Fucking hell. I guess you've seen watches then, yeah, clearly. Fucking hell.
Now, my old man was pulling clocks apart for a while there, fixing them and cleaning them for people, and I just looked at it and went, yeah, nah, fuck.
What, grandfather clocks? Like all... Like,
the smaller ones. Yeah, metal piece ones, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Nice, though. A lot of money in them, aren't there?
Some of them, yeah. Crazy.
Proper Antiques Roadshow sort of fucking clocks.
You look at some of them and you just go, nah, I'll give you a tenner for it. And then you find out they're worth a couple of grand. And it's like, how's that piece of shit worth a couple of grand?
I'm surprised you call it a mantelpiece, though. When I said it, I thought he's not going to get what I mean, is he? But yeah.
Yeah.
British. He's semi-British, aren't you? I forget.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Yeah, nice one, brother.
Do Americans, do you guys have a mantelpiece in your house? Curious. They're all fucking asleep.
The whole creator idea. Sorry, the whole creator idea. It's just the way I see it. You got the sun, the moon, the stars, the ground, the trees, the plant. Well, to me, it seems designed. Like information within a seed grows into that tree or whatever. So to have information, there must be a knower. Therefore, creator, designer. But what the creator is or something like that, I have no idea. But clearly designed.
I don't know myself. I honestly don't know. Like I say, I'm leaning towards it, but I mean, for me, the fact's like you look at one tree and it's a certain species, but then you look at another tree just next to it and it's a different species. That to me suggests there wasn't a creator. It's not like a creator would doesn't have the ability to create multiple trees. it's like we can see the differences between the trees due to their environments, and we kind of know why that. Like we know why certain trees are taller because they need light under a certain canopy. Blah blah blah. You know, I think it's patterns in it more that we've noticed. I think that's if there was a creator, it would be that they created the ability to have those patterns rather than any specific tree itself. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. So, like evolution for me could still prove, you know, it doesn't disprove a creator at all. The process is more divine than the actual human or dog or whatever. Weird.
I'm just generally talking about the seed itself, and within that seed there's information to grow into that tree. And lucky enough, it's got the sun to help it grow too, so that they sort of correlate together. It doesn't seem like an accident. And to have that information within that seed, to have information, there must be a Noah. It's like an antecedent.
Not necessarily. Yeah, and nay. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because we know birds have like picked up seeds from one place, dropped them somewhere else. This has started like a variation of a species from previous places that would not have originated there ever on like these specific areas. I can't. There's millions of examples. Don't ask me to like name any, but we know this is like how certain species have got to certain places, certain, you know, of animals, plants. They've got to these random places a lot through birds, you know. So I mean, there is a lot of factors more than just somebody's plopped a certain sort of tree on an island, you know. Or do you get me?
No, I just mean technically within that seed will grow into that tree. But me and you cannot make that seed. If you know what I mean? The information within that seed is set.
It will, yeah. The most successful seeds, however they form in that new habitat, the seeds from the final product, whatever it may be, or the offspring, you know, it's going to be the strongest to survive, the ones more able to adapt in that environment, have more children. So yeah, that original seed carries a certain blueprint, but over time, even that's going to change to survive in its new habitat. You know, so there is data there. There's something imprinted, but it's not a definitive thing. It's subject to change, in my opinion. But like I say, that whole evolution doesn't disprove creation. Like the process of there even being the possibility for that to happen is more where a creationist, whatever, could come into it. For me. Nobody else, I'm just yapping. Casey, don't leave me hanging, bro. Fuck.
Pads, mute up when you're going to fucking do that.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
You know, for the sake of 10 seconds, you know what we don't promote online?
Yeah. Roger Dodger. Why is it that obvious?
My key point was just the information within the seed. And for everything that does exist, I don't believe it came from nothing. Be a first law violation. But that's about it. It's just speculation. But yeah, take it as you wish.
Yeah, it's all speculation, isn't it? Everything is. Yeah, Banhammer.
No, what? Where are you? What do you want? Yes, I'm here. What do you mean?
No, fucking no straight away. Have you ever heard of Hilltop Hoods? What are they called? One sec. Hilltop
Hoods, as in musical group.
Yeah.
I've heard of them. I couldn't name a song though, but yeah, I've heard of them.
Are they famous? Are they like mega famous over there, or semi-famous, or?
Like I said, I've heard of them.
Yeah, fair. So I find myself getting into all this. Huh?
I'll just have a look at my collection to see how famous I consider them.
I've got into a bunch of like Aussie rap or New Zealand rap. I don't know what it is. It's all like Hilltop Hoods and there's a bunch of like these Aussie rap bands, man. But I think it's all early shit from like the noughties or something. I'm not
Holy
sure.
shit! I got like 16 albums.
Yeah. They seem it's all like up like I don't know, like upbeat sort of hip hop rap sort of shit.
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't name any of the songs. Unless someone played a song and went, "Hey, that's these guys. They're cool." I've sort of got nothing. All right, most of their albums that I've got are just out of compilation albums and shit like that. Right. Yeah, Triple J. 11 of them are out of compilation albums. So.
Fair play, but you know the name anyway.
Yeah. So you just posted something up that I've got to sign on to? The shit? All right. Looks like night shift is in, or some of them. I shall catch you lot later. Probably in the morning. So anyways, ladies and gents,
take it easy, bro.
Morning, evening, afternoon, or good night. And I shall catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Later.
What up? What up?